Welcome to day 2 and the final day of the Power of Africa Virtual Conference 2023 with the theme, The Future is Africa. And my name is Luatile Matlapeng from Botswana, and I'm still your broadcast host for the Power of Africa Virtual Conference 2023. I hope you enjoyed the day 1 of the conference, right? Share with us about your day 1 experience in the comment section below. If you are just joining us for the Power of Africa conference for the first time, you're warmly welcome. Yesterday, we heard from our amazing speakers and this year's conference on various topics across different sectors, including politics, health, education, technology, media, arts and culture, and agriculture. You can watch the conference again on our YouTube channel here to relive the whole experience. Today is day 2 of the Power of Africa 2023 conference. Let's brace ourselves for more exciting insights as we progress. Again, my name is Luatile Matlapeng from Botswana. Remember, the Power of Africa conference aims to connect lovers of the African continent, including Africans living on the continent, those in the diaspora, and other ethnicities that have an interest and love for the African continent, to discuss and talk about issues around sustainable and developing Africa. Today's conference promises to be packed with additional inspirational moments and insights. Let's start off today by sharing the link to this conference broadcast on your social media handles, and let's spread the word that the future is Africa. Our kickoff sessions today are heavily loaded. Brace yourselves. I hope you're ready. We will begin the day's conference activities with an entertainment break from the day's DJ, right after which we'll join our fireside chat session with Mwai Iabua, who is a UK-based African from Zambia. Mwai is an acclaimed creative director and multi-award-winning luxury destination event planner, speaker, and author who's renowned for her artistic approach to event design and her lifelong advocacy for her home continent of Africa. Mwai's life work is centered on rebranding Africa as more than just a land untamed or a safari destination, and uplifting African communities and their subsistence entrepreneurs. With over 15 years of experience in the wedding and travel industry, this amazing woman has also survived cancer 4 times. The fireside session will be fantastic because I will be having a one-on-one session with Mwai directly. Then immediately after the fireside session, we'll jump on board our first panel session of the day, the Trade and Partnership panel session, entitled Practical Approaches to Promote Two-Way Trade and Investment in Africa. After which, we will take you to a spoken word poetry presentation by the award-winning Pesta poet from Kenya. Catch you back here after our quadruple activity timeline.
On the wheels and tune, they call me the turntable goddess.
Hello, beautiful people. I go by the name DJ Safi, and I'm here live at the Power of Africa conference.
Because she deserves it. Drive you, drive you, drive you, on the move and share your biggies and me. You better drop your body, I'm your sucker. Stuff you with this body, make you run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. Take it to see go move where you know go. Greedy, come make a drive you, come make a drive you so jalo. Baby, allow me, tip you off for the alawi. See body, oh, see body, see body, oh, body, oh. Post my bololo, post my bololo. These are me, me I don't come with me. She got a pretty ass and a pretty ass smile. Many work, but she dey walk fast. She forget body, but she no get time. Wanna live fast, as she dey drop like tea. Yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah, she don't wanna fall in love. Yeah. As long as the money don't stand for no love. But if I'm honest, I don't think that you know what your heart is. Give me chance, but that love for your soul. But you got me for sleep like a comeback. Let me give you my body, my soul, and my heart, and my conscience. I don't know who pushed me, but I'm falling. Give me chance to your heart, make a loving. You waiting for my baby, you know. For my baby, you know. You know go play, you my baby, you know. Like you my baby, you know.
For me, it's so beautiful, but I don't know what she's doing to me.
See, I said guilty pleasures I take back to know. Disconnect the internet, stars down. Being an intellectual. I can't stay up in the pressure. I can't stay up in the tension. Your legs like this and that. You can't take away the pressure. I can't stay up in the pressure. You can't change the whole direction. Your legs like this and that. You can't take away the pressure. Go my way, go my way, go my way. I like how see they go. I like how see they go. Go my way, go my way, go my way. I like how see they go. I like how see they go.
I don't want to give to the west side. I know till it's all over. Never take you from the most line. That is when I'm back over a line. That's the fast life really ain't gone. So now I'm trying to be better. Don't be like say I know this shit normal. I just get better in job. But you don't see everybody's like fancy. I keep up on my daddy. People be like daddy.
About me in particular, call me, I'm sharing the roaches in my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Never like a mango, my if you was in the jack of my room, to find anybody like money, I won't be around. They hear what the people they know. Today I shall get it in love. See life on the one of it, another one. I go think and do it in I love. Waiting you love. Like a waiting I love. Waiting I love. I will be the one. Go before. Somebody change. Somebody waste. Somebody change. Last time you give me no time. My bad boy day, me I dey fine. At the same time, me I dey high. I put look up, stand down. You dey fine like my wife, no keep right. Say goodbye, see the next level in the things. Show me love, I go show you more. Ubusheshe, I'm in the day, shake move for fire, yeah. Mala de mango, Tisha mala, if you want to see the jack of my life, you find anybody like money, I want it more. They care what you do, they know. waiting about, waiting in the club, we expensive. Man, baby. In the country, cruise. See ladies. Everyone looking nice today. No waiting. Making money means something. You are more bold, like him, and today, 47. Putting up my soul, like a girl, my shy, as we do with the cancer. Don't put it in with the counter. I shake now with the spell like you. Thank God, so no run down. She high, I should be high, my God. I should be high, my God. Bustin' my way. This kind of body that they cause my brain. I want me leave if you do them your way. Or if you want, if you do them my way. I will do shit I don't take. You tell me and I know they go on one day. I know they care, so they buy my damn pray. Money on me, my house, this kind of love, yeah. When they make me want more, come my way. This kind of love, yeah. I don't want for the night. Make I know what you feel like you want. Girl, say your body bad to me. As make I drop, make I feel am. Baby, girl, you know what's with me. Yeah, with the love to the morning. Bad girl addicted to me. Only once you do me. Only once you do me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get. Come on, get. Got some go. From Miami, go. Watch your get there. Watch your get there. Yeah, get. Oh, shit, get there. I'm a piano. It's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steady, every I'm a piano. It's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steady, listen for me, they shout hallelujah. Every day is hallelujah. Overseas they won't chop me like suya. I'm on no video for this do yeah. Tired so breezy, just like easy. I'm on my easy, they cool, they freeze you. They know they call me Mr. Money for no reason.
Yeah. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the mix. Thank you, Power of Africa Conference, for having me here. I go by the name DJ Safi. One love.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2023 Power of Africa Conference. This year's theme is The Future is Africa, and you're here with me, Radile Matlapeng. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm also the co-founder of a company called Doctors E Consult. I'm from a little country called Botswana, and today we're going to have a very exciting guest called Mwai Yebua.
Hi.
Hi, Mwai. Yes, just tell us a little bit about Mwai Yebua. I know everybody's excited to find out who is Mwai Yebua.
Of course, and thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. So my name is Moyeboa. I am from Zambia, and married to a Ghanaian. Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mwai. You know, just from the passion that you have, I can tell how much you really, really love Africa. And I, for one, know that Africa has a lot of unseen destinations because I come from a country called Botswana, which nestles the Okavango, right? So I think just take the viewers through some of those unseen places that you're talking about and about your magazine. We're very excited to hear about.
Um, and this is exactly who I am. And I think over the past few years, I've actually learned to appreciate even Africa because I'm in the diaspora. You know what they say, home will always be home, and home is where the heart and the roots are. So my goal has always to tell people the place that I'm from, because when you live on the other side of the world, there's a lot of misconception about who Africa is and what she does because of the development that is still taking place. And of course, as you know, a lot of people associate the African continent with poverty, corruption, etc. But I know there's so much beauty there, so I took it upon me, and of course the people that aligned with my mission, to make sure that we showcase the unseen Africa. I believe that each destination is beautiful. There's so much to showcase there, but I always thought that every time you want to showcase an African country, if you try and Google most of the African countries, not a lot of pretty stuff comes up. But if you try to Google maybe a city in Italy, oh my goodness, like Como, etc. So I wanted to showcase the true authentic Africa, because there are destinations that don't have voices, but they're incredible. Their culture, her people. So some of the destinations that I started showcasing are destinations that, for example, have got unsettlement, or they're not very developed, but yet they have so much to offer. There's not much marketing about those countries or cities, etc. Because I wanted to make sure that I am the voice. I'm able to showcase the beauty, but also how to get there, how safe it is, etc. I'll start with Ethiopia. As you know, Ethiopia has got a lot of like history in Africa with regards to like war, etc. So for me, I wanted to show people that actually, yes, what you see on the news can be true to some point, but there are resolutions. People move forward. I wanted to show people what Ethiopia has. So what I've started doing with the magazine is hosting something that is called the greatest party of all Africa, because, Africa is the greatest party of all. And the aim is to showcase the beauty and the culture of each individual African country. So every year we host this party in different countries. We invite, world-renowned, for example, musicians or designers, etc., from Africa, and from the diaspora. And for one night only, we say, forget about who you are as a celebrity. For one night only, come into this African country. Let's dance, let's eat, let's all be one. Let us show people that, we are the ethos of Ubuntu. I am because you are. So we were in Ethiopia in May. We did the greatest party of all, and it was incredible because we had people from different countries, different cultures coming together in one country to showcase just how safe this country is. And we worked with the Ethiopian government, tourism as well, to showcase Destination Ethiopia. It was incredible because after this, a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, I didn't know Ethiopia was that beautiful. Not only did we showcase the town, but we went literally in the villages to show the beautiful culture, like the Umu tribes, etc. So it was incredible. And then some of the other countries that I've showcased is Mozambique as well. Again, there was a bit of political unrest during the pandemic up north, but we managed to get in there to showcase the beauty of Mozambique. Because you talk about Bahamas and the sandy beaches, I was like, let me show you Mozambique, and it's incredible there as well. But also, I did most of the travel during the pandemic because Africa didn't have a voice. There was COVID quite all right, but if you remember very well, a lot of African countries suffered because flights were not going there. And they were saying that when you travel to Africa, when you go to other continents, you have to quarantine because, Africa has got COVID. Meanwhile, other continents, when you travel, Italy had also the worst cases. You didn't need to quarantine anyways. So I took it upon myself to showcase the unseen Africa, to showcase how safe these countries are and the beauty. So I decided to showcase the culture, but also I decided to work with the governments and tourism boards to also show people that there are people that are listening. There are people who take pride of these countries. So we've done Zambia, we've done Zimbabwe, we've done South Africa, we've done Mozambique, we've done Ethiopia, Rwanda, one of my favorite countries as well, because believe it or not, in as much as we have the Visit Rwanda campaign, a lot of people from outside Africa, if you talk about Rwanda, they still think about genocide, even though this happened a long time ago. So for me, I try to showcase that other side of Africa that people don't even know is there. And we use the magazine as well. Sudan, there's war happening right now. I chose to showcase the culture because when this war is gone or is finished, what happens to her people? How do we get people back into Sudan to showcase the beauty of the Sudanese people? So this is what we do as a magazine, showcasing and preserving the African culture because we are the mecca of African culture.
I'm just smiling because I'm really floored by how passionate you are about Africa. I know I didn't know you had so many events done all across. I knew about the one you've done in Zambia as well. But it's really, really amazing what you're doing with Africa. You're really just unearthing what people don't see, because you're right. We have this perception about Africa that it's people living in little huts. It's people living in little huts with not much to offer. So I really, really love how you're digging deep in and actually going to unearth these beautiful destinations that we have in Africa. And yeah, we can have a little Paris here in Africa too, right? So
Absolutely.
I really love how you're doing that, Moi. So, you're not just passionate about Africa. I know that you are also a cancer survivor. So I want us to talk a little bit about that. Cancer is something, yeah. So, cancer is something that a lot of us, if you're told you have cancer, I think would all feel, wow, how do I overcome this? I know a few years ago, I had a cancer scare, but I don't think I would have been as brave as you. So I just want you to tell us about your cancer journey.
Yeah, of course. And I'm sorry to hear about your cancer journey. I always say every illness is different. And also, I feel like it affects people differently as well. So I always respect everyone's journey. And it always it not it always it hasn't always been this easy where like I'm advocating for it and I'm here working and I'm smiling. No, I had to understand and accept the journey. I think for me it was a matter of being content first. So the first time, of course, I found out that I had cancer, I was very young. I was 16 going to 17, and that was not easy for me. Foreign country, finding out you got breast cancer, you're thinking, oh my goodness, this is it. Because mention like growing up in Africa, when someone talks about AIDS, it's like, yeah, you're going, because, by then we didn't have that much information. Like, that's it, you're dead. And cancer is the same thing. I'll give you an example. I come from a place where 2 million people, one cancer hospital. Do the maths, right? And when you talk about cancer, it's a death wish. It's literally, okay, I've got cancer. No one ever talks to you to say, okay, you got cancer. What type is it? What medication are you on? What are the doctors saying? If you mention to anyone well, not anyone, but most of the people that don't understand cancer in the African community, if you just say that I've got cancer, the first thing they'll do is literally like start crying and start saying, oh my goodness me, I'm so sorry. And that's a conversation that I tried to avoid the first time I had the diagnosis. And I actually did go into depression because I was thinking, oh my goodness, is this the end of me? What happens here? And then, of course, went through that. And then it came back the second time. And the second time I said, you know what? I think it's enough. I just need to make sure I can try and live my life. And I realized that I was spending most of my time in hospital, in school as an international student. I literally didn't have a personal life. So I decided to have a personal life with cancer as well. And that personal life was actually making, friends who are patients as well. And unfortunately, I've lost a lot of friends through that. But I decided that I need to have a lifestyle. And I decided that I need to understand it more. So this is why I advocate for it. Research, when you talk about experimental treatment, I have gone through it. And then, of course, had to go through the third time, had to remove my breast as well. I wasn't understanding why it keeps on coming back. I wasn't understanding why me. Then you get in the funk of, oh my goodness, why me? And then again, you step back and think, gosh, how am I going to go through this? Am I even going to be 30? And then after doing a few tests, they found that I have a cancer gene. And for me, that was something that I needed to hear, because it was something that allowed me to understand why I'm going through what I'm going through. And then, of course, the fourth time. And for the fourth time, I had to do a stem cell transplant in Germany. And that wasn't easy, but I had to go through that, where you get your whole immune system out and then they build a new one. And it's not a procedure that I would recommend to my worst enemy, but it's much needed. It's very painful, but it was needed. And for me, I think that's where my journey has been. It's been a journey of understanding that I can only have one life, because you're not guaranteed tomorrow. And with cancer, you're fine today, the medication works, but when it comes back, you don't know whether this time it's going to work. And there's a lot that you have to go through. For example, my body has scars. I have a 9-year-old who's autistic, and he doesn't understand sometimes why mommy has got scars all over the back. And kids, we do talk about it. He looks at it, he even points, oh, you got scars. But then how do you explain to a child who doesn't understand that? So for me, then I decided I need to also embrace these scars, because if I stop hiding them and embracing them, then I can educate more people. But if I can talk more about cancer in Africa as well, if I can advocate for it, it becomes a topic that is actually comfortable in the community. But the more research that is done in Africa, the more people will survive as well. So one of the things that I'm doing is advocating for a hospital in my country, because if we can have one more hospital, if we can build one more hospital, then I believe a few more people can survive, with regards to, women being tested early without waiting, for their turn to be checked because of the process or the time or how many people are in front, or sometimes the machines are not working. So I decided to make sure that wherever there's a cancer conversation, I'm there. I'm advocating for it. I write about it. I'm vulnerable. And my vulnerability is something that I embrace. For example, I'm wearing a wig, and it's something that I would remove for you, because I'm comfortable with it. When you see me working in Africa, I don't have a wig. I want people to look at me and have that conversation. I remember the first time I went on social media to show people that, this is who I am. I'm living with cancer. I remember that picture, it went viral because people were really shocked. And for me, I was like, I don't want you to be shocked. And I saw the comments, I was like, no, I want you to ask questions. So my journey is literally advocating for who I am and to say that the disease is not something that I'm scared of. It's a part of me, but it doesn't mean it defines me, if that makes sense. So this is why I keep on doing what I'm doing. This is why, people say, "Oh my gosh, you do so much." Today you were launching this. I was like, yeah, because I want to leave a legacy, and I have felt the loneliness of what an illness like this can make you feel, where you're like in a room, you are not allowed to interact with other people because of infections. I know what it means to lose someone with, like with this disease. So for me, I decide to use the power that I have, because when you're sick, you don't have the power. But when I'm okay, I do have the power. I do have that chance to know or to define what my day should be like, what projects I need to do, and to use my voice. Because when you have cancer, it literally takes over you. And it's also about having the right mindset. So, yeah, that's literally my journey.
Wow, Moi, what a journey. I'm getting inspired. I've never had a conversation with somebody who's been through such a traumatic. Well, most of us would say traumatic because you've been in and out of hospital. You've gone through several surgeries, and you still have this positive outlook on life. I don't know. I'm tempted and prompted to ask you, where do you draw your strength? I mean,
Um,
when you heard the cancer, you were terrified. Where did you get the strength to then say, you know what, I'm going to use this not to my demise, but I'm going to use this to uplift me? How did you do that?
My dad. That's and I'm gonna tell you that I know people have had the privilege of having a really, like good father or father figure in their life can attest to what I'm about to say. To say, when you have someone who is advocating for you, who is there for you regardless, it's important when you have that parent. And because I lost my mom at a very tender age, my dad has always been the person that has always told me, you can do it. No impossibilities. It was always, you can do this. And I remember the first time, like I said, I was sick, and being an international student. If you look at the cost of being an international student, my dad by then was just a mere lecturer. He had a decision of saying, okay, come back home or stay there. But if I stay here and do my medicals, he had the option of, again, to either come to me, be with me, or pay for my medicals. He couldn't do both. And of course, you want to save your child. So he said to me, I am working hard to make sure that you're okay, to make sure I'm paying your medicals there. So you have no time to cry. We can cry when this process is finished. You have to be strong, not only for yourself, but for me. He always used to remind me. And every time I go through anything, he used to remind me to say, you need to remind yourself just your journey, and that God will not give you something that, is going to be impossible for you to go through. Yes, stop. You can cry, you can ask questions, but remember, illness is also in the mind, because when you're sick and you're depressed, everything just shuts down. But when you're sick and you're trying to be as strong as you can, it also makes things a little bit lighter. But he never allowed me to feel sorry for myself, whatever I went through. And the funny thing is, I lost him during the pandemic. That for me was a wake up call as well, because I always thought I'll go before him. It's a conversation we always used to talk about. And I used to say to him, "Oh, I'm going to go before you." We had this candid conversation over death. But you can imagine, he's never been sick, never been in hospital, and gets COVID. 4 days later, he's dead. For me, that was a realization of just how life is so short, but his words are always there. So every time I try to get in this funk of, being scared, or how do I move another day, I always remember his voice. And because we speak in the language, remember your parents' voice telling you off. I was like, okay, you win, literally. And even when he passed on, this is the funniest thing, because when he passed on, I was in quarantine as well. And I remember looking up and just saying to myself, you've won, as in telling him, because I always used to say to him, you always have to have the last word. And I thought about it. Of course, I cried, I screamed, but then I always remember what he used to say. I was like, you have to go through it first and you'll cry later. Then I realized that, oh my gosh, I've just lost my best friend, my father, someone I speak to. But I realized that with the pandemic, he needed to be buried within a day. There were rules around that. And I thought, I can't take my time to cry. I need to bury him, even though I'm on the other side, and I'll cry later. And literally, I was looking in the mirror and talking and saying, "You have won. You've got the last word." So every time, that's where my strength comes from. It comes from knowing that he's always going to be with me. And trust me, even where I'm at right now, the advocating for Africa came from him because he used to advocate for adult education in Africa. So he encouraged me not to follow the route of being a lawyer, doctor, or a teacher, because that's what he knew. That's what my siblings knew. But he told me that I know you're different. So please just carry on and do what you need to do, and I'll support you. And when I was packing his things, every time I think, oh, I've stopped, I've done enough, I found a book called Normal Lies About Africa. And there was a note there. It said, "To my dear daughter, one day you understand." And for me, this has been like a revelation, saying, okay, I think I can do more for this continent because this is my legacy. Because I asked myself, what is my legacy? And I always hear his voice, and I decided that I'll do a PhD in African studies because of that message, because of who he was, so that I can continue the work, so that if I go today, my legacy will continue. So I feel like every day he's here, like every single day. So that's where my strength is coming from every day. Yeah.
Wow. I I don't even know what to say to you, Moi. You've literally been through so much. You've been through a lot, from you losing your mom to cancer to losing your dad, who was your source of inspiration. I don't even know how you're standing here and you do these amazing things for Africa. Wow, I'm really inspired. How did this whole cancer journey affect your family, your husband? How did it affect your
Well,
child? I know you
yeah.
spoke about him being autistic as well. The dynamic must really be hard.
It is indeed. I mean, this is why I do what I do, because if you, again, let's talk about the African community. I advocate for it a lot because I want the narrative to change. I'm proud to be African, my heritage, my culture, but there are things I don't agree with, because you are told not to talk about grief. You're told not to talk about certain things. Like, you can't say much about cancer because what are people going to think? They'll be scared. Having a disabled child in our community, of course, some embrace that, but some don't understand. Because I'll give you an example. As a mother, there's something wrong with your child, but I was always told, oh, he's a boy, boys take long. But then, of course, when he has the diagnosis, a lot of like the older generation don't want to accept that, because what is autism anyways? Like, what is it? But also questions come of, is it from the mom's side? Is it from the dad's side? And you're like, it's not genetic, So for me, this is where I get my drive to say, okay, I want to bring up a child in a world that he knows he's always going to have a voice, and that whatever he has is not a definition of who he is. Even him being autistic, he's actually in mainstream school, because I refuse to put him in a special needs school. There's nothing wrong with that. But because I know that, autism has got different spectrums, and I know his strength, and I know that he just needed that little bit of help in a normal school for him to, to get where he is today. So I feel like the journey that I've gone through has been very, I won't say easy, but endurable on some days, because I also have something to live for. I think also having my son has been the beautiful blessing. So in as much as I know it feels like, oh my gosh, she's gone through so much, but also God has really blessed me, because he's blessed me with a child that, I look at and think, oh my goodness, what did I do to deserve this beautiful soul? Intelligent, my friend. Again, I'm trying to be a good a parent as my dad was to me. So I'm also using that, and we have this, this relationship. When you see my son and I, it's like brother and sister, and I love that relationship. I love that openness, and he knows that sometimes mom is not well. So even the way he looks after me, that is so beautiful as well. If I say, mommy's got a headache and I have to switch off the light, he'll come with water, and he just, like, he's seen his father do that. And then when it comes to my husband, oh my gosh, that's my best friend. Been married for 10 years, been friends for 17. And yeah, he's the only person that literally I walked through this journey with, and that I feel like every year we just go strength to strength. And this is why I do this, because it's my hope that, as I continue to build the brands that I build, I he can also do what he wants to do with his dreams. Because when you're ill, your other half is living for you, if that makes sense. I want him to be able to say, oh, this girl is fine now, so I can, do what I want to do with my life. I know he's happy, he's doing what he wants to do, but I, just like me, I have, these ambitions of, I don't know, doing it for Africa, because this is me, this is where I get my energy from. I want to see that in him, because he supports me with whatever project I have. Like, there's nothing that I put on the table and say, I want to do this. You always say, let's do it, mama, because it goes with mama. Let's like, now I want to be that person that will be able to do that for him, to say, now take a step back. It's your turn. What can we do for you? Because surely in the last 17 years, there's something that you want to do. It hasn't always been about holding my hand and, like holding me if I can't walk and stuff. So, yeah. So for the family, I know some days are difficult, but I think we've tried to find the good in the days that, when things are okay. And I think what has really helped is just having that open and honest conversation, which has been so great, to say, I am not okay today. And not only me, but him as well, to say, I am not fine. So we do talk. And then the most important thing is that we also have like a common ground to say, okay, what is it that will make you feel good about this situation? So we try to meet halfway. And I think that's what's the most important thing right now. Yeah. And the fact that I can be me and he can be himself as well, that has really helped us. Because, again, African setup, I do travel quite a lot. The beautiful things that he also works from home, so that's really good. So we've never looked at it as like, oh gosh, your wife is always traveling and stuff. No, it's like, yeah, she's traveling because she's doing what she loves to do. And then when he's free, then he says this, and I'm on holiday, so let me come. So he's also understood the work that I do. So then together, that really works. Because when I come back and say, gosh, I had a bad day today, like work, then he gets it, because he's walked through that path with me.
Wow. Sounds like you and your husband are best friends, which is something that I think we can all pick a leaf from, and through this whole journey, he's really been there for you. Well, I'm really, really inspired with your story. I'm so motivated. So, I just wanted to ask you, the people who are going through things, it doesn't necessarily mean it's cancer. You can be diagnosed with something that feels life threatening, especially like what you said with our hospital setups here in Africa. What kind of advice would you have for that person? Where should they draw their inspiration? How do they balance each day? Some days feel like the world is crumbling in on you, and you're going through this situation, and maybe you don't have anybody there. What would you say to them as Mwai, that look, I've been through this for since I was 16 years old, but I'm here and I am happy. Yes, it's not perfect, but we're moving well. So what
I
would you
think
say
the
to?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to talk about it. Again, it's growing up in the African community, as you know, there's a lot of things that you can't talk about. I think mental health is one of the things that only now that is being accepted, because we're taught to be strong, especially as women, or men actually. Like, men don't cry. I actually wrote an article on this. Like, no, men do cry and they should cry. And I'll come back to that, but I just want to tell you something. I remember when we lost my dad, my brother was saying sorry to me for crying. You get the news and then you cry, and then he goes, oh, I'm sorry. And I'm thinking, why? Then it reminded me of, like, culturally how things have been. Like, men need to be strong, or sometimes women have to be strong through certain things that they go through. But I think one of the most important things that we need to put our feelings, we have to be very vulnerable. We need to talk about it, because you have to find someone you can confide in as well. It doesn't really have to be family, someone who you trust. But also, I think now there's also a lot of organizations in Africa that advocate, for mental health, but also organizations that advocate for whatever illness or whatever someone is going through. And I think that's a start as well, because working in Africa, I know that there's so much accessibility to that. But I think one of the most important things is also going to the local hospital to find out what help they have, what free help they have, because I'm sure that is there. And then there's also alternative medicine is something that has also really helped me. Alternative medicine, not just the Western medicine, it can be a good diet as well. For example, when you talk about cancer, turmeric, lemon, so taking something that is outside the Western medicine, especially if you don't have access to that. I think there's a lot of like herbal stuff that you can take as well. So it's also maintaining that healthy diet, diet. I think that's very important. But I think mindfulness and wellness is something that I would really say is something that can help you, because when you're going through something and you're depressed, you honestly don't feel like there's any reason to wake up or there's a reason to see another day or go through another hour. But once you've addressed how you feel, I think you can see that there'll be light at the end of the tunnel, regardless of what you're going through. And I think, yeah, just seek help. And I think that's another thing, seeking help without thinking, is someone going to think that I'm not strong enough, or does that mean everyone will know that I'm going through this? Because I think going through something on your own can be very dangerous as well. And I know that you have to confide in someone that you trust, but I think when you walk through something with someone, then you've got someone to hold your hand through that. Yeah.
Thank you. So, you spoke around the issues being quick to seek these medical interventions. So one of the things I think I've realized from working in the health sector as well is a lot of Africans have stigmatized certain types of illnesses, and we're very reluctant. For example, if you say breast cancer screening, it's like, ooh, wait,
Yes.
I'm not going to go there because no, I'm not ready to find out I have cancer. Or, if they say, let's check kidneys. A lot of Africans are really reluctant when it comes to early
Yeah.
detection of disease.
Even cervic cancers, I was like, you just knowing you have to get a smear test is like, why should I do that? Like, I understand that.
So maybe you can tell us what nudged you the first time you found out you had cancer. How did you, what drew you to then say, okay, let me do this, I'm doing this?
I'm asthmatic, so for me, I actually thought it's my asthma, and this is what my GP thought as well. So I honestly never thought it's anything to do with cancer. I mean, what do I know about cancer? Nothing. I thought it's just my asthma, and and I also thought it's just the stress from work as well, because I was literally an international student, and as you know, the life in the diaspora is beautiful, but you have to work hard for it. So I was doing university work, and I thought, oh, I'm just tired and just under the weather, loss of breath, tight chest, things like that. And I remember I went to the GP twice, and it was just change your inhaler until GP was like, okay, I think let's see what the scans will say at the hospital and stuff. And for me, that was it. Firstly, my X-ray was okay with regards to my lungs and stuff. So that's when I'm like, okay, if it's not your asthma, then what is it? So this is when I was actually referred just to literally check. And I didn't know you can check yourself, because no one ever told me the simple maths of when you're in the shower, you can actually check yourself. And I remember when I was told that, okay, they found a small lump on my left side, I was like, oh my goodness, what is this? And the thing is, because I knew nothing about, stage 1 or stage 2 or what type, already I was thinking, that's it, I'm dead. So I think that's the first step that we should also look at. I think it's also having these community outreaches as well. I think we need them. We need them, because imagine if we had a lot of people advocating for these illnesses, especially in the remote areas in Africa. Imagine, I was 16. I grew up in Africa. Imagine if there was so much talk around this, just like there's been talk around HIV and AIDS, I would have known. I wouldn't be scared because I remember when I was growing up home. By then, HIV and AIDS was there with regards to, like, people talking about it, with regards to leaflets and programs. I don't know about Botswana, but we had that on TV. Like they'll do this, like, these programs, these adverts and stuff. So it's there. In school you're taught about it, but things like cancer or other illnesses, they don't talk about it. So of course, when as you're taught as a woman, you're supposed to keep your like your body is your temple, really. So how you dress, that's important. So if someone is telling you to say, or for example, can you touch yourself to check your breast, or can the doctor do that, you're thinking, why? If I'm feeling okay, why should I even book that appointment? And especially the smear test as well. When you get that letter to say you go for a smear test, you're thinking, why should I undress? And it's not really undressing, you're thinking, why should I do that? Like, if I'm okay, why should I even find a problem? But what we're not understanding is it's not finding a problem, it's actually preventing a problem. Because once they find it early, then it's something that is very beneficial to your own health. So I don't take it lightly. Any hospital appointment that you get a letter to say time for checkup, I'm there. Like, I am there. I'd rather know than not know. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mwai. I think we've spoken so extensively about your journey and how everybody else can then go ahead and early detection is better, like what you've been saying now. So these are great pointers that I think we can all really, really draw from, because, like I was saying, a lot of Africans, or a lot of us in Africa, are demising because we have that fear of saying, if I check my breast, I'll find a lump, and that's the end of me. That's the perception that we have. We just don't understand that early detection would actually help us, right? So I just wanted to ask you the final closing question in regards
Of
to
course.
our earlier conversation about, yeah, about Africa. Do you think as a people we're doing enough to actually place Africa as the destination of choice? I know you strongly advocate for Africa, but as a people, do you think we're doing enough? Or do you think there's more that can be done?
I think there's more that can be done. I think right now, a lot of conversations around Destination Africa, a lot of conversations about bringing it back home have been happening in the different like creative sectors, or just different things. There's like, for example, there's the Dirty December. Ghana is doing that. A lot of people have been coming back into the continent. I know Rwanda, I've got Visit Rwanda. There's a lot that's happening there, partnership with different celebrities showcasing that side of Africa. I know there's Magical Kenya. I know Botswana. I've seen a lot of celebrities going there. Will Smith was just in Botswana. I know in Southern Africa that is happening as well. But also, let's look at the people that are exhorting the continent of Africa, the Africans in the diaspora, from Burna Boys to Tebes, etc. Africa is happening now, and I think people are now content with who they are as an African. And if you look at the stage, we're dominating, whether it's food, design, music, movies. And I feel like Africa is not just a trend, it's there to stay. So I think a lot is being done. And I feel like for every 5 conversations that I hear now, whether it's like on TV, there is that power of Africa in that conversation. Our own Africans are doing it out there and in Africa, but there's so much more we can do. So much more we can do, in the sense that we need to continue advocating for it, so that there's a lot of infrastructure happening. Routes need to be opened up. In as much as I'm advocating for Destination Africa, and so many other beautiful people are doing that, we can only do so much. We need our governments to get involved. We need the investors to get involved. We need our own Africans as well to have that pride to also bring it back home, not to say, okay, I'm coming out of Africa. Yes, it's good to get the opportunities, abroad, but let's bring it back home. Let's open Destination Africa. Because imagine if so many airlines can go to the different African countries. Imagine how seamless that journey would be. But also imagine if getting that visa in Africa between African countries was so simple for someone who lives in United States or UK to travel in African countries. Really smooth. Some don't even need visas. Some can get it on entry. But for me as an African person, got Zambian passport, the other African countries that I can't go to unless I go to the embassy and apply for a visa, of course that's fine. But if we're going to open Destination Africa, I feel like there's so much more that we need to do. But that will come from the decision makers as well, or from the governments. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Mwai. We've had a great conversation, and I couldn't agree with you more. I think our legislators also have to come to the field. You know, there's so much that can be done for Africa, and like you just said, yeah, like you just said, there's so many people advocating for Africa, but there's so much that you guys can do as individuals. We also need that collective from government, their buy-in, you know, to sell Africa, because, like you said, Africa is such a beautiful place. Botswana is a very beautiful place when you go up north. Like you just said, we have a whole lot of celebrities who come here. And like I do believe that Africa is actually the future, you know. Even when you're advocating for it right now, I see the future. It is.
It is, yeah. It's a
Yeah,
beautiful thing
so
to
thank
see
you
and to feel.
Yes, and with Africa, I think it's also because we have a lot of wildlife. We have a lot of, you know, it's natural. It's very natural. It's very, you connect. It's a place where you can actually just come and you feel very refreshed and alive. This is what a lot of people say when they come to Botswana. So I can only imagine the places you've been talking about right now. So yeah, the future is Africa. Why, thank you so much for being with us today. It was such an exciting conversation. We are so happy that we had you today.
My pleasure, and thank you for having me.
Everyone, and welcome to the Power of Africa 2023. Today, join me in the Trades and Partnership panel where we are going to be discussing two-way trades in Africa and how we're going to improve it. So my name is Ivy Binam. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I am the CEO of Tinker Global, and allow me to toot my own horn a bit before I introduce my fellow panelists. So as Ivy Binam, I'm a remarkable visionary whose brilliance knows no bounds. As the CEO and driving force behind Tinker Global, I am on a mission to reshape the entrepreneurial landscape, particularly in Africa. I have a commitment to innovation and a passion for empowering entrepreneurs through investments and partnerships. I'm dedicated to creating a world where business dreams become a reality. Through Tinker Global's transformative solutions, I envision shaping Africa's future by unlocking untapped potential, fostering economic growth, and creating limitless opportunities. Join me in these incredible discussions as we shape a brighter, more prosperous Africa through trade and investments across our borders. So the first panelist I'd like to introduce you to is Dr. Sebastian Kopulande. He is from Zambia. So Dr. Sebastian Kopulande, wow. He is the co-founder of Vision Africa Development and CEO of Zambian International Trade and Investment Center. He is a distinguished leader and advocate for African development. With a wealth of experience in government, consultancy, and corporate roles, he has spearheaded transformative initiatives in trade, investment, and policy development. As a Rhodes Scholar with a PhD in management, he combines academic excellence with practical expertise. Driven by a passion for girl child education, he actively champions initiatives to provide free sanitary pads and promote menstrual hygiene. Dr. Kopulande is a visionary leader committed to building a prosperous and inclusive Africa. I'm really happy to introduce on stage Dr. Sebastian. Welcome. How are you today?
Thank you very much, Ivy, for that humbling introduction.
You're welcome.
You
We're so happy to have you here with us. How is Zambia?
Zambia is good. It was bright this morning, but it's a bit on the cool side this afternoon. But generally, we are an air-conditioned country, so beautiful climate, most beautiful climate on the continent. Okay. Air-conditioned.
Awesome.
And anytime is a gentleman's time. So, yeah. Beautiful as ever.
Okay, thank you very much. So our next panelist is Miss Aliyah Mahdi. She lives in the United States of America, but has lived in Senegal for 8 years. So today in our panel discussion, she'll be representing Senegal. So Miss Aliyah Mahdi is a dynamic entrepreneur and philanthropist, known for her impactful initiatives in Africa and the African diaspora. As the co-founder and president of the Made in Africa project, she has successfully uplifted local artisans in Senegal, connecting them with international markets and fostering economic empowerment. Aliyah is also the CEO and founder of the Feminine Group, a collaborative effort focused on women's health, development, and business. With a diverse portfolio that includes international campaigns and projects, Aliyah is a bridge between Africans and African diaspora, dedicated to empowering youth and building meaningful international relations. So Miss Aliyah's passion and dedication makes her a trailblazer in promoting cultural exchange and economic growth. Welcome, Miss Aliyah Mahdi. I'm glad to meet you today. How are you?
I am good. I'm good, Ivy. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. I'm glad to be here today.
Yes, you're from the United States, but today you're representing Senegal. How is that?
It's good. It's good. Senegal is good. America is good. It's important to mention my time in Africa so people can understand how I've developed such an important relationship with the continent. So, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So, Dr. Sebastian and Ms. Aliyah, today our topic of discussion is practical approaches to promote two-way trade and investment in Africa. So if you can look at the statistics in Africa before we start with the questions, we know that you're 54 countries with a population of 1.4 billion, right? Which is roughly 16.75% of the population in the world. However, we only contribute 3% of the global trade, and we are the largest resource provider in the whole world. All our minerals, our oil, our fabric, everything is exported from Africa, yet we are importing these products that require those raw materials like electronics, the textiles, machinery. So what is wrong? What is not going right in Africa? Why aren't we Africans trading with Africans? Like, how can we be able to promote trade within our continent? Dr. Sebastian, I will push that question to you.
Ivy, thank you very much. One, you set a good scenario in terms of description of the status quo. The African story is a big irony. Here is a continent which, in terms of resource endowment, is the richest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of standards of living, it's the poorest in the world. Now, how you reconcile these two positions, I think, is the challenge of the African leadership today.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be the challenge of leaders to come. And the way we deal with it will determine how our posterity will look at us as today's Africa's leadership. Like you said, we only contribute 54, 55 countries, we only contribute 3% of the world's total trade.
Right, yeah.
When it comes to intra-African trade, Africa only contributes 17% to its total trade that is done within the continent. That means 83% of Africa's total trade is traded between Africa and the rest of the world. Right now, that is a rather disappointing number, because if you look at other regions in terms of intra-regional trade, if you look at Europe, for instance, intra-European trade, EU trade, amounts to 69% of total regional trade in Europe. In Asia, that is 59% of total Asian trade. In North America, it stands at 31%. Yet in Africa, our intra-African trade only contributes 17% of our trade. Now, that is rather unfortunate. But why is this? Maybe this is the question that we must ask ourselves. We have not taken sufficient steps to invest in value addition. And because as a continent, we have not created a market for the raw materials that we produce, because we are only trading in raw materials. Hence, we are trading with Europe, America, and all the other Western developed economies at the expense of our own, or because we have not developed internal capacity in the continent to be able to add value to the raw materials that we produce. Because, I'll tell you, no one consumes copper that Zambia produces, okay, in its raw form. No one consumes crude oil in its raw form. No one consumes timber in its raw form that we produce, unless we can add value to the timber, to the crude oil, to all our minerals. We cannot exchange these raw materials amongst ourselves. How can I sell timber to DRC? DRC also has timber. What are they going to do with it? But if DRC had the capacity for value addition to the timber, then we could have sold that raw material to.
So do you think we need to have more manufacturing? Like as Africa, we have to improve our manufacturing and processing to have this value-added products?
You just took one step a little faster than I did. Yes, that is the answer. Africa must invest in its value addition capability.
Yes.
That is why we envision African development. We are pushing for the establishment of special manufacturing zones across the entire African continent. And that this policy must be crafted specifically to ensure that there is value addition. So, and we must also be able as a continent to challenge ourselves with a policy position that we are not going to export our raw materials anymore without value addition within the continent.
Yeah.
Once we get to that value position, to that policy position, then we shall see that we will be producing our own consumer goods. Once we produce our own consumer goods, we can then trade those consumer goods amongst ourselves. We produce so much cotton.
Yes.
We produce so much cotton. But all this cotton goes, I can tell you, if you look at me, well, you are not looking at me in full, but I can tell you, I'm not ashamed to say, nothing that I am wearing now is made in Africa.
Outside.
Nothing. Even my pair of shoes, you can't see them, but they are not made in Africa. The suit I'm wearing is from India.
So mm-hmm.
It's from India. The glasses I'm wearing are from India. The watch is from Europe. The shoes are from China, probably using African leather.
That's the States in the whole
so
continent.
we really must move as a continent to build internal capacity to be able to add value to our raw materials. That is the only way we are going to step out of this vicious cycle of poverty.
Yeah. As I can also add on that, as we conclude the question, your final statement, how Africa, like if we are able to trade amongst ourselves, a good example is East Asia. So for instance, 2 decades ago, East Asia was at the same capacity as Africa was. But right now, their trade to GDP ratio is around 105%, which is competing with the likes of the EU, which is at 138%. And the reason why they attributed to this growth was because more than half of the exports are within their continent, are within that region of the continent. So East Africa or East Asia itself started trading amongst themselves, and that is why they are at a higher level, like in terms of trade and in terms of development, compared to a continent like ours, which is Africa, which is still trading what 17%?
17%, yeah.
Yeah, of our total trade is within Africa.
And you see, in addition to that, okay,
yeah,
our manufacturing sector's contribution to the total continental GDP is only 12%.
12? Ooh, okay.
12%. As the manufacturing sector's contribution to the continent's GDP. And yet, believe you me, we have 60% of the world's uncultivated land, which is arable land, uncultivated. 60% of it is on the African continent.
Yeah. So,
and yet, even our agricultural production is a far cry compared to what other regions do, because we are undercapitalized. We're still using Stone Age technology.
Yeah.
But you see, these are things we know. Why we can't take action to change these things is what
we have
beats
to
the
take
mind.
action now. Yeah, that is true. And to change the subject a little bit, so that as Africans, you can be able to understand and use these resources that are available to us. We can be able now to become a manufacturing economy, produce all the goods that we can produce so that we can sell them to our fellow Africans. I would like to ask Ms. Aliyah, like, what resources and support are there available for companies in Africa who are looking to expand, and how can they access them?
Thank you. That is a wonderful question. I believe that there are a lot of resources for those who are looking to build in Africa. As Mr. Sebastian touched on earlier, he mentioned much about raw goods. For those who are interested in getting involved in any type of like product-based businesses, Africa obviously has a plethora of raw goods available to start building those kind of businesses. Aside from all of the resources, which we know Africa has a plenty of, they are also they have the largest population of youth in the world. And because of that, it creates a lot of opportunity for staffing and job opportunities. So for business owners who want to come over and truly make an impact on the continent, it is definitely important to consider that we have opportunities to give more opportunities to the youth or expand opportunities to the youth in that region, provide them with training and other resources, which will ultimately be beneficial for business owners and the youth who are participating with those business owners in that relationship. Also, Africa is fairly affordable, especially for new startup business owners who are looking for, who are just getting their feet wet. Maybe they don't have a lot of capital in their beginning stages, but Africa definitely provides opportunity for those people to get their feet off the ground at a fair rate or fair wages, I would say. And then on top of that, like we mentioned before, the natural resources that are available across the continent. So, the raw goods, we've seen people come over and people have tapped into the produce, or I'm sorry, not the produce, the production market. Even with Made in Africa Project, that is exactly how it started. We were helping a lot of the artisans expose a lot of their work to the world, whether it was their clothing, whether it was their artwork, and whether it was shea butters and things like that, right? These are all different levels or entry level businesses that can ultimately keep commerce going throughout the continent. And it's a great start for many people. Africa offers many things. I could go on and on. Educational opportunities, right? Even for those of us who are in the diaspora, a lot of the traditional career paths may not actually be something that we're looking at here. Many of, I would have to say, most of our youth are mostly involved in like a lot of things that have to do with tech, which is nothing wrong with that. We definitely need that. But we also need a lot of the more traditional positions as well. For example, things like being able to tailor and manufacture your own clothing, right? Africa, there's an abundance of it everywhere. You see the youth, tailoring and manufacturing clothes all over the place. They know how to do that, right? So merging the two together is ultimately a benefit of both. If we have one side of the diaspora merging together in technology with the other side who has maybe some of the more traditional skills, we're ultimately bridging a gap that's beneficial for both sides.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that, Ms. Aliyah. You've really mentioned very critical things like if us as Africans, we can be able to exploit the human capital as it's one of the hugest resources as Africa have, other than our mineral resources and all that. And you've talked about the diaspora. So let me just ask this. How do you think, or how do you see the diaspora being integral in the development of Africa, in the development of trade and investments in Africa? And what are the three most beneficial industries the diaspora can actually partner up or collaborate with Africans? Like, how does the diaspora in Africa work together in ensuring we are actually developing as a continent and improving our trade and investments and growing to compete with actually developed economies?
I would have to say that
before Aliyah comes in,
yes,
can I just add something there? That's a brilliant question. I mean, the question of the diaspora. If you look at one of our top priorities as Vision Afrique development, you can go on our website, visionafriquedevelopment.org, is to bring in and get the diaspora actively involved in issues to do with the development of Africa. Now, how ready is the diaspora to take up that challenge? Because that's the challenge we are throwing at you in the diaspora.
Yeah,
We
for
want
sure.
you to come back. Mind you, this is home. No matter what you say, this is home. I'm proud of you that you spent 8 years in Senegal. Brilliant. How many diasporans are taking those initiatives to come back and just learn a little about Africa and just,
Yeah.
claim your inheritance. Your inheritance is here.
Yes, yes. You're absolutely correct.
So,
And I would definitely,
do you think the diaspora is ready to engage on that score?
absolutely. Absolutely. It's definitely something that it's a movement that we have watched grow over these past almost a decade now. But it's something that the diaspora has definitely been interested in. But I think now, with access to media options and social media, especially, a lot of the African diaspora has decided to make that transition back to the continent. And we see a lot of them coming back almost on a daily basis and asking questions about how they can relocate and which countries can they choose to get involved in and so forth. So it's definitely a movement that is happening. It's a mass movement. I believe a lot of them are definitely just trying to get their feet wet when they're just coming into the continent to learn about the culture and how they can truly connect with the community and the land, and to see how they can be of benefit, utilizing their own skills and resources that they can bring with them. But I definitely know that majority of the diaspora is definitely open to investing, relocating, and living on the continent for sure.
You and I have to talk off stage.
Okay. So talking about the diasporans, Mr. Leah, what are the most beneficial industries the diasporans can actually invest or collaborate within the African continent?
I know that's definitely a broad question. I really feel like they can get involved in everything. In all honesty, yes. But when we're looking at business and investments, I definitely feel like hospitality and tourism is one of the major sectors that we can get involved in, just to, I feel like, get started. For people who are just really gaining interest in investing in Africa, tourism and hospitality kind of gives you an opportunity to get to know the different areas of Africa that you may be interested in investing in. We also know that tourism drives dollars to countries. So, if we're also promoting sustainable tourism, it provides opportunities for a lot of the locals and nationals in those countries to benefit from the tourism, whether they're shopping locally, building other, business relations. Tourism is a major sector to get involved in, just because it ultimately brings the two of us together. Secondly, land and real estate. Land and real estate is very important on a number of different levels. But to actually be able to build and develop, right? So being able to build and develop, and we see Africa is beautiful, Maybe we haven't been always promoted the most beautiful images of the continent, but we see the potential. We see how fast it's developing in other countries. Even in Senegal, we've seen major development over the past 8-9 years at exponential rates. So land and real estate development, things like that, really providing like modern resources, modern facilities, modern hospitals, schools, things of that nature is always a very, very important sector to get involved in if we want to create a space that is comfortable for everyone who wants to come into the continent, right? So we want to make sure that we have all of those resources available for even those coming from the diaspora to make sure that they come into a comfortable space into Africa. So land, real estate, and development, and then finally education. Education is one of those things that I feel like is a two-way street between the two, between the diaspora and the continent. There are a lot of things that we can actually learn from each other to help build and progress both sides. And I know that Mr. Sebastian had mentioned this earlier, things like machinery and raw goods and or getting machinery and manufacturing onto the continent. That is so important. I can't tell you how many times I've seen, some of the youth, or even just not even some of the youth, just people in general working in the continent. And, sometimes it just seems like it's a very long process. For example, like making the beds, they make beautiful beds in Senegal. They're these handmade wooden beds, right? It's gorgeous. I love it. But the time frame that it actually takes to build these beds, like if we had machinery, we could literally cut the time down by a third, right? And you're producing at mass rates. And then when you're able to produce and you don't have to spend so much time hand making these products, it actually gives you an opportunity to start looking at building building business relationships, business trade relationships where you can start to export these things out en masse. So definitely education, whether it be building the trade and partnerships that we need to get the machinery on the continent so that we can manufacture properly, or actually sending some of our youth into these places that are already manufacturing these goods and bringing that knowledge back home and getting the materials necessary so that we can actually produce our own machinery.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Leah. So we've talked about the diaspora and how the diaspora is going to be part of Africa in promoting trade. So now we can move back and start talking about Africa itself. I know the AU came together and they implemented a trade agreement, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area. That was in 2021, it became effective. So Ms. Ali has talked about enhancing the trade agreements that can actually also help people in the diaspora participate in Africa itself. So how can Africans facilitate or help that trade agreement become more practical or become better, or we can accelerate its implementation? Dr. Sebastian, is that your phone?
My apologies, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. So
Sorry.
unfortunately, this question was for you.
Yes, sorry. Could you just, I followed you until the very end. Could you just repeat that, please?
Yeah, we were talking about the trade agreements that have been implemented in Africa. And we know that AU has the Vision 2063, and it's implemented the African Continental Free Trade Area, which became effective in 2021. So perhaps you can tell us like the practical steps Africans are actually taking to accelerate the implementation of that free trade area agreement, or which steps should we take?
Yes, thank you very much. Prior to this, I was mourning about the low levels of intra-African trade, and I think that this question that you raise now is cardinal and very, very, very important. Now, I think let's try and appreciate why was African Continental Free Trade Area established? What motivated that? What are the objectives of this? The largest single free
trading
trade
bloc.
area agreement in the world.
Mhm.
Okay. 1.4 billion people, 3.2 trillion GDP,
Yeah.
massive. Why was it entered into? What were the objectives? Firstly,
Yeah.
was to create a single market. Brilliant.
Mhm.
And that single market in Africa would be backed by the free movement of people across the artificial borders that were given to us in our absence, sometime in Germany. When we were all not there, they decided to
Partition
take
of
our map
Africa.
and draw lines across the continent. That's all right. But we want to get away from that compartmentalization of the continent into small little pieces. The African Continental Free Trade Area also wants to promote free movement of capital and promote intra-regional investment. It's aimed at creating a continental customs union and expanding intra-African trade. The AFTA also wants to deal with the issue of promoting sustainable development and boosting industrial development so as to create internal capacity within Africa to produce consumer goods. We also want to enhance Africa's trade competitiveness vis-a-vis the rest of the world. One thing clear is that has been made abundantly clear by the Economic Commission for Africa is that implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area can boost intra-African trade by as much as 52.4%. Now, are you following? Can you hear me?
Perfectly. We are following and being impressed. Yes, yes. We are impressed by how much the free trade agreement can actually boost the African economy. Go on.
Yeah, by basically close to 54%. Now that is massive. That is massive. Now, the implementation of this is actually threatened unless a few issues can be addressed by Africa, particularly African governments. What is strange is that the accelerated implementation of AFTA is not mainly challenged by factors that require a lot of financial resources to implement. Most of them are what I call software issues. They are policy issues. They are matters of decision making without having to spend any money. Let me outline some of these practical steps that can be undertaken. Firstly, while the IMF reported in 2020 that in fact Africa has done very well in the cutting off of tariffs within the continent, now dropping the effective tariff rate from way north of 20% down to about 11%, and that has been commended by the IMF. We still have our trade being impeded by non-tariff trade barriers. These are simply matters of overregulation, putting so many regulations that stifle the movement of goods and people. We have put up so many licensing requirements. Look, I'm from a border town called Chembe, and I was member of parliament for Chembe between 2016 and 2015. So I border with DRC. I just crossed the river, I'm in DRC. Okay? And yet, for me to sell a goat across the river, oh my God, there are rules and rules that I have to go through. For me to sell a bag of maize that the Congolese people want from across the river, and they demand so much. They demand so much maize and all different types of food from the Zambian side that we cannot take that across because there are rules against what they call smuggling. You must get this permit, you must get phytosanitary certification, for God's sake, we've lived with these people. These people on either side of the river are actually relatives.
So you're saying that even with the trade agreement, we still have so much regulations and licensing we have to cut through in order to trade.
They are still there, and they are still heavy. There is so many delays for a truck to move across a border point. There are customs delays. Our trade procedures are not standardized. There is a rule on one side of the border and a contradictory rule on the other side of the border. So, why can we not deal with this and just take them off? A removal of non-tariff barriers will boost trade massively. Then too, we must take action to harmonize our trade policies. Okay? Can we standardize our customs procedures? Okay? Our product standards are not aligned with each other. One country has one standard. So, say for instance, maize moisture content must be 14 to 16%. Others say, no, they must be 8%. Why don't we just standardize this and agree that, okay, maize that shall be traded across borders shall be on average 14% moisture content or something like that.
Yeah, that would be brilliant.
And then we have all manner of customs forms that must be filled in. There is one type of form you must fill in Zambia to go to Zimbabwe. When you reach Zimbabwe, you must fill in another customs form which is demanding different types of information. No. Then too, on the immigration, we still have requirements for visa within Africa. And what shocked me most was when I went first to Ethiopia. I needed a visa and I was kept at the airport for 4 hours to get a visa in Addis Ababa. And that is the African Union headquarters. I went there to attend the AU Heads of State Summit. So, what do we need visas for within the continent? Okay? Where there is trade, People must move.
I agree. I
Okay.
agree.
I want to trade with somebody that I can see. It makes life much easier. So we have to go and sign supply contracts. People have to move. We have to go and inspect the goods, pre-inspection, pre-shipment inspection rather. People have to move between countries to do that. And then I need a visa. And then I need to pay $100 to get that visa. I can't even pay it in my Zambian kwacha or the Kenyan shilling. I have got to get Alia's currency all the way from Washington, D.C. to pay my visa to go to Nairobi. Well, we don't get visas for Nairobi, thank God.
So that's crazy.
You know, the issue of private sector dialogue between government and the private sector. You see, okay, if you check my background, I used to be director of industry in the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Then I used to be presidential advisor to two presidents, President Mwanawasa and President Chiluba before then. You see, we as governments come up with a lot of trade agreements and all that. But when you ask yourself, who actually implements those trade agreements? It's the private sector, isn't it? It's the producers who do the actual trading. Okay, and you find that in these trade agreement negotiations, the private sector may not even be represented.
Yeah, and you've mentioned so many amazing things. Actually, how we are able, the steps that we can make as Africans to accelerate the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. But then now, all these challenges that you're bringing up, who are we supposed to talk to, or who is supposed to do it? Like, who can actually reduce all these over-regulations? I thought of, from my perspective, I thought that the trade agreement would cover that. Like, why doesn't it? Who else, if not this agreement?
Well, it's really ourselves. If we emphasize more dialogue between private sector and government, because the private sector is one which produces the goods and actually sells the goods. They are the ones that export and import. They are the ones who fill in the customs forms. They are the ones who get visas. So they know where the challenges are. Okay, they know where the challenges are. And they should be able to engage in meaningful, honest dialogue with the government to tell them this is the challenge we are facing with this trade agreement. While the trade agreement is there, it is there on paper.
Yeah.
It is not practically
impossible
in application.
Yeah.
So the private sector know where the problem is. Engage your government and tell the government to remove that. And the government should be open to receive those suggestions. In any case, it is in the interest of government to make trade easier, because as trade becomes easier, their private companies make more profits, then they collect more taxes.
Okay. I hear you.
Then they produce better services for the citizens of their country.
That's
then
very true.
if they produce better services, then they become more popular with their citizens. And if they are politicians like me, then I get voted in.
Yeah.
It's in
I hope we can be able to implement that. And to all the people who are listening, we need change and we need to do it. And from your end, Miss Aliyah, Dr. Sebastian has actually talked about the challenges that are affecting the trade agreement. And what about you? What challenges do you see the diaspora facing? Are they similar to the challenges us as Africans are facing regards to our own trade agreements, or what challenges do you think we're facing, the diaspora is facing, and how can we mitigate them?
There are definitely challenges with trade in Africa as a whole. Whether you're living on the continent or you're in the diaspora, it has definitely been a challenge. Just in things as simple as like exporting goods or getting like fast delivery services through the mail. I will say that they have definitely improved over the years from what I've seen from the start. But I know that there are definitely issues with like customs clearance and things like that. Even when we're exporting into the US, there have been plenty of times where our exports have been held up at customs for whatever reason, just because they might have felt like it. But you know, those type of things are definitely challenges for us as a whole. And then we not only have these challenges that Mr. Sebastian mentioned about the policies and regulations and things of that nature, but then we also have other things that the diaspora has to be prepared for coming into the continent as well. So one of those things is first making sure that they are connecting and building with people who have all of their paperwork and things in order, as far as like legitimacy factors, and making sure that, you know, they're not getting taken advantage of, or a lot of times it's not even like intentional. Sometimes it's just like a matter of paperwork, you know what I mean? Things like that that kind of throw off an entire deal. So, you know, making sure that you have like your lawyers and things like that on the ground who are effective and efficient and can really make sure that whatever you're planning to invest in and trade with Africa, it's a good deal, and you're making sure that you're protecting your investment. Also, just making sure that the language barrier is always a challenge. If you're not going into an English-speaking country, you have to be prepared for that. And along with the language barrier comes like, I almost want to call it like a cultural barrier. The way that business is done in Africa on a cultural perspective. You know, there are some things that you may need to be prepared for that maybe you're not used to coming from the States or in the diaspora, right? So kind of getting a feel for that and learning the land that you're working with, which is really important, so that you are not only just being effective for yourself, but also being effective for the community that you're working with. And that's another important factor, is just always making sure that it's like a beneficial two-way street for both parties involved. So I would have to say that those are probably some of the major challenges when it comes from the diaspora, I would have to say. I know another challenge that the diaspora faces is also with sometimes it's just capital. So for us, and even for some of the people who are living on the continent, I know sometimes like going through the whole banking system and the financial system can be headaches sometimes, as far as whether it's getting loans and things of that nature to invest with, or different forms of capital. I know even on the continent, a lot of times there's a lot of collateral that's required in order for you to put up, in order to get these, to get the financing and the funding in order to build up these different businesses and trade, you know, trade partnerships or whatnot. And then on stateside, or from the side of the US, it's available, but there are also, you know, certain steps that have to be put into place in order before you can actually take advantage of that capital to invest as well. So capital is definitely another challenge. It's something that has to be done creatively, like creative, I call it creative financing, and so where you can actually help get the funding that you need to put it over into the continent. Because the reality of it is that if I walk into a bank in the United States, there's nowhere where I can go and say, hey, can you guys just give me this money so I can go put it into Africa? Usually it has to be creatively done, right? They usually want the money to stay here. So if you're getting the money here, they want you to invest in the houses here, the real estate here, everything here, your businesses here. They really don't want you to take that money out of the US.
That's
So
true.
we have to strategically find ways to actually gain access to capital, because everyone needs capital in order for any of these things to work, and utilize it abroad. So those are some of the major challenges, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. You
I
want
think
to add something?
if I can comment on that, particularly on Alia's last point on financing. Financing has been a major hindrance to the growth of African business sector, and it is amazing that it seems to have always taken the last seat on the priority listing of development requirements for the continent, and yet it's supposed to be sitting up
number one. Yeah.
And this is where implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area will either succeed or fall flat right on its face. Because if you do not have capital, there will be no productivity on the continent.
Yeah.
One thing that I know, working in the space that I'm working, is that there is no shortage of ideas. There's no shortage of business ideas.
Yeah.
But, you know, there is shortage of resources to bring those ideas to reality.
To fruition. That is very true. I'm actually working on that myself. Like with my company Tinker Global, we found that problem in Africa and across the world, where there's so many ideas, but then, and there are also so many resources, but then the people who have these resources probably do not know or have the right channels on where to invest or put those resources into actions that they can be utilized. So I really do echo your point.
You know, and unfortunately, institutions such as the African Development Bank, which should have been playing the catalytic role in the delivery of capital, unfortunately are not doing that. They are operating at a level, and their financing is mostly on government projects. Fine, but you know, what about SMEs?
And that's the
SMEs are the
majority
big
of
producers.
businesses.
SMEs are the biggest employer.
Yeah.
Where will the SMEs run to? Why aren't governments coming up with innovative enterprise financing schemes that will help? I'll tell you, when I was a advisor to President Levi Mwanawasa, I came up with the idea of setting up what I called a citizens' economic empowerment commission. That has done a good job, because they get money from the national budget and lend to private entrepreneurs. But the amount of money is so little, and the demand for that funding is so high. So I think governments should do a little more. And it's working because repayments are actually taking place. In some instances, we had failures, but generally there's something good happening there. I think we need to be a little more creative as Africa to ensure that we bring the capital required for the SMEs that will produce goods that will then be traded across African borders. Thanks. That was just to add on to Alia's very important point there.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. I think us as Africans really need to do more, like in supporting ourselves and supporting our own SMEs so that we can be able to build the Africa that we want. So I know we can talk about trade all day long because trade actually steers the entire world. But now we have had quite a long discussion, and I would like to invite you for your closing remarks. So that we'll start with Ms. Alia. Probably you can also tell us like what vision you have for the partnerships or investments in Africa in your closing remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me on the Power Africa Conference 2023. I would just really like to say, our vision through the Made in Africa Project and even the Feminine Group and the Al-Kabelan Development Fund is that the diaspora is able to connect and build with Africa in any way necessary on every level of development. And in that, we know that the diaspora and the African the African people are some of the largest on the entire planet of African descent. So, once we all come together, and I'm not even just talking about in the US, we have the diaspora all over. In the UK, we have the diaspora in South America, right? We're literally a global nation. And once we are able to actually connect and build with each other on that global scale, there's really nothing that can stop us, right? So that is important for all of us to be able to connect and build those relations with each other. And I believe that as we do that, each and every one of us, each one reach one, each one teach one, we will be able to make the necessary impact that we need to get these policies changed across the continent, right? And create a space where it is beneficial for everyone. And we will see the African people rise on the global level.
Okay, thank you for that. And what about you, Dr. Sebastian? What do you think is the future for Africa? Or what vision do you have for Africa? In your closing remarks.
This is where we are. The best endowed continent on the surface of the earth, but the poorest. Its people are the poorest. Our own trade amongst ourselves is only 17% of our total trade. 83% we do with others. The reason is simple. We do not have the capacity to produce our own consumer goods. Hence, even though we have 60% of total arable land in the world, we are still food insecure. We are net importers of food. We have to be fed by other regions of the world. We have the water. We have the climate. And yet, we still wallow in debilitating poverty. That must challenge us as a continent. That must challenge us as a people, and it must challenge us as a people, not only as a people on the continent, but of all people that are of a descent that they can identify to be African. My vision for this continent is that once we awaken, once we wake up, open our eyes and see what it is that we own and see what it is that God gave us for free, and realize that at the end of the day, we are actually the richest continent in the world, and that we can be the most dominant economic force on the surface of this earth, we shall wake up and devise the right policies to take our rightful place at the table of community of nations. We need, as a continent, to come together as a people of African descent. By that I mean the diaspora must come and join hands with every African on the continent so that we can grow the economic potential of this continent. We've talked potential for too long. Let's talk about the reality. Let us make Africa what God meant it to be. Because that is why God gave us all these resources. It is not to make us poor. He gave us the resources so that we can be wealthy. By not being wealthy, we're going to explain. One day we'll sit before him and he will ask us, what did you do with what I gave you? Negligence we shall be guilty of on that day. So arise, Africa. Arise, Africa. Wake up, Africa, and be who you are supposed to be. Fear no domination. For once you are decided, no force can stop you.
Wow, I don't think I could have said it better than that.
Beautiful. It's perfect.
Yeah, arise, Africa. We really need to wake up and utilize our resources and do the most that we can. We are not a poor continent, honestly. We're extremely rich. We just need to know how to harness our resources and make them make us richer, right? And make us be able to feed the people who can't, make us be able to feed our people, provide for people, and care for the future generations there are. So there you have it, my lovely panelists, Dr. Sebastian and Miss Aliyah. We have talked about trade and partnership today, and we hope that we can, with this conversation, we can include more people in it, not just have a conversation, actually do something. We need to work for Africa to have the Africa that we want. Without work, Africa will just exist without people. So thank you very much for joining us, and we hope we can continue with this conversation, not just here, also everywhere else, in our socials, or even when we meet out there in the real world. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. And I want to add one more thing before you close out.
Yes.
And I just want to say this to a lot of the African youth as well, is that, wealth is a mindset. It all starts in the mind. And until we can come to the conclusion that Africa does have most of the wealth, because I've spoken to so many youth who feel like all of the wealth is abroad and they have to travel abroad to get to it. But no, it's right there. It's right at home in your backyard. Don't walk away from it, embrace it and face it. So it's definitely a mindset. We have to start with the minds first. Okay.
Yes, thank you. It's actually like the book Acres of Diamonds. Exactly that, where people go somewhere else to look for wealth, but wealth is just on in their backyard. Yes,
Yes,
thank you
yes.
for that, Miss Alea, and thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Dr. Sebastian. So we hope to continue this conversation. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I am Pete the Poet, a spoken word artist from Kenya. Napenda Africa, I love Africa, and I'm here live at the Power of Africa Conference 2023. Thank you, Power of Africa, for having me. I'm glad to share with you my spoken word piece called Mental Warfare. Enjoy. I hate that you disguised yourself as a friend, while in the real sense you are the type that keeps me away from my true friends. And sadly, I entertained you for far too long. I mean, I saw the signs, but I kept going, hoping that this relationship would get better. A man is not an island of himself, they say, but you showed me that a man can actually be an island of himself. And it is only by grace, yes, it is only by grace that I even get to be here, still running this race called life, because some of my friends who dated you are not around anymore. You broke them before they broke up with you, but see, I am not them. You picked the wrong one, you messed with the wrong one, and you took me on for a fight, perhaps fooled by my size, thinking he is slim, I'm gonna take him down. You clown, I may be slim, but I've got an everlasting sling. Don't forget what happened to Goliath, you Goliath of emotional distress. Just an anthill masquerading as Mount Everest. And honestly, because of the disgrace that you are, I feel like dissing you, because you are nothing more than a distraction, a disservice to me and my dreams, my purpose. You are something else. But today I am breaking up with you. Today, depression, anxiety, I am breaking up with you. So you are packing your stuff and you are leaving, and this time for good. As they say in Greek, kanyaga kubwa kubwa, because after years, yes, years of being with you, going out with you, I have come to know you. The real you, the one that will keep me in a dark room when the sun is overhead. You alienated me from peace and joy and made sleep feel like I was climbing Mount Everest. I was scared to fall asleep and scared to be awake. Confusion clogging my mind like a dark and heavy cloud that won't go away. See, this relationship has always been one-sided. It's always been about you. You want this, you want that, and after years of being with you, breaking up with you, and then getting back with you, I am tired of these circles and circles, and today you must go before you make me go psycho. I realize there is no stopping for you. Even if it meant taking me out of this world before my time, like you've done to some people I know. Premature death seems to be a favorite track on your playlist. I said premature death seems to be a favorite track on your playlist. She robbed us of the potential and all those deposits of purpose buried within them that we will never see. Companies that will never be formed, families that will never be, music that will never be heard, books and poetry never written, ministries never begun, all because piece by piece you broke them until they quit. See, you are good at undermining me, telling me that I'm not worth it, telling me that I'm not gonna make it, telling me that I am too young to make my dreams a reality, while those with half my potential are busy making bigger moves. See, you are a liar and there is no truth in you, making me feel like an artist who rehearses and perfects his pieces in private but goes silent anytime it's time to show people his talent in public. But that is what you want, right? To keep me in the shadows as long as you want. You had made me want to stop before I even tried. Made me push away those that actually love me and want the best for me, those that actually care. You had made me think that I am sick, but you are sick and sick to the core. And I wish I knew it sooner. Because you had made me love what I should hate and hate what I should love. And for the record, you are not my friend. You never were. So pack your things. No, I packed your things. Find them outside the gate near the trash can before the garbage collectors come and collect them. Because that gate for me is entrance, but to you it is exit. So exit it like Brexit. See, you are a destroyer, destroying anything that comes her way. And if you're being honest, I am better single than be with you, because you are the type that dims the light of people. And I'm not a fool to confuse busy with progress. Well, you kept me busy going round and round in circles. And sometimes being busy is just busyness, bad busyness. But your time is up. And tell that to your friends. I never liked them in the first place. You know who I'm talking about? Worry, self-doubt, fear, and your first cousin suicidal thoughts, especially him. What you probably don't know is that while I was seeing you, I met with someone who I now consider my friend, my best friend actually. And I know that this is hard for you to fathom, but he is caring, he is loving, he is kind. He tells me every day that I am his and he is mine, that his plans for me are to give me a hope and a future, that there is surely a future and a hope for me, and that my hope will not be cut off, that before I was formed in my mother's womb, he knew me, he knows my name is written on the palms of his hand. So even this, what you thought was gonna be my end, guess what? He saw it and he says it is not the end for me, because he loves me and I am chosen, and he loves me just the way I am. As a matter of fact, he loves me enough to lay down his life for me. I mean, what manner of love is this? I know that this is Greek and Hebrew for you, but he is faithful, he is omnipresent, which actually means that he is here, he is there, he is everywhere. In the valley of the shadow of death, guarding and comforting me, he is powerful. He saves, he heals, he delivers, he restores, he redeems. Yes, he redeems time, even the time that I gave you and you wasted. Thanks to him, I don't feel wasted no more. See, this mess you brought me is now a message, because he is a potter who takes his broken pieces of clay and he beautifully pieces them together piece by piece and makes this beautiful piece a masterpiece. That peace may abound, and that I may know peace, the peace that surpasses understanding, because peace has a name, and the name is Jesus. I said, because he is a potter who takes his broken pieces of clay and he beautifully pieces them together piece by piece and makes this beautiful piece a masterpiece. That peace may abound, and that I may know peace, the peace that surpasses understanding, because peace has a name, and the name is Jesus. See, you brought me worry, but he took it and gave me victory, and reminded me that I am always fighting from a place of victory. He changed my story for his glory. So now, even if I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I know without a shadow of doubt that my maker and my creator is with me. Alpha and Omega, he is the beginning and the end. He sees it. He sees the end from the beginning, which actually means that this point in my life that I'm in, he sees it. And I can hear his small, still voice whispering, I got you, son. Keep walking, I got you, son. Keep walking, I got you, son. Keep walking, he got you, sister. Keep walking, he got you, sister. Keep walking, because God got us. Pitster, poet. Thank you, Power of Africa Conference 2023, for having me. God bless.
Welcome back. What an exciting moment from the entertainment break with our DJ to my conversation with Mwai Yabua from Zambia. Her story is absolutely remarkable. Thank you so much, Mwai, for honoring our invitation. So I'd like to hear from you. Tell me, what are the insights that you got from my conversation with Mwai Yabua? We also had our amazing panelists on the trade and partnership session, and it made us realize that Africa does have a lot to offer, and we can indeed do more to enhance our trade possibilities. A big thank you to them for taking the time to join us here today. There was then that lovely poetry session about mental health, which was quite remarkable. Our identities should not be lied to our challenges. We can always overcome our limitations. Thank you so much, Pete Star Poet, for that insightful presentation. I like to believe I made an impression on our learned viewers at this Power of Africa virtual conference. If you were just joining us here, I want to say a big welcome on behalf of the conveners at this great conference. Drop us a hint on the location or area you're watching us from in the comments section below. We will continue the conference activities with back-to-back panel sessions coming up next are the Business and Finance and Technology Day 2 panel sessions. Let's hear from our professional panel. I will be with you again right after the technology panel session.
Welcome to Power of Africa 2023. My name is Love Monyatsine. I am from Zimbabwe. I am a business consultant. I've worked in the technology sector for over 20 years, and I've worked in Kenya, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, South Africa, amongst others. Today, we are talking about business and finance, and I'm privileged to be joined on the panel by Afia. Welcome, Afia.
Thank you, Lovemore. It's a pleasure to be here on the Power of Africa conference today. So my name is Afia Manfu, and I'm originally from Ghana. I'm currently based in Paris. I work as the Director of Entrepreneurship and Innovation with Bridge for Billions, which is an organization that designs and implements entrepreneurship programs globally. So in my role, I collaborate with various corporates, government bodies, and other development organizations to develop social and economic programs to create jobs in Africa and other developing economies. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Afia, and welcome again. We're also joined by another panelist, Tanaka. Welcome, Tanaka.
Thank you, Lovemore and Power Africa Conference for having me today. I am Tanika Sawadogo, originally from the U.S., currently based in Ghana. From Ghana, but also was raised in the U.S. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm CEO and founder of Fire on the Runway, which is a traveling fashion production. I also am the Director of Developments and Initiatives for Let's Lead Africa. Our game is to decrease the unemployment in the youth and women starting in Ghana. I am also the Greater Accra Chairwoman for the Models Union of Ghana. I sit on the chair board for Healthy Bambini, which is a nonprofit organization that is centered around helping teen mothers. Again, I am excited about being here. I've been doing business in Africa for about 5 or 6 years, and so I'm just happy to be here. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Tanaka, and welcome once again. We have a topic that we are focusing on today, pragmatic approach to building a successful business in Africa, the myth, challenge, and solution. So the first question that I would like to ask is to Afia. What are some of the specific challenges that African youth face when it comes to starting and running their businesses? And are there any unique challenges compared to other regions? You did mention that you're based in Paris.
Thank you, Lovemore. Yes, to start that, I just want to mention that there's been a lot of growing interest among African youth in entrepreneurship, and I think that is it's a great thing to see, and it's a trend that should be highly encouraged. Globally, you see that small businesses play a major role in job creation and in tackling various social challenges in many countries, and so seeing young Africans showing a big interest in starting their own businesses, in creating innovative businesses that can both tackle social challenges on the continent as well as generate revenue for themselves and others is something that we should applaud and really encourage. But of course, there are a lot of challenges that African youth face, which limits the growth of these businesses. So when you study a lot of the small businesses on the continent or the youth-led businesses, you realize that we have a lot of micro businesses. We have a lot of businesses started by young entrepreneurs that do not grow as they should over time. And we need these businesses to grow so that they can generate the jobs and the revenue that we need to strengthen our economies. So there are quite a number of challenges that young people, young entrepreneurs face on the continent. I think one of the challenges is the lack of adequate entrepreneurial training in most of our countries. So take, for example, I grew up in Ghana. I did my university studies in Ghana. And during my first degree, we had a course called entrepreneurship, which is great to be seeing these courses in our tertiary level. But the challenge is the courses tend to be very theoretical. And so you write an exam about it, but you don't leave with practical business knowledge or understanding of the challenges, the real challenges in starting, running a business, the planning that you need to do, and the understanding you need to go in with. And so most young people are unprepared when they start a business. They haven't received an understanding of how to identify a problem, how to identify a solution that fits the problem, how to identify the needs of customers and develop a solution that meets those needs, and how to position your product or service rightly in the market, how to grow your business, even basic accounting, management of finances of business. These are all training that a lot of young entrepreneurs do not get. On the positive note, there is a lot of training opportunities coming up in the various ecosystems in Africa. So you see a lot of incubators, accelerators that are being started both by private individuals and also some governments going into offering this training. The challenge, however, is many of these incubators and accelerator spaces tend to have a limited capacity of entrepreneurs they can support. And so only a few entrepreneurs are getting this opportunity to receive training, hands-on support for their businesses. So there is really the need to explore how more accessible and hands-on entrepreneurship training can be adopted into our educational system and how it can be made more accessible in general. The other challenge, I think, which is a big issue for many young entrepreneurs, is the weak institutional structures that we have in many of our countries. I have a social business myself in Ghana, and just the challenges of registering your business, the challenges you need to go through in order to get your business registered, in order to open an account, in order to potentially access some financing for your business. And, you know, entrepreneurs don't thrive in a vacuum. Entrepreneurs need the support of an ecosystem if their businesses are going to grow. And so it is really critical that our governments, our private organizations, and leaders in the ecosystem are paying attention to how to fix some of the challenges in the ecosystem, like how to create financial products from the banks and other financial institutions that can be more accessible for young entrepreneurs. The requirements you need to access a loan or to access financing, how can it be structured in such a way that it meets the needs of young entrepreneurs? How can we make business registration more easy, more accessible for young entrepreneurs so that they formalize their businesses and get the benefits that come with it? How can governments put in place policies that are friendly for new businesses in the early years of their businesses? How can such policies related to taxation and others be put in place that are favorable for these young entrepreneurs to thrive? So I believe there are quite a number, but I believe these are two of the major challenges that young entrepreneurs are facing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Afia. I wanted to make a follow-up question. Thanks for the challenges that you've mentioned. You've mentioned the issue of training. You've mentioned the issue of lack of institutional support. You've also mentioned the issue of, policy frameworks that enable these entrepreneurs, to set up their businesses. The question that I wanted to, follow up on was, are there any unique challenges that are very specific, to African youth, or these challenges are actually universal?
So I think in general, these challenges, particularly access to training, is a global challenge. But the reality is some countries have the resources and institutional support that makes training more easily accessible than it does in African countries. So, for example, right now there are a lot of training opportunities that can be accessed online. You can join an online incubation program, even if the physical one, the in-person programs in your country are not able to accept your application. But then we also have challenges of internet access in Africa. So with my organization, Bridge for Billions, for example, we run a lot of programs, and in our quest to make programs really accessible, we leverage technology, we leverage the internet. The challenge, however, is when we come to some of the African countries we run programs in, many of our young entrepreneurs particularly may not have access to the internet, they may not have access to computers or laptops to join this program, where they are being offered very hands-on support, they are being offered one-to-one mentorship and everything that they are lacking. But then because internet is either very expensive in their countries or not accessible where they live in their towns, or not of a strong quality, they are not able to benefit from it. And I think this is not global. There are some countries that have better internet access and more stronger infrastructure to enable entrepreneurship.
Sure. Thanks, Afia. One more question for you is, how can entrepreneurship and innovation programs be designed to address the specific needs and realities of African youth?
Thank you, Lovemore. So it's interesting because, as I had mentioned, entrepreneurs don't thrive in a vacuum. So although we are talking about what the challenges that young entrepreneurs in Africa face, we cannot expect that the solution is only comes from them. They are going to need ecosystem support in order for them to thrive with their businesses. So that's why the role of entrepreneurship programs and other leaders in the entrepreneurial ecosystems is really key. Currently, I think that more and more development organizations, governments, even private organizations are investing a lot in entrepreneurship initiatives because they are seeing that this is really the way to create jobs, to tackle social challenges in a sustainable way. The question, however, is how are these programs, created and designed? I think one of the important things that programs should have in order to be effective is they should be created with a good understanding of the local ecosystem and of the target entrepreneurs. So we should not be importing program structures from Silicon Valley or from wherever that has worked. It may have worked in a different context, but programs shouldn't just be imported and implemented in different countries. Even across Africa, each ecosystem is unique. Kenya has a strong, thriving ecosystem which might be different from the ecosystem of Guinea-Bissau. In this situation, once we are creating a program for a specific country, we need to understand, or even a specific city, we need to understand.
Let me hold you right there, Afia. Thanks for that. I want to pull in Tanika now.
All right.
Tanika, I want you to come in now because I want to hear from Tanika. You are doing business in Ghana. You also lived in the US. The question that I have for you, Tanika, is what are some of the great businesses that are universal that can be developed in Africa?
Thank you, Lovemore, for that question. To be honest with you, some of the businesses that I see that can be universal are a lot of the tech businesses that are starting to develop, e-commerce businesses that are developing, as well as exporting and importing. These are universal businesses that could, they have their challenges, regardless of what country that you are in. They have a way that you can be able to tailor your business towards what you are trying to do. One thing that Afia mentioned that I 100% agree with is the level of training that needs to happen to make people more fluent in the different businesses that they are trying to have. So we have things like real estate, that's universal. That's something that is universal. No matter where you are, we're going to need real estate. We're also going to need technology. We're also going to need medical. So these are areas that we can look at, that whether you are in the US or you're on the continent of Africa, you can create things. One thing that I noticed living in Ghana, there's a lack of community clinics. There's not a lot of community clinics for even the youth, women, and men, just going to have checkups. We do that in the US yearly, annually. Someone is having a checkup for themselves, and they don't have that a lot going on in Ghana. But not to say that as if Ghana does not have a great representation of medical professionals, because they do. But are the jobs created enough for them to be able to thrive in is another challenge, or another topic, I guess, that we could be flowing in for another day. But that's what I see from a distance, is that whether you are in technology, whether you are in medical, real estate, any of those areas, those are transferable type of businesses that you can build, especially with e-commerce right now, because we have to look at what is growing in 2023. See, sometimes another thing that Afia mentioned that I liked is when she indicated that, we can take some of the programs and different things from the US, from the UK and Canada, and we can try to implement those things in Africa, but it does not always work. And then we look at Africa, or we look at the people who are trying these things, and we think that they're incompetent or unable to deliver. That is not really the case. It's the fact that we're not looking at the ecosystem and how they differ from country to country. And when we take a more broadened scope and we look at these things at a whole, we're able to really design the right programs that help each of us to be sufficient in the areas that we are thriving in.
Thanks, Taneka. I want to come back to Afia now. I know Afia had asked, how can entrepreneurship and innovation programs be designed to address some of the specific needs and realities of African youth?
Yes, thank you, Lovemore. So to hop on what Tanika was saying, she gave examples of initiatives or projects or business ideas that are, global. And then I also love that she came back to the issue of local context. So I had been talking about the need for programs to be locally relevant, and then I think also relevant to the social challenges or opportunities of the local ecosystem. So Tanika was giving a very relevant example of local clinics, I believe. So I think that in creating programs, for example, I've seen ideation programs run in African countries with topics, global topics. So an organization is implementing ideation programs globally. They have one theme, and then that theme is run in all these countries. But you realize that perhaps in Ghana, there are more pressing social challenges that we need to support entrepreneurs to innovate in. We have challenges of health, as Tanika rightly said. We have challenges of water, sanitation, and hygiene. We have waste management challenges. So when we are creating programs, we first need to be sure that we are exploring the local context, understanding what are the local needs, especially for ideation programs that have specific themes, and then understanding what are the challenges of entrepreneurs in order to design the solution that the program is offering them. And so if access to financing is a big challenge, understanding what are the gaps in access to financing, what do entrepreneurs need? Perhaps what most entrepreneurs need is not, being trained on how to talk to investors. Perhaps they also need to know how to keep their books so that when they approach a bank or a microfinance institution, they can receive the support that they need. So I think number one, creating programs that are locally relevant. And then number two, creating programs that are very practical. I talked about the fact that a lot of our programs, especially in our educational institutions, tend to be very theoretical. Unfortunately, we see a bit of this repeated in even entrepreneurship initiatives run by, entrepreneurship support organizations. So we can have programs where entrepreneurs listen to lectures and then they leave. they haven't received any practical support to put what they've heard into action. I really believe that because support is not so easily accessible, whenever we have the opportunity to implement a program for African youth, we should be very precise on the outputs and the outcomes we want the entrepreneurs to receive from this, and design the program in such a way that those outcomes are achieved at the end. So how do we provide more, personalized support to meet individual needs? How do we make sure people are able to translate whatever they are listening to into their businesses at the end of the program? And so I'll advocate for more practical, learn by doing approach in the implementation of training programs.
Thanks very much, Afia. And I'm just reflecting, listening to both of you, about the need for us to understand that, when it comes to entrepreneurial solutions, they got to really, really address the problems that are unique to Africa. I think of the issues of, disease banking. Earlier on, Taneka, you spoke about clinical solutions. And I was thinking about the disease burden that we have across Africa, the doctor to patient ratio that we have in Africa that is less than, the universal numbers. And there are opportunities there. If people could come up with solutions that provide, a digital health door or health-related solutions to help people not to bank diseases. So definitely, I think the key principle or point that I'm learning from that is the need for the solutions to be quite Afrocentric, of course, with global relevance. But I want to come to you, Tanaka, now. We're talking about, just to reset the room, pragmatic solutions for Africa, the solutions and the challenges. And I want to come to you, Tanaka, now and just ask, the issue of funding, especially when it comes, to businesses. How does one get finances to start or to scale up their business?
Well, there's a couple of different ways to look at it. We all know that every entrepreneur needs funding. Everybody needs some kind of startup funding. But we also know that there needs to be an education piece. There needs to be a form of development. So if I was just to give you, Love More, 100,000, I don't know what your currency is in your country, so I'm just going to use CDs, for example, okay? Let's just say that I give you 100,000 CDs. And no matter what country you're in, 100,000 is 100,000, right? And so someone giving you that and you don't have no type of understanding how to use that money, how to apply it to your business, how to do record keeping, how to be able to present that information to another financial institution. These are some of the challenges that we are facing here, because many people are needing funding, but we're lacking in having the institutions that are providing the education piece, so that when someone has funding, how do you use it? How do you make sure that it's efficient enough for your business needs? Have you done an analysis, an assessment of the financial need for your business? And, recently I've been learning, because I go to a lot of programs in Ghana just to find out what is available for entrepreneurs. And there is funding that is available, but again, people aren't even prepared to receive funding. Some of the financial institutions want to see, how do you spend your business money? And if you've been doing no record keeping and you have not done anything to demonstrate how you're balancing your books, you don't have any examples to give to these financial institutions, which will prohibit you from being able to get the funding that you need. So I personally feel that, and not just myself, that is what we're doing with Let's Lead Africa. Our organization is equipping people so that they can be at the front line of being able to receive funding. Recently going to a program, and they talked about a lot of the small businesses don't have bank accounts. Many people are doing the old school thing with a shoebox or some other way that they're holding on to their money, and there's no way to justify that. So we are encouraging bank accounts. We're encouraging learning how to financially build yourself and your business, even if you have zero to a little bit of revenue that you're making with your business. Because in the beginning of entrepreneurship, you will gain revenue. It may just be going recycled right back into your business. That's very universal. That happens. But then what do we do from there? And how do you document that information and make sure that if you need to go for more funding, maybe you need to scale up on your business, how do you do that if you don't have any records in place? So we want to encourage the youth in Africa, in the continent, to do more record keeping. And how do we encourage that? We have to develop those programs that are teaching them how to do basic accounting skills, even though we can learn a lot of information on YouTube. It is there. There's a lot of free information on YouTube. Sometimes it's not applicable to your unique situation. So that's why it is good to go to some of these programs and these forums, listen to the webinars. Some of these things may seem boring. Let's just be honest, but there's a lot of information that is there that can help you. And that's the other thing, Love More, is that, some of us who have, in a sense, kind of made it out a little bit, or we've, elevated in our entrepreneurship journey, we forget how it was when we first started. I myself started out in entrepreneurship being homeless. So I didn't have any of those other things that other people had when they started out being an entrepreneur. I had to learn and develop certain skills along the way, which is fine. And that is what a lot of people, institutions, organizations, in private and in institutions as well, they are also embarking on developing the youth in Africa.
Thanks, Tanaka, for that. I think it's very clear that, it's very important that, when you starting a business, you need to be financially literate. You need to be able to interpret in a balance sheet, read an income statement, and develop a proper, profit and loss for you to be able, obviously, to attract, funding. But Afia, I wanted you just to come in here because I'm curious your perspective about the issue of funding. Because curiously, when you started, you didn't quite identify finances or funding as a big issue for youth starting businesses in Africa. What's your take on that?
Yes, so I 100% agree with Tanika. I think that financing is one of the biggest issues. In fact, whenever you take a poll from young Africans on what their biggest challenge is, they are going to say lack of financing. But I believe the challenge doesn't start from, the lack of the finance. It starts from the lack of the training, because a lot of times people may say, I want investment, or I'm ready to access financing. But as Tanika mentioned, their books are not correctly, are not correct. They don't have a business plan. They can't tell you where the business is going. They can't show you their marketing strategy, their business models. They can't explain them. And so without that, foundation of good training, of a well-planned and well thought out business, it's definitely going to be a challenge for you to access financing, even if it's readily available, which is not. But for the one that is available, I think that Tanika made very good points of the kind of support you should take advantage of in order to be able to access that. Just to add to that, I think in addition to the banks, one of the challenges in many countries, you see the growing interest in angel investing and impact investing. These are still very new in many African countries, at least in my home country, Ghana. I think that there is still a lot of, the perception of risk associated with entrepreneurship, especially youth entrepreneurship and youth startups. And so we are not seeing, which I find quite concerning, we are not seeing African business people or African, successful African entrepreneurs reinvesting in the businesses of young Africans. Rather, we are seeing a lot of foreign investors investing in these businesses, and some of our businesses are becoming giants. There's a business in Ghana that I follow a lot called AgroCenter, which is an incredible business. I don't know how many Ghanaian business organizations or investors have invested into that, but I know a lot of foreign investors that they have received. And so I think that there needs to be this creation of awareness of the opportunities that is available to invest in our young startups. We have very interesting startups, very interesting young people doing really innovative things. And one of the finance options that we should start growing is angel investment, is training people on the benefits, how to be able to properly assess the potential of a startup and to be willing to take that risk. Of course, that starts with training institutions and organizations like Taneka's de-risking these businesses a bit so that the perception of risk is reduced for future investors.
Thanks for that, Afia. One of the things that I learned early on in business is that money is very shy. And money only follows organization. If you are not literate, as you keep saying, Afia and of course Tanaka as well, if you are not financially literate, if you are not clear about your business model, you don't even understanding of how you make money, money is not going to follow you. So it's very important, for anyone out there, the youth, the young people who want to start a business, to be very clear about, the business that they're getting into, the opportunity and commercial model of that particular business. That way you can then attract money, be it impact investment, be it venture capital, angel investors, going to the bank, or any other way of raising money. But you need to be organized. And to be organized, you obviously need, to gain the right knowledge. But I've got a question for Tanaka. What are some of the fundamentals for building a successful business, given the typical constraints in most African countries?
I think that one of the biggest thing is that the lack of education that's around entrepreneurship. And what does entrepreneurship really look like? Many people want to be entrepreneurs because they think that is just a lazy way of living. They don't understand that as an entrepreneur, you work probably twice as harder than someone who has a set schedule and a set job that they're going to get up and do every single day. It's easy to know if you're going to be a manager. You get up in the morning, this is your job, this is your role, you got to be there. You're there from 8 to 4:30. But when you are an entrepreneur, you may have to get up at any given time to see what is needed for your business. And I think that a lot of times the understanding of what entrepreneurship is all about gets missed a lot because everyone is just looking at the freedom of being able to do what they want to do per se, and being able to have this plethora of money. It takes time to build to that. Any business takes time. When you look at the Apple business, for those of you that did not know, Apple started out in one of their garages. They were in a garage, starting Apple. And look what Apple has developed to now. So these things all have beginning phases where they start, but you got to have the right components that actually make it move. So I am a firm believer in equipping yourself with whether it's education through a university or learning any technical skills that is tailored around what you're doing as an entrepreneur. What I've also noticed is that people mimic what they see other people do, and that doesn't always work. You know how they have this thing where it's like one for all. It's not really true in entrepreneurship. It's not one for all. What I do in my marketing strategy may not work for you, Love More, and may not work for Afia and what she's doing. So you have to have strategic development, and having a business plan is different from having a business strategy. See, people get those things confused. Your business plan is the overall objective of what the business should be about. And the strategy is how you actually put things in place to make those things work for your business. How do you become successful in your business? You know, and I think that it's missed often because we don't have a lot of institutions that are providing training at affordable rates specifically for what entrepreneurs need. If I'm an entrepreneur and I want to know just about sales and marketing, I don't want to spend 12 months learning about a whole bunch of other things. I just want to go directly to a program or something that's going to teach me about sales and marketing. So platforms like this, the Power of Africa conference, are important so that many of us can be able to come together and have these discussions so that we can see how do we come from here and network with one another to continue to develop what is needed in Africa, because Africa is hot on the radar right now. Many people are coming to Africa. And as Afia mentioned, many foreigners are using African youth as a way to gain finances for themselves. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. They could be doing it, you know, in a way that they're helping their business, but Africa needs to help Africa as well. Instead of every time we grow, we want to go abroad and do something abroad. We need to recycle our funds right in our communities so that we can continue to develop the continent. Because if we look at the history of Africa, many people are gaining from Africa right now. Even the iPhone, the minerals from the iPhone are found right in Africa and Congo. They're using it. So when we look at these different things, we can't ignore that. We can't continue to think that everything abroad is how we need it. We need to just transform those skills in the African continent and equip the youth, equip people. See, we are getting away from strengthening them and giving them the ability to be able to learn. Now, what I have found is sometimes you can lead a horse to the water and they still don't drink. And a lot of it is because the way that the youth is right now, it's a demand system. You do this, I'm demanding this, I get this. And that's kind of how it's been. And with social media and how social media has been playing a role in the influences of our youth, we're looking at how they don't understand the process that it takes to actually build a successful, sustainable business. We can build a business today, Love More, and next year that business is not there anymore. And I've seen many foreigners come to Ghana and do that, particularly because they weren't really looking at the process and they weren't studying the system. The system does have to change. The government does have to get involved, and many other of the citizens of each country have to start speaking up and saying, this is what we need, and we are all gonna champion for that to happen. Many people are sitting silent and just waiting for others to do things when we have the ability to do them ourselves. So why not empower one another? When we look at the various of things that are happening in the US, the crime rate has raised, gun violence has increased. That means more people are going to be searching for their roots and leaving and going where? Mainly to Africa. I also work in tourism, so we look at the influx of people that are moving and doing business in Africa. Ghana, particularly with the Beyond a Return, they have the 7 pillars. They are a huge influence place, welcoming people to the continent and encouraging them to invest and then to do business. But like one thing Afia mentioned, systems sometimes are not in place to cater to the things that we are trying to do. So we have to look at the system. We have to look at the government. We have to look at ourselves as citizens and individuals, and we have to play our part. And we can't be afraid to speak up and be the one that is bringing us to the next level, because Africa is the next level. To be quite honest with you, it has always been the level, you know, and we have let many people take so much away from us in believing, whether we are Black Americans, British Africans, Black Africans, no matter where we come from, we have been taken away from a place of understanding what our abilities have. You have a young man, I can't remember exactly where this was, who built the windmill to help with issues. Do you think that that's the only person in Africa who has done something like that? As Afia mentioned about having the issues with the internet. Why are we still having issues with internet in 2023 in Africa? It should not be a thing. We have enough young people and even older people, wise people who have the innovative skills to develop the right things that each country needs. But some of us are afraid to allow change. So we have to allow it. And in that change is really empowering the youth. They are the next tomorrow. And if they lack in anything, where will any of these countries be, Africa particularly, in the future? So I know I said a lot, but I just had to get that out because we have to be very forthcoming about the development and what is really needed for the youth, for women and men to be empowered and to be strengthened and to build the continent. And that's what I am about. I am about the betterment of us, the people, because I am tired of seeing many of us wasting by the wayside and waiting and hoping for someone else to come and do things for us. And that is one thing that we're doing with Let's Lead Africa. I don't just speak about it, I am about it. We are doing entrepreneurship programs, leadership programs, because we believe that we have to reshape the mind in order for progress to really happen. We have to start there.
Excellent parting shot from you there, Taneka. Thank you so much. For me, one of the anecdotes, entrepreneurial anecdotes that I learned from what we're sharing is that, if you eat a fruit without studying the seed, you always be a consumer. And I say so because you are from Ghana. And one of the things that I've learned about Ghana is that it's one of the biggest producers of cocoa in the world, but it's exported to Europe. Switzerland goes to Cadbury, the UK, and when it comes back, it's chocolate and it's more expensive. So there isn't the value addition, to some of the raw materials that we produce in Africa. Is because African entrepreneurs need to be able to study the production processes that add value, to the so many raw materials that we have. But I would like to bring in Afia now for some closing comments.
Yeah, I think Tanika has said it all. She has definitely said, totally agree with everything she said. And I agree that there is so much opportunity in our countries. There's a lot of opportunity. Yes, we always, especially the youth, complain about the problems in our countries. But then when you think about it, the challenges we have are the reasons we have so many opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship. So we have opportunities to, Lovemore, you mentioned that we still have issues in Africa with access to beds in hospitals. We have challenges with our transport system. That's probably one of my biggest challenges in Ghana. We have challenges with, even access to food is a challenge. The last time I was in Ghana, everyone is complaining about the high prices of food, and then farmers are left with produce which they are not able to get into the city. But then there are solutions for these challenges, and I'm already inspired by the young Africans who are, not waiting for someone in the US or in Europe to bring a solution to them, but are developing solutions. And so I think an encouragement to young people, young entrepreneurs, as Tanika said, let's not just replicate businesses that we see. We see someone selling water and suddenly everyone sells water. Let's look at the challenges, the problems in the society and come up with solutions, locally led solutions that meet those needs. That's how you're going to stand out. That's how you're going to generate revenue and build successful businesses. And then, of course, the role of governments in really promoting entrepreneurship and supporting some of our successful entrepreneurs to really scale up. It's important that not only private consumers, but government is patronizing African services, African quality services. And so recently we've been running a program called, it's focused on health tech, where our goal is to connect very successful or very innovative health tech solutions to various governments so that these solutions can be adopted within the government healthcare system and solve some of the challenges in the healthcare system. So we have solutions by our young entrepreneurs, and it's important that we are supporting them with finance. The government is supporting them to get their solutions implemented in the healthcare space. But I really believe that Africans' growth is going to be led by innovative young Africans, and we have a lot of them. So let's be sure that we are supporting their work. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Hafia. Over to you, Tanika, for your closing comments.
My closing comments are just going to be empowered to empower others and be resilient. Do not give up. There's going to be challenges. Life is about challenges, but there's always a solution to every challenge that you face except death. Death is the only thing that is final. So as long as we have breath in our body, use it and do something with it. That is really what I want to leave on all of you, is that don't be afraid of no's. Don't be afraid of rejection. Sometimes it happens. Don't be afraid of trying something and the first time it doesn't work out. The second time it doesn't work out, it's okay. You continue to keep going until you find the right way of doing it, that it works out for you. And don't look at what others are doing in a way that you should be doing that. Be equipped to know what is for you and grow in that, grow in who you are as an entrepreneur, or doing an assessment of knowing who you are as an entrepreneur. What do you want to achieve as an entrepreneur? Do short-term goals, 1 year, then 5 years, then 10, and then even do 20. Challenge yourself to see beyond the borders. And again, be empowered to empower other people.
Be empowered to empower other people. Power of Africa 2023, who were in the session, pragmatic approach to building a successful business in Africa, the myth, challenge, and solution, with our panelists, Hafia and Tanika, who were really great panelists today. And this is time for Africa. If you are out there, go where the need is greatest and help the smallest. It's time for Africa to arise. Power of Africa 2023. Thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome to Power of Africa 2023. My name is Adrian Kibet, and I'll be the moderator for today's technology panel. I'm a software developer by trade and the CEO and co-founder of Fahamu Inc., an AI company based out of Kenya. I'd like to start us off by introducing today's panelists, starting with Dr. Okene.
Hi, Adrian.
Hi.
How are you doing? I'm Dr. Ekene Onwu. I'm originally from Nigeria, based here in South Africa. I've been here for over 2 decades now. I'm a tech entrepreneur and academic technologist. I'm the co-founder of a health tech startup called Kindred Health. I'm also a founder and CEO of a digital consulting firm called Growth Hall. where we help large corporates develop sort of digital transformation strategies and build products like websites and applications for them. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. Next up is Savio.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for the kind introduction. So my name is Savio Wambugu. Professionally, I'm a software engineer and the founder of Mount Kenya Hub. I'm also the immediate Secretary General of the Association of Country Hubs, which is an association of over 64 different innovation hubs. And I am also a software engineer working with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and I'm happy to be at the Power of Africa to share my simple insights in regards to technology. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you, and I'm sure your insights will be anything but simple. So today's topic is how to effectively leverage enterprise tech product development to boost economic growth in Africa. And I'd like to get straight into it by directing a question at you, Savio. So what are some key challenges that African countries face when it comes to leveraging enterprise tech product development for economic growth?
Thank you, Adrian. And I know also Dr. Ekene will also maybe share the insights on the same. But according to my opinion, I believe when you talk about the enterprise tech products, we mean products like maybe HRM platforms, CRMs and such. And one thing that I'm happy to say is like in Africa, nowadays, a lot of organizations and companies and even governments are adopting the way to go in terms of the enterprise products. And by this, I mean, we are having a lot of organizations developing their own platforms that are tailor-made according to their needs and such things. But on the same, we have some various challenges. And according to me, some that I can mention is one, we have a knowledge gap in regards to having our own people developing our own products. By this, I mean, each and every time we find a company wants to develop a certain product, we are always outsourcing abroad, looking for other different expertise abroad. And it's not because that it's not of the reason that we don't have local engineers or even local experts who are able to develop this. And the major challenge comes in when you have external people developing your own products. They have, in one way or the other, they do not have a way they're able to relate in regards to the local problem and the local culture. So one thing is the knowledge to be able to give our own local engineers the chance to develop our own platforms. But even in regards to that, the other major thing comes in because of the regulatory and the policies that the governments are setting in place. Like, for example, me as Savio Wambugu, I'll develop a platform, a SACCO management system, or even a HRM to work in Kenya. But for it to be able to scale up to, let's say, to Nigeria or South Africa, the government will come in and say, you know, Savio, you need to follow the Data Privacy and the Data Protection and Privacy Act. You are not able to share the data, which is still okay. But we have a lot of policies and regulations that are making sure that these enterprise products are limited to your own country, which is a huge gap. And the last one that I would mention is the infrastructure. You have an organization that is very keen in growing these kind of technologies. But when it comes to things like reliable internet, reliable electricity, you find that right now we are depending on cloud computing. But you even in our own organizations, you do not have reliable internet, reliable infrastructure, which is a major gap. I don't know what you think, Dr. Ekene. That.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think you touched on something that has been something that I mull over a lot. It really is this idea of our inability to scale on the continent. And that's largely because of our the fact that we're sort of an infrastructure deficient continent in many ways. I mean, if you think about, the kind of scale of some of these sort of enterprise software products that you're talking about, I mean, these are really massive, huge financial investment, cloud computing software that you need to be able to use at scale, right? And if you're looking at the kind of infrastructure challenges that exist on the continent, I mean, you're looking at basic things like access to electricity. We're not even talking about the internet or laying fiber or any of these kinds of things, but we're talking about basic electricity. We're talking about basic network of roads. You touched on another kind of core aspect, which is the regulatory environment that isn't kind of designed to foster competition, isn't designed to enable and protect entrepreneurs. You talked about data privacy, etc. But for me, the issue of infrastructure, the issue of an enabling regulatory environment is crucial. Another one for me that is sort of like a major critical challenge is, I would say, the maturity of the market, right? Which is a challenge, right? Because the African continent, when it comes to like the buying power of a lot of the consumers, is not nearly at the level that you find in your sort of Western regions, right? So the markets are still very, they still need a lot of development. They're still in their sort of nascent phases. And you need sort of a level of access to finance that can allow a lot of these kind of technologies permeate society in a way that can really drive economic growth. And right now, we're just not seeing that. We just don't have that level of kind of commitment, both from a private sector and public sector, to be able to foster that kind of change that is needed to be able to compete globally when it comes to these kind of enterprise tech products.
Yeah, and even like for example, and I'm basing this argument in, let's say, in Kenya, and maybe you can also give some insights on in South Africa and Ghana, is whereby I believe it's the high time that we start promoting, and I'm talking this in regards to the funding gap, whereby I believe that it's a high time that even we ourselves start investing on our own products. Like, for example, you find that most of us who are developing these solutions are always looking for funding in Europe, which is not bad, looking for funding even outside your own country, which is still okay. But for me, I still believe that we just need to do some simple capacity building and some simple kind of knowledge transfer to make sure that even we ourselves are able to invest in our own tech products and into our own companies. And yeah, I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right, because I mean, if you think about it, a function of what you're talking about is, I would say, is education, right? You really need, and that's not, I'm not just talking about education from the perspective of having an educated kind of workforce for the sake of having an educated workforce, but I think something that people kind of tend to not realize or tend to downplay is the effect that a highly kind of educated, skilled leader, the effect the top has on being able to disseminate that idea or imbibe that idea that we should invest in our own technology solutions. We should improve the education around science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM kind of areas. Like you need leaders that understand the power and the effect an educated and a skilled workforce can have on your economic kind of growth and your sort of poverty alleviation strategies, right? Because if you don't have that, you struggle to find support, local support for software engineers, local support for infrastructure development, local support for access to finance, local support for sustainable development when it comes to these things. And that for me is really the crux of everything. I mean, if you don't have that level of support at the senior and most top level of individuals who make decisions, who move economies, you just won't be able to see that ripple effect take place with companies on the ground and like you said, software engineers who are looking for that level of support. So yes, I think that for me is really a function of a lack of education, really, and that's yeah, that's we're all in this space together. So I think that's
Thank
one
you,
of the.
Dr. Ekene. I think there's a certain irony to be shared in talking about the issues of infrastructure, then having my video disappear. So I think thank you both for your answers. So I think I'll ask my next question to Dr. Ekene. So what are some factors to consider on the topic of imbibing enterprise tech development as a vehicle for economic growth? So I know you've mentioned like how we take in and we use so much software from elsewhere. Both of you have spoken about this and like the kind of damage it does, especially locally when people don't use this. And I've noticed, I myself have noticed this. There's a sort of, I wouldn't want to call it racism, but there's a sense also that a lot of locals trust foreigners significantly more than they trust locals. So especially when it comes to tech. So it seems, especially with tech, it's very highlighted. Like I don't see as much skepticism in other industries, but I do see a lot of that in tech. So what's your feeling on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think I mean, I know you mentioned a racial aspect of it, but I think there's also, if you think about some of the factors that a kind of investor is looking for when they want to put money into a particular business or into a particular country, there's a certain level of credibility that you build up over time. And I think, yes, some of it is that, it is kind of created this narrative that we're always looking outside for solutions for our own problems. But there's also a function of the credibility that some of these individuals or organizations have built up over time. And I think that's the kind of challenge that, is a challenge, but also an opportunity, right? Because, you asked me about the kind of factors that I think we should consider when we talk about leveraging enterprise kind of technology for businesses on the continent. One of them, which touched on this point that you've raised, is access to finance, but not just finance for the sake of finance, but patient finance, right? Because if you look at the kind of Western markets, what they have is patient money. You're not looking to invest in enterprise technology product development where you're looking for an ROI within the first 3-4 years. And I think that's the challenge. I think when it comes to investment in Africa, there's just a slight apprehension, and you could argue that it's a function of our markets, our inability to, and the challenges that we have as a continent with regards to corruption, etc. But you could argue that the rest of the world isn't just as patient with their money when it comes to the technology development of businesses in Africa, and by extension, enterprise-based solutions. I think there's a lack of desire to be patient, to build, to fail, to allow the continent fail at building solutions that might work in the long term and may not necessarily work in the short term. I think that that's some of like the kind of those are some of the things that I think we don't really discuss. the other kind of factors that I mentioned earlier is the education and skills development. So yes, one is the infrastructure development, right? Investing in robust and reliable infrastructure is absolutely essential to support enterprise tech development. The other one is, the education and skills development, and that's like top down, bottom up, in the middle. Like the highly skilled workforce is crucial. The third one, which I think we don't do enough intra-Africa collaboration and partnerships. I think we've given examples now in Kenya, we've given examples in South Africa, but I think we don't do enough of facilitating collaboration between local and international stakeholders, but at least international from the perspective of the African continent. So the government, academia, industry leaders, investors, they're all vital, but I don't think we do enough of that kind of co-partnership with, on the continent as a whole. The regulatory environment is something to consider as well, because you obviously need an enabling environment to foster innovation, to attract investment. You need that. You need access to finance. Like I said, patient finance, it's absolutely critical. You need affordable loans, you need grants, you need venture capital, infrastructure. Savio was talking about where he spends most of his time working with, kind of incubators and accelerators. You need these kind of tech hubs. They're absolutely essential. And then, you kind of also need developed markets. You need to be expanding your markets beyond your community. I hate this idea when it comes to Africa. The solutions are always do something for your community. And it's like, no, we're like, Africa is big business, right? I mean, there are 200 million people in Nigeria alone. So it's like, we have to develop solutions for the world, solutions that are exportable, right? So that for me is crucial. And I think the last aspect is just making sure that it's sustainable, right? Because that's also another challenge that we face on the continent, is sometimes not necessarily building solutions that last or can stand the test of time. So like a maintenance culture approach. So sustainability is key for us, because in a kind of hyperactive technology environment, solutions are coming every day. Adrian, you're talking about the work that you're doing in AI with large language models. That within a week there is a new kind of expression of AI. And when the global technology space is moving that quickly, you kind of have to ensure that your solutions are sustainable, they're long lasting, and they can stand the test of time. With so many kind of foreign entrants into the market taking place every day. But I think those are some of the things I think we've all kind of touched on in different ways, but I think those factors are really crucial.
Okay. Thanks for that. Savio, did you have any comments on that? Or I go to the next question?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Dr. Ekene. And something that you also mentioned is the government contribution to all this. By this, I mean, it's not even about the money. It's about the policies that they are putting in place to make sure that all these technologies that we are talking about here are accessible, and they have a very good environment that they can thrive in. And by this, I mean, you get to have even our own policies that we are creating that are even a hindrance to what we are developing. So you find, and which is also something else that maybe we can talk in another different forum, whereby you get even the certification process is very hard, difficult, very slow in terms of how all these are coming in. But even in regards, when you compare some of the solutions that we have developed here in Africa and how they are being adopted to even other different local countries, you find it's very slow. Like, for example, in Kenya, you find we have a very good mobile money framework, but you find it's also very hard for other different countries to even adopt the same technology. Yet it's here. But if Safaricom or any other mobile money in Africa was in another different country in Europe, the kind of support that they would get by just being introduced and being rent to, or being funded, not even funding because they even have the funding, or by just being enabled to make sure that they can venture into other different countries in that sector to be very easy. But here in Africa, we are an enemy. We do not want to, I don't want to see Dr. Ekene's platform thriving here in Kenya. What I'm asking is, why can't I develop something of the sort? But what we forget is that he has invested a lot of time, a lot of data, and a lot of knowledge to be able to just do that. So mine is just to say, just like Dr. Ekene said, is we need to start coming up with a culture whereby we are able to promote intra-country or intra-Africa kind of collaboration, so that if my technology here in Kenya is doing good and we are just 50 million, Dr. Ekene can just come and tell me, why don't we franchise this in Nigeria? It's over 200 million kind of growth. So yeah, and also another thing is the amount of money that other different organizations put into place in regards to R&D is very huge. So that when a platform is being rolled out in other different countries, they have invested a large amount of money in regards to R&D. They even understand more than even we ourselves. And this also comes into the same kind of policies that we are talking about in regards to even the data access. So if you want to train a certain AI model in, let's say, in health, just like where you people are in, it's even very hard for you to get some various data sets in regards to what you're trying to develop. So it takes time. And when it is something takes time, somebody else in another different place just runs away with it. Yeah.
Thank you. And as the founder of a startup that would like to break into other countries, I wholeheartedly agree with you. That is very important. I think next I'll ask Savio again. Now, what role do you think the private sector plays in leveraging those enterprise tech product development softwares now? Like, how should the private sector interface with either governments or just people in general in Africa? What more do you think they could do?
So the first thing is how I differentiate these two different sectors, the public and the private, is thereby the government first. For the government, on one end should be investing in things that, in quotes, are not profit-based. Let's say infrastructure, things like roads, electricity, such things. That's on the public sector. Things that might not be profitable when you just look at them in one way or the other. But for the private sector, this is where the knowledge is. This is where the skill-based is. This is where the private sector should be striving to make sure that if I'm in a certain field or thematic area, the kind of data that I'm developing, the kind of skill-based that I am venturing into should be precise and should be well informed. So on my own kind of thinking, the private sector sits in a place whereby they should be developing this kind of knowledge-based sharing. So if I am from Kenya and I'm from the private sector, it's very easy for me to work with Ekene from Nigeria and just try to be able to do some kind of knowledge transfer and such kind of things. So one is to do collaboration. We need to promote collaboration and knowledge sharing. That is one. And then two, there's these things to do with CSR, corporate social responsibility. We have a lot of organizations in Africa that are making very good kind of money. That is one. But, and they are profit-based, which is also very good. But I believe that each and every organization that is the private sector should have a CSR kind of plan. And this CSR should be looking at equipping various expertise to make sure that even in the kind of value chain that you are in, they are kind of developing a very good tech. Do I have to use tech in this case? Just promoting skills through CSR and also equipping various organizations that that are working in the same kind of area. Like, for example, if it's us from the innovation hubs, if we have an organization that is doing good, having a CSR in let's assume promoting things like 3D printing. If I just come to a certain innovation center and you say, as part of our CSR, we are going to donate, or we are going to equip your innovators with very good equipment to do things like 3D printing, that is very good. And you find that some of these equipment that we're talking about are very expensive for the local innovator or the local startup. So for me, the private sector should be promoting that kind of CSR, and also in the same line, the industry collaboration. So, yeah.
Okay. Before I ask Dr. Okene to give his viewpoints on that, I actually wanted to comment because I think it's actually a bit more granular than what you're saying. Because I remember recently, a couple of months ago, I was at a hackathon. I wasn't participating, I was just observing. And there were a lot of like college kids there because they were participating in the hackathon. And one of the things I noted was how desperate they were for anyone who was sort of in some way already in the career path that they were looking for to validate their work. You know, just like look at my GitHub, or, you know, tell me whether you think this work is good, whether I should continue. And one of the things I found odd and a bit upsetting was just how much people feel entitled for giving you even advice, you know. So there's a very weird culture, at least in my opinion, where people want rewards for doing the bare minimum, just passing it forward, you know, helping someone figure something out, just explaining to someone how easy it is maybe to set up a company in a particular manner, and people feel entitled as if they should be paid for doing that, you know, they should get some reward. And I feel like that holds us back a lot, because people fail to realize that you can't build community selfishly. You can't make this a community where people are willing to contribute if you start it out by making people pay for your contributions. So I don't know if either of you had a comment on that, or Dr. Okene on the previous section.
Yeah, no, you know, the point you're making is they're all interlinked, actually, especially this idea. I think you're leaning towards this concept of kind of mentorship and coaching, and I think you used the phrase called paying it forward. And I think it's all kind of interconnected. I mean, if you think about the point Salvia was making earlier about the challenges that businesses kind of face on the continent when it comes to you know, something like imbibing an enterprise tech product that is used not only in Kenya but is used in South Africa and in Nigeria. I mean, if you look at just practically speaking, if I had a business or I had a startup that built cloud software, I know he gave the mobile money example, but let's say I've created some kind of enterprise services layer that I can use to make M-Pesa easily accessible in Zimbabwe, in Namibia, in South Africa, or a mobile money operator in Zimbabwe like EcoCash, and use that in another African country. If you look at the Western markets, for how long have we known Visa and MasterCard? It's been those two. I mean, we talk about, yes, you need a hyper-competitive environment, and I think that's actually an African problem. I think we're just too competitive. But it's these two that we've known for a very long time. Now, in 2022, I think the number was like $3.3 billion was invested in African tech startups in total. And, you know, of that, a large majority of the funding went to fintech or financial technology startups. Now, if you want to create a particular enterprise-based product and export it even within the continent. When you're looking at the Western environment, you're looking at credit card penetration in the 80%, in the 90%. In Africa, if I want to provide a product that somebody can buy in different African countries, I have to do an integration with about 17 to 18 different financial instruments. I have to do mobile money, I have to do credit card, I have to do cash, I have to do, so it's, when you think about it, there is just so much competition, to the point it's almost to the detriment of our growth, because you don't have an environment where somebody is saying, what do we need to be doing in Namibia to allow, what kind of policies do we need to be putting in Namibia to allow an M-Pesa work for us? What kind of policies can we be putting in Namibia to allow a Flutterwave work for us, right? And I think if we do more of that, right, it then speaks to this smaller kind of micro issue that you're talking about, Adrian, which is to say, if we understand that we're a big business, we're a continent of big business, if we understand that there's more power in leveraging collaboration than there is in fostering this competition to the point where it's to the detriment of our growth, you will get to a stage where you begin to understand that paying it forward, that supporting, working in these kind of tech hubs, these incubators, these accelerators, having these environments where like-minded people can educate each other, can share knowledge, becomes absolutely crucial, because there's no point being in these kind of environments when you know that there's no point being in these spaces when you're looking at the guy next to you not as somebody who could help me, but as somebody who, oh my goodness, I haven't patented this idea, so I shouldn't be discussing it. So I think you've touched on a very crucial point, which is we need to develop a culture of mentorship. We need to develop a culture of coaching. We need to develop a culture of collaboration, because you need those environments, you need those structures to foster the kind of scale that we need to take us out of poverty. That's just the honest truth. I don't know what you think, Savio.
Yeah, and also, exactly what you've just said, and also what Adrian you said. You know that, like in Kenya, I don't know how long, maybe you can know, Adrian, how long did it take you to get even an internship once you are done with the university? Yeah, in Kenya, in my own time, it was the longest time ever for me to get even a simple internship. It's not that I didn't have the skills. Adrian, how long did it take you?
So my path was much more circuitous than yours. So I think I didn't get an internship to begin with. I actually started my own business first. So I did web development. So I think by the time I was looking for a job, because that worked out for a while. So by the time I was looking for a job, I did have experience behind me. But I know exactly what you're saying, because that's like the common refrain. Like, you spend your time looking for a job, then once you get a job, now it's your job to try and find jobs for everyone else you know.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, even on the private sector, this kind of collaboration should be key in terms of even giving these young techies or even young entrepreneurs a chance just to learn from the job, and just to learn from the best, because we are also very generous in terms of and even hard in terms of even sharing the kind of skills that we are having.
Speaking of that, actually, Savio, that was one of the other questions I had, because one of the things I find a huge annoyance is how much people keep secret about their startups when they have startups. And usually once I find out the secret, I'm like, okay, That's not of any use to me. Why were you hiding that? Like the only use it has to me is anecdotal. So it's this whole idea that anything you say, it's like the American court system. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I just find that interesting how people, it just seems like a ubiquitous thing. Everyone seems to believe the same thing, that you will do better if you hide things, which I haven't found to be true. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, no, at least from my side, I mean, I lecture, I designed a program for WITS Business School here in South Africa called Business Disruptive Innovation. And one of the key, so in my part-time, in my spare time, that's what I do. But one of the key things that always comes up every year without fail from my students is, sir, I have this really great idea, but I don't want to, I don't want to share it. Like, if I'm having a conversation with you now, sir, like, are there any things in place to ensure that you don't take my idea and you run with it? And I get that literally every year. And it's always funny to me because, my response is always that an idea is just an idea. The ones who are successful are those who are able to commercialize those. So all you have is just an invention. And innovation is your ability to commercialize an invention, right? So if it's in your head, that's where it'll stay, because at the end of the day, having 100% of a $0 value business and 1% of one that's worth $1 billion is much better. So for me, I've always been like, share your ideas. Like, the individual who's planning to steal your idea is very, very, very likely to fail because he doesn't understand the vision, doesn't understand what it is that you're trying to achieve. But like you rightly said, it's very important to share what it is that you're working on. You don't need to work on stuff in private. Everyone's always looking for that big headline, or I've raised, or I've, and it's silly for me because there's so many things that you could do together, so many aspects of your tech startup that my tech startup could benefit from, and even the fact that Savio spends so much time in these kind of really, really enabling kind of environments that help tech startups refine their products, that help entrepreneurs figure out the next kind of path to scale. Just keeping that all to yourself is just to the detriment of everyone else. Because I actually think of a phrase that I heard today. It was somebody that was saying that it's similar, but that the Bible isn't your personal book. What you're learning is meant to be shared, and you're meant to, not just have the kind of intellectual assent, but you're meant to entrust, you're meant to entrust your life to those words and the things that you're reading. So I think in this exact same way, you're meant to do the same with the knowledge that you've gained. You're meant to share it with the next generation. You're meant to share your ideas with your peers, because that's the only way Africa can actually compete globally. We cannot do it any other way.
I think it also tends to be some indication of not having done any market research, because if you have an idea that nobody in the world has ever thought of before, then you're doing very well. You're doing extremely well to have an idea nobody's ever thought of.
Exactly.
Savio, did you have any comments?
Yeah, for me, I agree with all of you. What I would say is, if your idea is very easy to be copied, then you don't need to do it, because as soon as you start implementing it, then everybody is going to adopt it. Just like Dr. Ekene said, if you have a very good idea, it's always very good to just get some other insights from other different people, because what I keep saying is you're not the only genius that we have here. So if you share it, you get some more insights from other people. But it's also a culture that we have created whereby somebody wants to die with his own idea, spend a lot of money, spend a lot of resources, spend a lot of time trying to develop something that in the wrong land. It's like just waking up and start walking without even asking the direction, or else you don't even know where you're going. And you arrive and you find that you're in another different kind of setup, not where you intended to go. So yeah, and this also comes in regards to the same policies that we are talking about in regards to protecting the ideas. You should not be limited to sharing your idea because you can steal your idea. You should just be having some well set guidelines in regards to how you share and collaborate.
Okay, thanks. So it's good that you brought up policies, because for the final question, just to wrap things up, I'll ask to the both of you, how can African governments and policymakers foster an environment conducive to the development and adoption of enterprise tech products? So I think maybe we can start with Savio now.
For me, how I see it, we have African countries, we are very good in coming up with policies. And by coming up in policies, I mean coming up with very good documentations that are well versed, that are well thought through. But after they are adopted and passed, it's all history. We now start looking for another policy to look at and to develop. So how I see it is, the first thing is, even when we are documenting and coming up with these kind of policies and regulations, it's always good to involve the stakeholders who will be benefiting from these kind of policies. Like, for example, I can give an example. Let's say like how in Africa, we are all talking about the digital ID. I believe each and every country is looking at implementing this kind of policy. So it's one thing to have lawyers, to have policymakers sit down and document this kind of policies. But again, we also need to look at who is going to benefit from this kind of platforms. How does a local guy from Tanzania or from Kenya, how is he or she going to be impacted by this kind of policy? One, how are the startups or the entrepreneurs who will be impacted in these kind of policies feel like? So that when we are rolling out these policies, it's not like we are forcing you to do this or to start adopting this kind of policies and regulations. It's something that you already know that is going to help you, that is beneficial to you, that is not limiting to you. So my own opinion in regards to this kind of policies is whereby the government should act and should kind of utilize the whole value chain or the whole all the stakeholders in developing these policies. And these policies should not just stop at just passing them in parliament or making them law, but also equip another aspect of maybe capacity building and rolling them out, so that we don't just have a lot of documents that are very hard to comprehend, difficult to understand. They cannot be rolled out even to the local entrepreneurs and innovators.
Okay. Dr. Kenneth?
Yeah, I think Savio is absolutely correct. I think a lot of the policies that are designed sometimes don't involve the stakeholder. They're never from the bottom up. They're done without consultation, and I think oftentimes they lack context. I'm a firm believer in policies, not for the sake of creating them, but policies that are also deep and rich. So, for example, it's not just necessarily about having a policy to foster innovation and technology. Like, for me, that's like it's not going to help Africa. You can't have like a one size fits all. The different levers to move Kenya's economy to the next level, or move the South African economy to the next level, or move the Ghanaian economy to the next level, is very specific. So, for example, there might be particular sectors that require policy that is stricter than others. So, for example, if you have, you have kind of survivalist entrepreneurs, so somebody who is selling tomatoes on the side of the road, and then you have your kind of high growth entrepreneurs, so those are your like technology based startups. I think you should have policies that are specific to those different types of businesses or areas or industry, but not only that, but policies that are also specific to the industry. So, for example, if you know that technology is going to be the bedrock of moving Rwanda's GDP growth in the double figures, then you've got to have policies that encourage the market to move towards that particular sector. So if you're in Nigeria, as an example, you don't necessarily want policies that enable more and more people to invest in oil, as an example. If you know that oil is not what is going to be used is not going to be the driver of growth for Nigeria in the next kind of decade or 2 decades or so, then you shouldn't have policies that enable that structure to continuously, kind of trudge along, right? So you want to have policies that specifically drive the growth levers that are particular to the country of focus, right? So that might be different for Kenya, might be different for Namibia, might be different for Ghana, might be different for Nigeria, but you need to have policies that are rich, that are dense, and that take into context, like Savio said, the stakeholder opinions on the ground, but also the particular aspects of your strategy for growth as a nation.
Okay, so thank you both. I think this has been an excellent panel. Now I'd just like to give you both a chance to say something in closing, because I think we're running a bit over time. So, Dr. Kene?
No, just I think I always say this, we have our problems, but one man's problems is another man's opportunity, right? And I think on the African continent, I think we're the only continent left where innovation, like real innovation, can take place. So if you're ever thinking of investing, if you're ever thinking of potentially coming back home to make your mark, or whatever the case is, or even staying, nowadays we have to talk about staying on the continent. I would encourage you to do that, because we are the only ones that can write our destiny. And then there's a lot to do. Like other environments are saturated. They don't have real wicked problems. I mean, people on the continent, we have serious problems, and there's a huge opportunity for especially enterprise-based solutions, because we have such a low buying power in some markets like Nigeria, as an example. South Africa, much better, even though the size of the market isn't the biggest. But there's still an opportunity to develop that, to find new ways of doing old things. And like I said, innovation is really only taking place here. But the future is extremely, extremely bright. This young generation that we have, the excitement, the fact that, infrastructure is really the biggest issue. And if we solve that, as you can see, as Adrian said earlier, we're not short of entrepreneurial intent or entrepreneurial desire. It's kind of in our DNA. When we can't find an internship and we can't find a job, we're not on the side of the road or in some house or in some kind of government-based housing to survive. We are on the streets trying to build new businesses to survive. So it's in our DNA to create value. So yeah, those are my final comments.
Thank you very much. Savio?
For me, what I would say is Africa is our business. And I just live by saying, if today I start screaming down here, people will call me a madman. But if me, Dr. Ekene, Adrian, and many other stakeholders start making noise, people will come to investigate and see what is happening. So it's the high time that now in Africa we start collaborating and working with one another so that people stop seeing us like madmen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I think this has been an excellent tech panel for the Power of Africa 2023, and cheers to being excellent madmen together.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Javier.
Thank you all for joining us. This has been the tech panel for Power of Africa 2023, and we're glad to have been here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists for such a great discussion. There's so much to catch up with after those sessions. We can indeed build a successful business in Africa if we leverage some of the insights provided by the professionals on our business and financial panel session. The technology panel session must have been exhilarating for the young tech professionals too. While there are challenges that surround us, the opportunities to position Africa as the future is indeed abundant. I should think you didn't miss out on any of the details discussed either, right? Let's continue the conversations on the Power of Africa social media pages. Our Instagram, Twitter handles are @PowerOfAfrica_. You can also find our page on LinkedIn and Facebook with Power of Africa. We are all set for our next panel session today, which is on travel and tourism. It's entitled Optimizing Tourism and Travels in Africa, Pathways to Drive Sustainable Investments and Commercial Value. And we have a lineup of super speakers who will elucidate further on this sector. After the tourism and travel session, we get our dancing shoes on as we move to an entertainment break with our DJ of the day. So do stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power of Africa Conference 2023. Thank you for registering, and we hope that you're going to get to learn and have a great time. This year's theme is The Future is Africa. My name is Tess Waka from Kenya. I'm a radio presenter, an event organizer, and an advertising consultant. I love traveling, and I'm happy today that we're going to have a conversation on tourism and travel. And our topic this particular session will be on optimizing tourism and travels in Africa, pathways to drive sustainable investments and commercial value. We're looking forward to your inputs and just being part of this conversation. Amazing panelists that are joining in on this particular session. I'm super excited to just get to meet from different countries, and we're going to learn from a lot of them. All right, over to our first panelist, Abigail. How are you doing, Abigail? And welcome to Power of Africa Conference.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. I'm doing very well. I believe you're doing well as yourself. My name is Abigail Olagbaye from Nigeria. I am the CEO of Desigo Tourism Development and Facilities Management, a destination management company. I'm also the chairperson for Sayari Junior Sustainable Tourism Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. We're looking forward to getting to hear from you and just get to learn from your experience. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Over to our second panelist, Mr. Emmanuel. It's good to see you, sir, and welcome to Power of Africa Conference 2023.
Good to see you too, Tess. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from. My name is Emmanuel Frimpong. I live in Accra, Ghana, and I'm the CEO of Patient Consult and also the founding president of African Tourism Research Network. It's a great joy and honor to be here, learn, and also share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Looking forward to interacting with you. Well, we're going to dig right in, and our topic today is optimizing tourism and travels in Africa, pathways to drive sustainable investments and commercial value. And I'm just going to throw this question to you, Abigail. You've mentioned a lot that you're doing and not just one thing. And I like that you're also focusing a lot on Africa. So what are some of the challenges you would share with us today and the risks to the development of tourism in Africa?
All right, thanks, Tess. Risks to the development of African tourism. It ranges from, leadership, from governance, from destination management, from how MSMEs are either supported or not supported, how they are financed. Do they have access to finance? Do they have access to markets? And also with regards to destination, destinations and the tourism products. How innovative are the products? How attractive are the products? It's an important area we need to look at, especially post-COVID, because of the impacts that the COVID-19 had on the tourism sector. According to a report by World Bank, comparing 2019 and 2020 figures, it reported that the tourism sector suffered a setback by 73%, one of the highest amongst all the sectors. So, post-COVID, it's such a very relevant area that is, investment, tourism investment, and of course, sustainable tourism investments, is one of the areas that, the industry must pay attention to, very crucial attention to. Well, other areas of challenges, include capacity building for tourism businesses. If we look at how many jobs were lost, of course, another report by the World Bank, claims that about 100 to 120 million jobs were lost during the COVID-19. So coming back from such a debilitating pandemic, one must begin to look at how to reskill, retool, MSMEs, how to empower them. So these are some of the challenges. It's inexhaustive. These are some of the challenges that the tourism and travel industry is facing, in Africa. I mean, there are issues with connectivity. There are issues with, visa restrictions, accessibility, and what have you. So these are, and as we talk about these issues, we need the government support, in terms of policy implementation, and all that, to be able to ensure that, the issues that are raised are looked at, and, there are ways, there are solutions, that are implemented.
Thank you so much, Abigail. Indeed, we cannot fail to mention the effects of the pandemic on many sectors, not just tourism. And it's going to take a while for us to be able to just get back. But I'm sure we have all the time. Thank you for that, Abigail. Emmanuel, I just want to ask on the role of the communities when attracting tourism investment. What is the role of the community, and what should it play to ensure that we attract tourism, especially in the area of investment? Emmanuel, you need to unmute your mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tess. When you look at the African continent and the way land ownership is set up, most African countries, land ownership is by families and by communities. And if you talk about tourism, we have historical tourism, we have our natural tourism, we have our cultural tourism, which most of them is also owned by families, communities, and rural areas. Now, if you are looking at investment, of course, you cannot talk about investment without looking at the role that the communities or traditional leaders will play. But unfortunately, most of our traditional leaders, or in most African countries, we have always seen tourism as a foreigner's business. I don't want to use a white man's business, or somebody coming from somewhere to visit our country, to have a holiday, to enjoy themselves, or to come and have a business conference, and then they go. So we have not seen tourism as our own. Therefore, you see domestic tourism not really thriving in Africa. So for us to attract investment, community and opinion leaders must be involved. How do we get them involved? They should understand that tourism is business. And as a business, they should know how business is run. And therefore, if somebody wants to invest in my community, for instance, somebody wants to build an international hotel in my community or in my area, I should not charge the person the way I would charge someone who is building a private house. I should know that a person is coming in to invest in my community. And by building a hotel, what do I get? I get my subject or the people in the community to be employed. I get them to be trained. There is also linkages whereby these hotels will support other services by establishing in that community. So community head or community leaders should understand tourism in that sense. Therefore, when anybody makes any effort to invest in my community, I should relax the way I charge. I should also do certain things to attract investment into my community. But I can only do that when, as a community leader, I understand how tourism works. And recently, or for the past few years, we are talking about sustainable tourism, we are talking about ecotourism, and we are talking about community or rural tourism. These are tourism that is community related, community encouraged, community motivated. Therefore, we should bring community together to understand how tourism is worked, how tourism is initiated, how tourism is implemented in our communities. Therefore, we will be able to get people to be attracted to our communities. We should also look at our festivals. Most festivals are not done in cities. Festivals are naturally done in communities. How is festivals done? Do we do it as a commercial festival, or we only focus on festival within our communities? How do we even market those festivals? How do we market?
I think we lost Emmanuel. He was mentioning on how do we market such in the community, and communities, you and me.
When communities are involved.
He's back. We lost you there, Emmanuel.
Yes. So community is extremely important in building tourism.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. The place of community is key. It's key in that, and we each have a role to play in the different communities that we have been placed in. All right. I want to just pose another question to you, Abigail. There's so much that you've mentioned that you're doing, and I just would want you to share a bit on what you, as an entrepreneur, as a tourism agent as well, and all the things that you've mentioned you're doing. What is it, or what would you consider to be some of the tourism and travel opportunities in Africa? Oh, you're muted. Need to unmute your mic. There we go.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tess. Thank you so much for that question. Tourism opportunities, travel and tourism opportunities in the sector, they're enormous. And, you know, I almost don't know what point exactly to begin, you know, because when you talk about Africa, you know, Africa offers endless opportunities. You know, talk about, you know, what we're all, I mean, if you consider the fact that when the race against time with regards to sustainability, climate action, and all that, you know, there is this school of thought that Africa is Africa would you know, would present to the world about 30% of global minerals that we need, you know, that the world needs rather. You know, that is on the minerals aspect. But in terms of travel and tourism, look at our safaris, look at our destinations, you know, the opportunities are there, but we're here today to critically examine the aspect of investments, the aspect of how do we connect businesses with finance. You know, how do we connect entrepreneurs with finance? How do we connect them with markets, you know, to drive the right traffic to the destinations? You know, so these are issues that are very germane when it comes to travel and tourism. You know, I want to talk about the, tourism product innovation, for instance. You know, we must begin to, I mean, when the Mr. Manuel, the last speaker, was speaking, he talked about, do we see festivals as, you know, as a business or just as a community event? We must begin to scale and have a, you know, a more appreciable value for our tourism products. Apart from innovating, we must see those products as income generating products. We must market them as such. We must package and repackage them, you know, as such that they can attract different markets. You know, we have to look at niche markets. We have to look at consumer behavior. What is it that tourists you know, would love to have on destinations? Tourists now are into experiences. Tourists are into you know, safety, security when it comes to health, right, and sanitation and all those things. So these are issues that we have to be deliberate about. You know, so the aspect of being deliberately developing our tourism, deliberately marketing our tourism, deliberately packaging our products, you know, in a way that we know that tourists would be attracted to visit our destinations. So these are issues that are very important that we must not take with levity.
Yeah, I like that you've mentioned that the opportunities are there, but then we also need to grow and develop those opportunities. Not just to say, yeah, we have all these opportunities, so we're good. No, we need to keep growing them and developing them. And that's what you're mentioning, all those. Thank you so much, Abigail. Now, Emmanuel, you mentioned the place of community in terms of even being part of the investment when we're talking about tourism and travel. I want to ask you, when it comes to foreign direct investment, what are some of the issues, the mitigation issues against foreign direct investment in the tourism and hospitality sector in Africa? This is away from the community, away from the local fraternity, now the foreign direct investment.
Well, if you look at foreign direct investment, especially in the tourism industry, you would realize that in probably Southern Africa and Central Africa, they attract quite sizable amount of investment. But if you look at especially the West Africa and the sub-region, you would realize that not much investment is being done. The question is, every investment that you attract, the investor has an interest, and the interest is that I must get return on my investment. Now, as African leaders, we need to package the way we attract investment very well. Why are we attracting the investment in the first place? We are attracting the investment so that our people can get jobs. Our people can also learn from the foreigners that will come with some level of expertise. So what then do we have to do is we need to package our destination. And Abigail talked about destination marketing and destination management. We need to package our destinations very well. We have allowed foreigners to tell our stories. So we have it out there that investing in Africa is risky, it's expensive. But in reality, we also know that anywhere that you want to invest and is risky, there's more returns. In any international investment that has come to Africa, they will tell you that there is more return on investment in Africa than any other continent. What we need to do is to tell our story, to invite people to come to the continent, to tell our own narrative so that people will be attracted to come into the continent. This is the continent with the highest youth population. This is the continent that has one of the highest educated population in the world, but we don't tell our stories. This is the continent that you come and labor is very cheap. So why are we not telling investors to come? And why are we not also having awareness around investment opportunities in Africa? So until we begin to have these opportunities laid out to investors outside, we will not be able to attract investors because you can only invest in an area that you know. Again, let's look at our academia. What is the area of research? What is their focus? What are they researching in? Are they researching into the opportunities that we have in Africa to publish it so that people can read, investors can read, and also think of investing in Africa? If you look at all the countries that are attracting investment, they are countries that have strong academia researching and publishing their research. So until we begin to do some of these things and let the world know that it is possible to invest in Africa, they will not be attracted. The other thing that we also need to be very careful, and which is recently we have seen Niger, we have seen Burkina Faso, we have seen Gambia, we have seen these places where there is coup d'etats taking place. Whenever there are coup d'etats in one African country, what the world sees, or the investment or investors see, is that it is Africa. They don't isolate the country. So as long as we continue to have these instability, investors will not be interested in investing in Africa. They don't care whether it is Ghana, or it's Nigeria, it's Kenya, it's anywhere. As long as it is within one African country, they lump all of us together as Africa, and then they brand it that, oh, investing in Africa is not safe. So we have to look at all these dynamics when we are able to deal with them, and then we can attract the right investment.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. You've mentioned a lot of realities. I want to just give a case study. For Kenya, I think we got to a place where there was a lot of, like what you're saying, information that's false, and in the tourism sector. And I think as a nation, we've really relied on social media to be able to just market Kenya. And at some point we would be very proactive and post when we're traveling just within our nation, and change the narrative for someone who is like miles away and is hearing all these things about Kenya, or right now there's demonstrations, you cannot go there even though it's the holidays. And we've used social media to be able to just change that narrative. And I think for us as a nation, it's the one place that if you just try to get the right information, we're slowly getting away with all the false information that has been out there concerning our nation, that has been a limitation even to foreign investment when it comes to tourism. And so I completely agree with you that we are the ones that will have to do a lot and put a lot of things in place for us to be able to attract foreign direct investments. especially in that area. Maybe I could take your closing remarks, Abigail, and then Emmanuel, and then we could call it a session. But thank you so much for all your amazing insights and just getting to share your experiences. Abigail, any closing remarks?
Thank you so much, Tess. It's been quite exciting talking about sustainable investments and commercial value for Africa's travel and tourism. I'd love to add to, in closing, I'd love to add to what Emmanuel said, the things he has said, very vital points that he has made, with regards to transparency, with regards to embracing, destination-centric approach, with regards to embracing best practices. These are things we need to pay attention to. How do we use data to promote our destinations, to make investors get information about the products that are available, what is the destination, if an investor is interested in investing, what are the what are the implementing strategies, and of course, I would love to also link this with the AFCFTA with regards to, for instance, in the hospitality sector. You want to build a hotel, for instance, and you perhaps want to bring in some goods from offshore. You're going to be thinking about tariffs. You're going to be thinking about would there be any bottlenecks with regard to importation, taxes, and all those things. So I think that yes, the AFCFTA is on track, and tourism has to find a way to take advantage of the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abigail, for that. I completely agree with you. Emmanuel, what closing remarks do you have for us?
Well, my closing remarks would be that Africans should learn to visit Africa. What I mean is, as a Ghanaian, I should love to visit Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. It's only when Africa visits Africa and we get to know ourselves, then we will see the opportunities within Africa and we can attract investment within ourselves. We should not be thinking more of people coming from outside to invest in Africa. We can actually create wealth within Africa. We can have investment within Africa by Africans and from the diaspora. We should make opportunity for the diaspora to feel comfortable to visit Africa and invest. They have huge sums of money that they have accumulated. They have expertise that they can bring to Africa, but we are not embracing them. We are not allowing them. We are not even allowing Africans within Africa to even invest. For me to travel to Togo by air, I would have to travel to Europe before I come to Togo. Why should that be? For me to travel to Nigeria, for Nigerian to travel to Ghana at the border, it is a hell. So until we begin to remove all these useless boundaries that are not helping Africa and allow Africa to visit Africa and Africans to visit Africa, we will find it difficult to attract people. But if we allow ourselves to visit ourselves and know that we are our brothers, we are our own sisters, and then seek investment within Africa from Africans, I think that is the way forward. We cannot continue to rely on others to come and invest in Africa. Let's start it and we can do it.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I completely agree with you. And I think that's why we have the theme this year, the future is Africa. Thank you so much, Emmanuel and Abigail, for being here. Experiences, and we've gotten to learn a lot, and we hope that we will get to implement and move this conversation out there. So thank you for being here, guys. We really appreciate, as they say in Kenya, asante sana.
Yes.
All right, guys, we hope that you've been able to learn. You could keep this conversation on social media. Share your highlights. Tell us what you've learned, what stood out for you. And you could tag us as well, Power of Africa Conference on social media, and use that hashtag so that we can get to find out that you wrote about us. Thank you so much for attending this conference, and until we see you again, take care.
Take care. Bye.
On the wheels and tune, they call me the turntable goddess. Hello, my people. I go by the name DJ Safi, and I'm here live at the Power of Africa Conference 2023. Thank you for having me here. Hope you enjoy my mix. Chew. Hey.
Más que se va haciendo party now. Más que se va haciendo party now. Tori was a one and you let me happy. All eyes on me when I enter the party. Okay. All eyes on me when I enter the party. Okay. All eyes on me. Más que se va haciendo party now. Only my baby was haciendo party now. One quick, one back. Only the one quick, one back. Only
Butterflies in my tummy when the money enter me, I like it. Getting rich and it's all in that plan on mine, ready to Forbes. I buy it down from my baby, no don't you want me, to rally. Soft living like a superstar. All I do is win till no loss. See my diet got me gone. I feel like what's the rush? And I waiting it's all. Me not see no evil and I fear no harm. I do this acting off the cross. For you me don't be dumb. I know it's a God. I'm on a new level. I put it all on God. So when you see me smile, my brother, you for just show me love. If you know la vida loca, nobody take my joy. I make me when you see your caraya. You see money, caraya. Too much money, caraya. You see money, caraya. I run my city, I boss up. I go home, me pay, I don't want to. You can't step to me, show the escort. When you get scatter, you go low. Make all the girls, they go low. Isha Odua, say the story. Isha Odua, you can follow. God do is what you need, you don't want to. See my life, get me call. I feel like what's the wrong. Like a Tupac, I think I'm Balenciaga, they shall be me, a Tupac, I'm looking for your chit-chat, carry up my body to TikTok,
Netflix, we go hard life. I just a chop life, no stress, say living soft life. I don't know how I survive this tall life. Girls who want get my baby reach 4-5. Every word really come out of my mouth like they monetize and Papa, I don't get energy. And they can't really shout, and they can't really me no shout, I'm more energy. Cash money, cash me loud, cash in, cash out, baby, why should I? Cash me is money, the flex, gas so loud. They pay me like black because I'm trying to now. I too soft like up, and my bank a lot to buy, you go mad, go up. God, you better wake up before you touch out with the heart to the smoke in the burn. Who's the musician? Fato. Who's the technician? Who's the producer? We dey do bad things for good reasons, you know, I know you know. And we dey do good things for bad reasons, you know, I know you know. We don't keep messing, we don't keep malice. We just wanna have some fun tonight. We are the happy people, we are the world. I'm there with you. Location, I'm moving up. I'm there with you. Location, I'm moving I tell them before, you can stop, you can fall. She like, yeah, you a program, you get program, really program. I can't go out, tell me what to do, I can't do. Yeah, no skip that, tell me what to do, and if you want to. Jen, I do my bad, break what I can do. Tell me smart, you can run to. Walk in my entry, I am great at Ogo. I do go, I do Ugo. I'm a call, no, the Ogo. Ulugo, Ogo, on your Ogo, you know what I'm feeling, Ogo, yeah. I don't like some need to do party, I do party, go till I'm like, do drive, I'm not a good time. Animal shout, look on you. What was that? They come on you. The party was I will go for you. Tell you I'm a chashaka. Then you plaza. I'm a camera with you, but I can't. You can't speak to check out, stay to me, now and the car, we go on. When the last sleep of me, I give up. I'm a you, like by all I'm if I do, and 100,000 people. You can't so see I'm you, kill it, for you with my money. For you, no, you because you just feel it, you just see it, you run. You want my young body, you don't just look over. You want my young body,
understand anymore. Everything you do like it did before. I don't know you working from 9 to 4. I would visit them and you never come. Cause somebody be trying to take a loan me from me. And I don't know what to think. make I no go poke. Me take that blow, but I no go let go. I lay on my 10 toes, forever go settle. No go let the devil. All of be my happiness, and that's some G for me. I see they call you honey, but you know picking my call no more. You know they picking my call no more. No more, don't you pick it in my heart. Call you, call you, call you, call me. You know they pick up. You know they pick up. No more, don't you pick it in my heart. Call you, call you, call you, call me. You know they pick up. If I ever take you wrong, check it out. Cause I don't fit take this pain anymore. Don't go to shit for me, it didn't get to me. My mental health very strong. What you want? Tell me what do you want? I've been dreaming for 2 months, but I still no hear no compliment. Let me take that blow, but I don't go let go. I need all my attention, forever go settle. No go let the get go. All of be my happiness, and that's some G for me. I said they call you honey, but you not picking my call no more. You know they picking my call no more.
All right, my people, thank you for joining me and thank you for having me. Thank you, Power of Africa Conference. Thank you for having me here. I go by the name DJ Safi. God bless you. Bless up.
Thank you, DJ, for that special mix. I certainly got my dancing shoes on, and what soothing music. Hopefully, it helped you relax too. African music is truly exquisite. And yes, what an exciting panel discussion we just had on how we can better harness the opportunities in African tourism and travel sector. The amazing economic power awaiting African countries, if these opportunities are well harnessed, will be nothing short of extraordinary. Tell us what you think and share on what you thought about these 2 sessions on your social pages. This is still the Power of Africa Virtual Conference 2023. And remember, this year's theme is The Future is Africa. I'm still your conference host, and my name is Lwatile Matlapeng in Botswana. Coming next on our conference lineup is the energy panel session, where our speakers will drill on the issues around diversification of Africa's energy and power sources. Right after the energy panel, we will also join the Agriculture Day 2 panel session of the conference. You will agree that maximizing the gains in agriculture will surely make Africa self-sufficient. I can't wait to listen to the learning lineup of our esteemed speakers in both sessions. I will be back right after the entertainment break at the end of the panel sessions.
Olá, Salama, Zishil, Saubonan, Bonjour. Hello, Africa. Hello, friends of the world. Welcome to Power of Africa 2023. My name is Momad Mukanyeya, and I speak from Matola, the largest industrial city in Mozambique. I am the manager of Mozambique Energy Intelligence, a local think tank, and a leading local content company. And today we are talking about energy. With us, Ms. Tandy and Ms. Taffy from South Africa and Zimbabwe. And this is the energy panel. The topic of the year, diversifying Africa's energy and power sources, the potent options available. Well, I will now welcome Ms. Tandy to introduce herself.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Momadi. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. I'm honored actually to be here. So my name is Tandy Umatabete Wakangongo. I am from South Africa, based in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal, and I run a business in the energy space, in the oil and gas industry. So I run a petrol service station.
Thank you. Wow, congratulations. Now I welcome Ms. Taffy from Zimbabwe. Hello, Ms. Taffy. How are you, Ms. Taffy?
Hi, Mamadi. Hi, Tandy. It's good to be here. Power Africa 2023. My name is Taffy Chikwakwata from Claymore Solar, based in Harare, Zimbabwe. We are an EPC company within the renewable energy space. We've been in operation in Zimbabwe since 2006. Our main focus of business currently is productive use of renewable energies, with a focus on small-scale farmers looking to improve their livelihoods, as well as guarantee their food security, so to speak. So yeah, so it's good to be here and looking forward to this discussion.
Well, thank you. Again, this is the Power of Africa 2023, and this is the energy panel. The topic of the year, diversifying Africa's energy and power sources, the potent options available. And to help us understand this topic, we introduced Mr. Tandy and Mr. Taffy. And the question will be, the first, what are the opportunities that exist in diversifying and making existing energy sources efficient in relation to Africa's current sources and needs? Ms. Tandy, would you help us to understand?
Maybe I will respond in the energy context in South Africa. As
Yes.
all of us know that South Africa currently has a very devastating energy crisis, with the homes and businesses suffering the blackouts for hours in a day, and it is a crisis that we are faced with as businesses. Directly to my business, in my petrol service station, if there is a blackout, obviously I need to use the generator as a backup. And the generator cost that we are incurring in our businesses is really getting out of hand. And this crisis that we are faced with has seen some of the businesses shutting down. Currently, it's really a survival. We are in survival mode when it comes to energy in South Africa. But we are hopeful that as a country we understand our crisis, and that's the first step towards success. The second step would be then to put measures in place to make sure that we mitigate these kind of mitigations before they do major damages in terms of closing down small and medium sized businesses, which are a huge contributing factor when it comes to employment in our country.
Thank you. That was clarifying, and the question will be the same for Mr. Taffy. What are the opportunities that exist in diversifying and making existing energy sources efficient in relation to Africa's current sources and needs?
Yeah, I mean, yes, much of what Tandy said makes sense in that regard. I think, as we all know, Africa needs to produce, and production requires a lot of energy, and obviously at the best possible price. So to this end, solutions that achieve the need, which is providing power without the cost, the heavy cost that comes with it. So, for example, Tandy service station, when power is down, would probably notice that a lot of people are buying a lot of diesel, petrol to run their generators. That simply means that the cost of energy is increasing because we're using a source of energy that would obviously be expensive. So that's outside of the normal parameters or the normal norms of costing when you're costing your production. So Africa needs to produce. We need to produce to feed ourselves, to clothe ourselves, to export and earn money. So, for example, water pumping. If you're water pumping in farming, this can be achieved without any battery storage, for example. So the storage becomes the water. So if we pump the water into a tank, we're storing that water without the presence of a battery. Solar freezers, hold over freezers, they're able to store their energy in eutectic tanks and store food overnight without the need, again, for a storage battery. So we're diversifying what is normal. So if we have a battery bank in a system and we take the battery bank out, we've reduced the cost. We've reduced the cost of producing. We've diversified how we're storing our energy. In the case of Tandy service station, we're storing energy in fuel, in the form of diesel, in the form of petrol. But how do we take that out and use it somewhere else so that we diversify how we store the energy, and without changing much on how we use it to produce efficiently? So in my view, investment targeted at these areas where we are changing to suit Africa. So if we've got, you've got the vaccine fridges in the clinics at the moment, and these are direct drive units that don't need a battery. So already a development has been made globally over the years to bring in these units that can store these vaccines, bring health to the most rural of areas, but limiting the cost of maintenance, limiting the cost of repeated costs of maintaining those systems. So if we invest in these areas, we target our investors in these areas, we will deliver greater impact and obviously greater profitable results that will develop, for example, the farming sector, or energize e-mobility. We're able to get to places, get e-bikes, get e-ambulances to move women from their vulnerable places to clinics where they can get services without it costing a lot more money. I mean, if you think about it, if you pump water into a big tank on top of a hill and distribute that water into a village, and that village no longer has to go to the river to pick up water, you've given them time. Time is valuable. You've given them the ability to take that time and put it into something else. They're able to produce more. You've given them that ability to produce more that they can feed those in the cities or those outside the cities, outside the country. That means financial security. Financial security leads to just proper improvement in self-dignity, self-determination of where you want to go. So there's a lot that we can do in terms of diversifying where we're going. I could mention things like solar dryers, solar mills, anything that we can run during the day when we're awake and produce. So yeah, that's my view of how I believe, where I believe the opportunities lie. They don't just necessarily lie in us putting in generators, solar panels, batteries. They lie elsewhere. They lie in the populace or the people that we're trying to help, having the ability to produce more, having the ability to earn more, having the ability to come back into the towns and feed industry, feed the economy. And in that contribution, it's dignifying, isn't it? Yeah. But that's my thought. Yeah. Thanks, Madi.
Well, that was really great to understand. It was really enlightening. I understand here that businesses are in survival mode. We understand that Africa needs to produce, and production needs energy, and we need to provide energy to those companies and entities producing more for the benefit of the Africa. and the cost of energy is increasing. Of course, it will inflate the final costs, and it's critical to store and use efficiently the energy that we have, even the traditional sources, fossil and renewables. And it's critical to target investment in innovative areas to save time and produce more by supplying also basic services that will also help the communities to attain, at least to achieve the financial security for their well-being. The second question will be, are the new energy technologies that answer African energy needs? Or do the new energy technology answer the African energy needs? Ms. Taffy, would you care? That's you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mamadi. Yeah, so I mean, the basic question is, are new energy technologies the answer to Africa's energy needs? And my view of it is that not always the case. Solar panels, fuel, as in Tandy's supply, for example. Let me quantify my thoughts in that way. Is that if we streamline and make what we have more efficient, we will deliver, right? Africa is vast. I mean, look at South Africa, for example. It's a vast country. Even Zimbabwe is quite vast. So if we bring in electric vehicles to move product from point A to point B, from Durban, where Tandy is, all the way to Johannesburg, is there any one vehicle that exists today that can do that in one drive? Probably not. You've got to stop and recharge. Do we have the charge stations available across the country to be able to charge all those vehicles efficiently so that we're able to deliver the goods between Durban and Durban and Johannesburg efficiently, Durban and Zimbabwe, Harare, efficiently? No, we don't. So do we spend all that money, the little money that we have, building all these charge stations across the country? We will eventually get there, but this is not always the case. This is not the time to do that. So I've been looking at technologies, for example, such as hybrid vehicles. So you've got vehicles being launched every day. I think Nissan in South Africa have just launched a new hybrid vehicle. We've seen hybrid vehicles on our roads here in Zimbabwe that allow us to spend less on fuel, but go further at the same time. So we have to have a mix. So the mix is what I mean when I say streamline. So if we streamline the technologies that are made available to us by the rest of the world to suit our African realities, the great vast lengths of road we have to travel, how can we do that and still do it efficiently, on time, and produce? So that's what we need to do. We need to modify or align existing technologies with the real needs, right? Imagine an e-mobility solution that goes beyond delivering people and goods from one point to another, but offers the ability perhaps to say, run a mobile hair salon, or a carpenter can power his tools and still get back to the workshop or home for a recharge, right? Now, imagine you mix that with, say, diesel, petrol. What does that do? What does it deliver? What does it bring? As an EPC, we've been to locations where we've done work and we've gotten to the place and we've had to run a big generator to power tools and things like that. But imagine if we were able to customize a whole unit, a whole truck that's able to drive down to a location, park, and power tools on site, do other things. How much less fuel do we use? How much less of a footprint do we have? So we need to look at it from that perspective. And with respect to Tandy's business in terms of fuel supplies, that's the innovation we need. We need to be saying, how many clients can purchase fuel, but use it efficiently enough to actually be happy to purchase more? And because the impact is less, they can still do more. So these are the technologies that we need to look at, not the fancy new things like, for example, one doing the rounds, green hydrogen, I think it is. We've got to exhaust what we have now to suit the needs that we have on the continent now. That's my view, is that we can't always take new technologies as they are and plant them into something if they don't quite suit what we need to deliver as a continent. Because if we can't, it is fair to say, let's bunny hop and go to the next stage and forget the one in the middle. But the one in the middle is the one that keeps rural Africa going. It's the one that keeps rural Africa running. So should we ignore it? I mean, if I take a bus that's going to travel into the rural areas of Zimbabwe, more than 700 kilometers in, who's going to actually fund or get a good return on investment in putting in a solar charge station that deep into the rural areas? So no, I don't think it's always the case. I think new technologies, when they're targeted at specific problems in Africa for a specific African solution, work. But when they're just generally global solutions, then I think we have to try and maximize what solutions we have on the ground already. We have enough sun to power Africa from just solar panels, for example. Do we need to change that wheel? I think so. But yeah, thanks, Mamadi.
Thank you. It was a little bit provocative and a little bit personal. That's why I was also trying to push Thandi before she was also to explain the same, to understand, for us to understand a little bit about the renewables and technology. So Thandi, what do you say about that? Do new energy technology answer the Africa's energy needs?
I think I'm aligned. I'm really aligned with what Tafi has shared with us, which was very enlightening. I also believe that we just need to try and look at what we have before we come up with any fancy things that we think are going to be the solution for the future. Yes, they will come. There will be time for that, but I don't think that time is now. I think for me, what I see helping in the current state is to use natural resource as much as possible in the form of solar, because it uses sun. So if we can try and exhaust ourselves around that, because it uses a natural resource that is available by nature, So if we can try and exhaust ourselves there, then we can, in stages move forward. But to come up with all these fancy things now is really not going to help us. I mean, in the South African context, Tafi has explained to us, we currently have an energy crisis, right? So we cannot be introducing cars that are going to be electrical. I mean, then you adding on the burden into the current energy that we are struggling with. You see, so as much as other things are a wish to have now, but I think as Africa, as the continent, we just need to do introspect and acknowledge where we are, and try and put on hold some of the fancy things that we are rushing to get into our continent, and deal with our own issues first, try and mitigate with the current resources as natural as possible, and then we can add on at a later stage.
Well, of course, it was also really enlightening. And as we understood here, we need to use what we have and exhaust our energy resources. Of course, we need to do a mix, but we can also rely on solar, that also not to rely on fancy energy techs. But of course, all the new technologies are really relevant to the development, sustainable development of the energy sector. Fossil fuels and renewables. Of course, we also explored that. Energy security and energy transition. What will be the best development strategy for Africa? Mr. Tafi.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think the best strategy to take is sort of follows on to what Thandi just said, which is if we focus on what we have, the natural resources that we have, and we develop those. So we've got vast tracts of land that don't have any real use to us. I was looking at, for example, when you drive from the Entebbe Airport in Kampala all the way down to from the Entebbe Airport all the way up to Kampala, you see all these vast tracts of lands or these openings that are considered swamps. I mean, what would happen if we built, if we actually went through there and we built solar plants there, what would happen? What would happen if we developed a way to use the stored water in a different way? I mean, we now use stored water in what do you call it, in dams as hydro. So if we look at those areas, hydro, renewable energy, solar, and we focus on those areas, I think that's the strategy that we need to look at. We also need to look at productive use of energy in the rural areas. How are we going to help we call them moms and pops, right, out in the rural areas? What are we going to do to assist them to develop, but using productive use of energy, solar water pumps, solar dryers? What other technologies can we develop that assist them in giving them more productivity, time, etc.? Yeah, that's what I think our growth strategy needs to be in that space.
Thank you, Tafi. I think maybe we have connection problems with our moderator, but I am aligned with what you're saying. And maybe just to add on the issue of education, I think also as Africa, we just need to try and make sure that there's enough information on how we can try to save the energy resources that we have, or how can we use them in such a way that we can, preserve and make sure that the distribution is equal for everyone. I think it's very, very important. I see here in South Africa, the information is really limited to urban areas, and more civilized spaces. But in the rural areas, there is a need for a drive to educate people on how we can use energy efficiently. So that's one part of education that I see as a gap currently in our continent. The second part is to try and review our syllabus for education from primary education, high school, up until tertiary education. I think there's a need to review the syllabus based on the challenges that we have as the continent. I always believe that education is we don't go to school just to get a piece of paper, but we need to go there so that we can solve our problems. We cannot rely on external people to come and solve problems for us. We experience these problems every day, and energy problems are escalating every day. So we experience these problems, and the solution must come within us as Africans. So that is why it's important that we review the syllabus to make sure that it channels us to respond to issues such as energy crisis that we have, and come up with strategies that will be best suited for our continent, because we cannot always look at other countries. Other countries are more developed than us sometimes, so we need to come up with the solutions that best suit our continent, and the best people to do that is us as Africans.
Yeah, that's 100% there, Thandi. I absolutely agree with you. Something that we talk about is the TVETs, right? The technical, vocational, and education training facilities, that we need to empower them some more. We've had cases or instances where good meaning NGOs have come in to assist us develop our youth, but they'll spend 5, 6, 7 days training people. And that program for me is not enough. We need to do more. We need to spend more time developing solutions that suit industry. So you'll find that industry players such as yourself, myself, have a need. We know what we need. We know what we want to see happening and where we want to be going. But it needs renewal, continuously renewed. We need to continuously improve. The technologies need to mean something to Africa, to African problems. They need to address African solutions. And you are so right, Thandi. We need to look at the educational policies as part of the developmental momentum to keep Africa on course in terms of diversifying its energy needs, or even its production, to such an extent that whatever we put out is what we get in and more. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, I love that. I love that you touched on that educational part, because it is one of those links that we miss. And a lot of times, if you look globally, a lot of our engineers are working offshore in different places across the globe. We need them here, and we need to make it viable enough for them to stay and work in Africa and develop and build Africa. Yeah, that's a brilliant point, Tandy. Brilliant.
Thanks, Tafi. I'm not sure if Mohamed is back or if he is still struggling with connection, but I hope that he'll be back to close the session. Yeah, I think just from my side, maybe the closing remarks from my side is that we are blessed to be born in Africa. We love our continent, as tough as it may be currently, maybe in the business space, for us as business people in the energy space, as tough as it may be, but it's something that is exciting and it's something that is fulfilling. I get fulfilled every day to be an enabler of transport to move in and out, because I give them fuel, I give them diesel. I feel excited when I have people buying bottles of gas to use in their heaters, to use in their gas stoves, so we play an important role, as much as there are challenges, but it's something that is fulfilling. And I encourage all the people that are running businesses in the energy space that we must not give up on our continent. We are the solution to the energy crisis that we face in our continent. And we must always use our voices to make a difference. Voices in different spaces, be it in the government space, to make sure that the legislation is aligned, as we were talking now about education, to make sure that the legislation is revived and is aligned to our challenges. Use it in the private sector to make sure that the private sector comes together to work with communities to make sure that we deal with the energy challenges that we have. And we must not leave rural areas aside. I come from a rural area. I know how it is not to have information at your disposal. Hence, I always go back using my foundation. I always go back to rural areas to make sure that they have some information, be it in the energy space or in the STEM, the whole STEM community. I always go back to educate them about that. So yes, we have energy challenges, but there will be solutions, and the solutions will be coming from us.
Now, thanks a lot, Andy. That's brilliant. I love that you can relate what you're doing to the rural areas and the rural space. And yeah, my closing remarks would be pretty much that Africa, we've been waiting a long time. We're resourced by resources from elsewhere. It's probably time for us to resource ourselves with our own resources. We need to appreciate that. We've been given a leap forward by technologies created and developed maybe in other spaces and other areas, but it's time to use those technologies to our advantage. We need to start looking at how to minimize or miniaturize technologies that are global in scale, but can actually come back in and drive productivity, drive progress, especially within the rural areas. I'm passionate about the rural areas. I'm passionate about developing those rural areas. And for me, as I always say, hashtag rural will be the new urban. And that's what I live for. And that's what I want to see. Thank you very much for having me here. It's been a pleasure.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Power of Africa 2023. My name is Nono Sekgoto, and I am from South Africa, currently based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Today's panel is on agriculture. And just to quickly introduce myself, I'm a commercial farmer in South Africa, focusing on beef production. And I've also had 15 years of working in this space. And one of my passion, which is the work I do, is in empowering young people to develop their careers within the agricultural value chain across Africa. I work at African Leadership Academy, supporting the network members within the agricultural sector. For now, I'm going to introduce my next panelist. Tunda, please come ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tunde Banjoko. I'm the MD of BO Farms Limited. I'm from Nigeria and I'm based in Lagos, Nigeria. Our company is into commercial crop production and consultancy, and we do a lot of mechanization services as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tunde. And I welcome Brian, who's our other panelist. Please come on stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Koselati Brian Izikani. I'm from Zimbabwe, Keke. Currently, I'm in Lusaka, Zambia. That's where I'm running my business. My business is called Junior Agripreneur of Africa. So we identify passion and the interest of kids while they're young, from grade 1 or year 1 up to year 12, while they are still in school, primary and secondary. And because the interest in the agriculture value chain, business opportunities, and also make them identify the careers that are in the agriculture value chain, so that Africa can produce much more food. We believe that Africa can improve the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I will call up our last panelist, Mohammed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Awal Abdallah. I'm from Ghana and I'm currently in Ghana. I'm an agricultural enthusiast, and as such, I'm into agriculture. I work with Kama Agro Ghana Limited, which is a venture between Saba Holdings Limited and Premium Consultation and Association Canada. We are into commercial production of hydroponic tomatoes, which is being processed into tomato paste for the African market and also for export to Europe. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mohammed. And with that, I'd like to introduce the topic of our panel today, which is the opportunities to drive Africa's economic sustainability through agriculture. I would like to ask my first panelist, Brian. Brian, please can you, how can agriculture, education, and entrepreneurship skills in the agricultural value chain contribute to Africa's economic growth? It would be great for you to just share a little bit on that.
Awesome, thank you. So we are looking at Africa, making sure that Africa produces more. We are looking at Africa having more food. We're looking at Africa being able to sustainably feed the world. So the models that we've been using in Africa mostly, if you look at it, is when someone is finished their secondary education, primary education, that's where they will start going to learn about agriculture. So we are making sure that students, they learn while they're still young, then grade 1 up to the grade 12, they learn also agriculture skills. They also learn entrepreneurship, how do you run a business? Because we find that when graduates go out in the job market, they do not understand much of what happens in the agriculture value chain. They start learning as well more of what should I do. Simple things such as writing an invoice to a supplier. You find that someone who's come out of college, they find difficulties with that. You get a graduate to the farm, they are not able to connect the irrigation. It's all because at the education level, at the basics, we usually jump to agriculture, we jump entrepreneurship, and we think that when someone has finished school, we are now able to work and produce more. While it is converse, 70% is employed in agriculture. But if you look at every African GDP in terms of agriculture, it is quite very low. So why don't we start from the roots? Why don't we start from the basic? Education and entrepreneurship will actually help. When we have a mindset of people that are productive, it will be easier for us to produce quite more food. We place them where they want to be. An engineer will place them in the agriculture value chain. Those that are microbiologists will place them to make African seeds. This will actually unlock the value of agriculture and increase our personal GDPs as countries. Imagine 10 years after now from this discussion, we are teaching entrepreneurship in schools. Everyone is learning entrepreneurship. It means that in the next 10 years, people that can make initiative and unemployment levels will go down because people are now able to create backyard gardens, architecture, their hydroponics, everything that is zones, or what can IT do? All of those topics should be included in the curriculums that we are having in schools so that we can have a prosperous Africa. So if you give me more time, I can explain.
Great. Thanks, Brian. I like that. I think it's about just being practical, right? Giving practical skills right at the young level. So I really appreciate that. So my next question goes out to Tunde. Tunde, can you highlight some opportunities available in agriculture that you believe can really make Africa a success?
There are a lot of opportunities we still have in the Africa agriculture space at the moment, and I think our investors still have a lot to glean on in the continent. If you look at most of what we consume in Africa, they are largely still being imported. And you look at, even at the moment that we are talking, you look at the effect of the Russia-Ukraine war on our agri markets. We are one of those continents, Africa, Middle East, and Asia, that have been affected by the war because we have not getting the grains that we need. So there's still a lot of opportunity in commercial production. We still feed in Africa from the subsistence farmers, giving us about 70 to 80% of what we consume at the moment because we don't have enough commercial farmers. So we still need a lot of people investing in commercial agriculture in Africa. And when you also look at how our production is being done at the moment, we still see a lot of things being done using manual labors, hoes, cutlass, and like Zika says a few minutes ago, we are not even embracing technology yet. So there's still a lot of opportunity in mechanization, bringing in mechanization into what we do in Africa. So we need people investing. You'll be shocked that you go to a lot of community in Africa, and all we use are still the implement our great-grandfathers gave to us. So we still need, and you go to some community, you might not even get a single equipment, a single tractor to work with. And then they still have to rely on what they've been used to. And that is reducing our output as in Africa. So we need people, there's still opportunity for people investing in mechanization, equipment. Then we still see we are not using technology also in Africa at the moment. And that's why when you look at our output as well, where Africa is still struggling to get maybe in maize 1 ton, 2 tons, you see other countries getting 6 tons and above, 9 tons, 10 tons. So we still need a lot of people coming into that space, one, with mechanization, with technological equipment. We need people with large scale agriculture, not the subsistence scale that we are still doing, while we are still struggling with prices and food in Africa. You'll be shocked to know that some countries in Africa rely largely on imported food. Largely. This shouldn't be in the 21st century, that will still be relying largely on what is being imported. So we still need people investing in that space, equipment, technology, even funding. We can't be relying on World Bank all the time in Africa. Now we need Africans who can fund African projects with long-term funding, single-digit funding, because the funding we still use in Africa is still very high. And that's why people can't do as much. Even those who have the knowledge cannot get to the field because the funding structure does not support long-term agriculture at the moment. Because when you are talking of, double-digit interest rates, 6 months, 9 months, even 12 months is just by the corner. So we still need some investors in Africa who can invest and give long-term payment. Those are some of the opportunities. So we have opportunities for financing, mechanization, technology, commercial cultivation, and so many areas. I think Africa is ripe for that, and we should start talking about that. And because when you also look at why we are here, when we had this Maputo Declaration, I think that was 2003, that we said, okay, 10% of our budget in Africa should be going to agriculture. Just barely 5 or 6 countries have been following through to that. A lot of countries, over 50, are not doing. Some are doing below 1, some are doing 1%, 2%, 3%, and barely. So we need real funding in agriculture so that we can start having systems that are sustainable. And, like what Luzinka said, that's when the youth, because for it to be sustainable, the youth have to be involved. They have to be interested. That's when we can. But if it's, you look at the average age of an African farmer, maybe 55, 60, with those age brackets, it's not sustainable. And the young ones are not interested in agriculture because they can see the link. They can't see things driving it, and they can't see technology driving it. So I think those are areas of interest.
Yeah, I see. I hear. I think the things that are coming out very strongly in your comment and your answer is really driving production in our continent so that we start feeding ourselves. And that's something we all know very well. And you're right, and it's very specific things. Funding can open up, really can take us forward with many of the things that you spoke about. Funding from government level all the way to investors, who are coming in and bringing the right type of funding to actually provide us with the with the ability to drive the economy of agriculture, as you said. So thanks, Tunde. Very good points. And yes, I completely agree on that. And let's hear from Mohammed. Can you give me an idea around, Tunde also mentioned something about sustainability and how important it is for us to be able to move forward in the sector. I'd like to hear your thoughts about what the relevance of precision agriculture to the economic sustainability in Africa is, and what are the benefits we can see from that? Mohammed? Okay, looks like Mohammed's network might be a bit slow. So let's go, we've got many questions. So let's see if we can go back to Brian. Brian, are you with us? Yes, great. It would be great for you to just let us know why is agriculture education important? I guess you had touched on that quite a bit, but I think maybe if you can focus on the sustainability part of this education, especially because that's really what we're talking about here in this topic. Can you give us maybe some experience or thoughts around that work where we're teaching young people around sustainability?
Awesome, thank you very much. So yes, when we look at the education and why it's important and why we should really talk about sustainability, it's very, very important that we tackle this topic so that in the future generations we are food secure. So you'll find that as I borrow from what everyone has said, especially what Tunde covered in terms of technology, in terms of mechanization in our farms, you'll find that there's a lot of apathy when we're looking at agriculture, all because at times people think that there's no sustainability. And this is emanating from the education that we get from the young age When you're young, you're told that the steps to success, you go to school, you pass, you get a job, and you live your life. And there's no way where people really weigh in how we can use our land. How can we use our land sustainably over long periods of time? You'll find that some of the ways that we grow crops in Africa have actually caused to have our soils deplete in terms of their potent. They are no longer fertile, or because of the way that we've been educated how to put fertilizers. Why don't we start talking about and thinking about regenerating the soils and looking at the soil as a habitat of a lot of biology, worms, you can talk about a lot of biota, you can talk about fungi that we've been destroying over years in Africa through the use of chemicals so that we produce food. A lot of land in Africa that we pride ourselves that it's arable, you will find that most of it currently it's no longer, it doesn't have that potence. So we are teaching the young people, how do we sustainably keep our soils so that they go to the next generation, they also benefit in the same way that we are benefiting. This is where technology comes in, where we talk about, do we have drones in our school curriculums, where children that we can use drones to actually map the land, look at the soil, test the pH, put exactly what is needed in the soil. What is intercropping? How can we do companion planting? How can we do that so that we can sustainably feed ourselves first, then we feed the world? How can we adopt a lot of technologies such as precision farming? Why don't we put water exactly the way it is needed? Because you'll find that a lot of quarrels in the villages are because of water for the goats, water for watering their gardens. And why don't we have young people starting Arduino project where we can have technology that tells a farmer when to water? Thereby, if they know when to water and what time to water using an application, they are able to save water, and the quarrels for water will change, because once farmers' ground will always be wet and they are not fighting for the same water because they cannot see it on top. Why don't we tell them that in regenerative agriculture, we need to cover all the ground? We need to dig where we are supposed to dig. We are burdening some of our parents by the methods that we give them, such that when young people see agriculture, they see this is toiling. Let's use methods where our children, if they're interested in engineering, let them make tools in school that we can fund as government, make tools and say, this is a heavy job. Make them dig from here to the end of the field. Then say, did you like that? If not, now make an African tool that can quickly dig from here. And thus we are talking about sustainability. Now everyone is taking care of the environment. The environmental friendliness is there. The easiness of doing a job is there. We're not using a lot of energy in doing a small task that can be done by a machine in a minute or in less than 5 minutes. We have classes at where we can teaching children how do you code a robot. First world, they are using robots to harvest, and people are using are concentrating on productive tasks that are not just redundant. You are repeating the same thing over and over again, and you are making mistakes. So we are showing the children that you can code. You can code a drone to go and spray a field, and imagine a drone can just do 1 hectare in 5 minutes. And us in our knapsack sprayers, we're going, you go and fill a drum, you come back again, you go and fill a drum, and come back again, and you're saying a young person should go there. It becomes very difficult. Why can't they have a drone that sprays, then business and build a business around it, and we spray exactly where we need to spray, because drones can make you go and spray in the corner where the field is affected by diseases. Now, when we find, like in tomatoes, tuta absoluta, we're going to spray the whole field, and so that makes sure that we are using more money on chemicals. We are spraying more chemicals on our soil. We are destroying our soils. Why don't we use drones to make sure that if there is aphids, our drones are throwing in aphids? Why can't we show young people that you are doing a farm where farmers that have problems with aphids and do and buy ladybirds from you that go and eat the aphids? There we are creating a biological way to do the things. Then we are talking about
So,
climate change and
yes,
carbon dioxide.
thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I
thank you
can
very much,
continue.
Brian. I think I know, trust me, I feel the same way. I've also got a lot of information that I'd love to just share. But I think just to take something that really speaks to me in what you were saying is being able to encourage young people to understand the skills that they have that they can bring into the sector, that can be developed and to be appropriate to what we need to develop. So, you know, that example of the engineer, you know, thinking of agriculture as a place to have their career develop. And I think that's probably what's lacking quite a lot. I feel like in the work that I do is really providing that exposure around the various opportunities that young people can really immerse themselves and use the skills that that already excite them. Because sometimes, you know, as we know, agriculture, they thinking one way, which is what you described, which is this very difficult job that needs to be done. But the idea is to show them, hang on, the skills you already have, come use those in the sector to improve and to really contribute to success in the sector. So thank you, Brian. I appreciated that. And thanks, I see Mohammed is back. And Mohammed, we had actually touched on the precision agriculture. So I think Brian actually mentioned quite a bit there, but I think what would be great is to just hear your thoughts around how you think it would really benefit our continent if that's what we were focused on, you know, precision agriculture. If you've got some words to share on that, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, very well, as you rightly put it. So precision agriculture is also known as smart farming or precision farming, as other people call it. And this is an advanced approach to agricultural management that uses technology and data to optimize farming practices and increase efficiency. So you realize that it involves the precise application of resources such as water, fertilizer, pesticides, based on real-time data and analysis to maximize output while minimizing waste and environmental impact. So in precision agriculture, definitely we have certain things which include one, data collection, data analysis, variable rate technology. So with data collection, we have various sensors, drones, satellites, and other technologies which are used to collect data from the farm, including information about soil conditions, weather patterns, crop health, and growth rate. So on data analysis, you realize that the data collected will be processed and analyzed using a kind of software or sophisticated software to gain some valuable insight. So under precision agriculture too, you realize that GPS and GIS technology are highly utilized. I mean, global positioning system and global geographic information systems. So with that, we have certain benefits. In using precision agriculture, we have benefits like, you know, increasing crop yields, because in using that, you realize there will be optimization of resources and addressing of specific crop needs. And therefore, precision agriculture can lead to higher yields and improve overall farm activities. And furthermore, another benefit of it is that there is reduced input cost and there is environmental sustainability. So that's just a bit
Great.
about agriculture.
Very, very practical. Thank you very much, Mohammed. And I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, who doesn't want to have less input costs?
Yeah.
But I guess there is that upfront investment in the, I guess, the equipment. That's something that we obviously are still thinking about here on the continent. But I really think the fact that there's benefits that are long-term, I think that's important, especially on the environment, especially on the land itself in the long run. And I think if we can all kind of have that in mind, then we will go a very long way. Thanks, Mohammed. And let's go back to Tunde. So Tunde, you mentioned finance as one of the, big inhibitors for us to achieve, this potential in agriculture. What are the other major challenges that you think are still, inhibiting us to really achieve that economic success on the continent, especially looking at agriculture?
I think looking at the African space, one of the things that is still really a major issue for us is policy inconsistency. When you look among African countries, an investor wants to be sure of what will happen in the next 3, 4, 5 years. How predictable is your currency, your governance structure as a nation? But when you look at most African countries, our policies have not been consistent. When you still see a style of, we are still struggling between democracy, the militarization, and even some African countries who claim to be democratic wants to become autocratic. A tenure of 5 years or 4 years, you want to turn yourself to a life president. The third time, fourth time, fifth time, until you become a monarchy. And that does not give comfort to an investor. So policy inconsistency has been a major issue in Africa. In Africa, they tell you this on Monday. Before you go back in few weeks, the policy has changed. So we need to start getting consistent policies that gives comfort to even the practitioners, not even just to the investors, even the practitioners, the farmers needs to be sure. And that's why you see all over Africa, the young ones are running to the Western world because the policies are not, and why are people pulling out of Africa? They are not sure of what tomorrow looks like. So we need, most people are not, you see, in the 60s, in the 70s, when anybody leaves Africa to go study in the West, immediately after they are studied, they are coming back. But now, once they go to study, they don't come back. They are even now in Africa, people are using all sorts of routes, through the Mediterranean routes, risking their lives just to escape out of Africa. Because, I don't want to start mentioning some of our African countries. You look at our currency at the moment, Mohammed is laughing, I'm not mentioning Ghana. You look at the you look at the level of inflation, and I should be in Ghana soon by God's grace.
Yes.
I hear you.
You see the, and same thing with No, I'm sure you know what is going on in South Africa. So policy everywhere seems to be turbulent and is not giving comfort to anybody. Like I said, I was supposed to be in Ghana. You just look at the rate, and we just have to bend what we should be doing in Ghana because you are not even sure of what will be happening. So you perhaps bring in an investor, and then you think you see the deal, and that deal might take you to prison because what if the return does not come as you had projected? So we need to start working with policies that are predictable. We need to start looking at, when we bring out a policy, let's do all we can to stay with them. So that's one of the issues. Then you still look at our land tenure structure in Africa. It's not encouraging large-scale operations to a large extent. You still see a lot of families, community holding on to lands and not allowing expansion. That's the truth. You still see people trying to hold on to the small space. People in Africa, we are not seeing a lot of collaborations among farmers, even in the same country, in the same state, and all that. So that's still a major issue We are not having enough collaboration. People still want to be 100% of a not $1 million company. They want to own 100% of a $1,000 company than have 10% of a $1 million company. You understand? Instead of having 10% of a $1 million company, they want to have 100% of a $10,000 or $1,000 company. So we are not seeing a lot of collaboration. So it's still a major restriction. And then when you now also look at our intra-African agricultural trade, it's still very low. Africa, we are still doing less than 20% amongst ourselves. But you go to a place like Europe, they are doing about 69%. You go to a place like Asia, they are doing about 59%, trading amongst themselves. Here in Nigeria and in most African countries, it's cheaper and easier to trade with Europe, Asia, than trading with your next door neighbor. And that is limiting Africa. I should be able to take my product to South Africa with little or no barrier. I should be able to take my product to Zimbabwe with little or no barrier. But we still see a lot of bureaucracy. Africans not trading with Africa. You still prefer to trade with the Western world. You still prefer to trade with Asia. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but we should improve our intra-African trade. That will take us, that's when we can be sustainable as a continent. And that is why they are fighting in Europe and we are affected in Africa. If we have been trading with ourselves, if we have been encouraging, doing a lot of collaboration amongst ourselves, but you know, we are still being myopic, if I may use that word. You know, I would rather want to do business with a white man than come to Nono and say, no, let's do something together, because our complexion, we still don't appreciate our complexion. But what do we see?
I think, Tune, you've made some really good points. Like, I think the four that just stand out right there, intercontinental trade is important. Now, no one should, dispute that. And for the sector itself would be amazing. The other point that you highlighted earlier, obviously policy, stability in our countries. And you're very right. And I think for us, what has been a big struggle is even some policies are good, but they're not implemented well enough. Yeah. And when the next government comes in, or the next president or whoever, then they change them again. So I think that's something that frustrates me the most. It's just, can we get that implemented in the way that we can see there's an opportunity to do right. So in the agricultural sector, it's very, very critical. And I appreciate those two that I just highlighted. I'd like to bring in one of the speakers. Mohammed, would you like to maybe touch on some of the prohibitive issues on your side that you see that is really prohibiting agriculture to be successful in this continent? And even some ideas of how it should be, how we should run it.
I can't hear you. Can you come again?
I was saying, please give us some ideas of issues that you see, challenges that are prohibiting African agriculture to be successful, and what you think we should be doing to succeed.
Okay, I can hear you now. All right. So in terms of challenges, you realize that market access is a big challenge. Instead of African government or institutions, to facilitate access to regional and international markets for agricultural products, governments are not doing much. Many times we hear so much about bigger policies. We hear about AGWA, we hear about ACTA, but so much is talked about that and so little done in the African continent. Another factor is that in terms of agribusiness and then processing, we see less support of government to citizens in carrying out businesses relating to agriculture. For instance, in the northern part of Ghana, we have this natural fruit known as shea nut. It is shea nut that we get what we call shea butter. There are women groups who go around to pick this, to process and do some businesses with that. But not much is done in terms of putting up processing plans for them, or for instance, putting the women together into cooperatives so that whilst they pick this important resource, which is normally processed into shea butter and processed into various kinds of products like pomade and a whole lot of cosmetic industries, they use, the byproduct of this shea nut, which is known as shea butter, in doing things. So little is done, but so much talked about that. So for me, governments in Africa really have to do a lot to facilitate market access and also to provide or resources to people in agri-business and much else besides.
That's a great point, Mohammed. Thank you. And it really touches on what Tunde mentioned earlier. I mean, if we want commercialization that will actually build our continent and build our economies, market access is key. It's key. There's no way you can have a commercial entity, commercial stability without access to markets and stable markets, and being able to provide things like factories and really platforms where people can actually go and be commercial. And I think that's the work that our governments really have to do. And so thank you for that. And let me touch on Brian. Brian, could you come into the discussion here and really give us some ideas around maybe if you can give us what young people are doing in your space to contribute, so kind of give us some real life examples that maybe can be scaled and showcased around young people contributing to either sustainability or to agriculture that is successful in their communities.
All right, great. So yes, young people are willing to participate in the growth of Africa. So if you go everywhere, young people are willing. And what is just lacking is the information of what are they supposed to do. The skills that they are supposed to have so that they unlock African agriculture and provide to our prosperity as a continent. The young people are there. So what I would like to address as I'm coming cascading to your question is that schools, agriculture is not a punishment. Agriculture is not a punishment for bad behavior. When children are notorious, we say, I'll send you to the garden. We threaten them with a noble way, and we say, we'll take you to the garden. Agriculture is not a punishment. That's why you find that a lot of commercial farmers in Africa, they are so big because they are using agriculture as a tool, and they are supplying our homes with food. And we are the people who are just buying that food each and every time. Then to parents as well, when we look at agriculture, when you're talking about agriculture to your children, it's not something that you talk to them to build apathy in it. That is something that is done by people who have failed school. So parents will say, if you're not good in physics, in mathematics, go and study agriculture. We are bringing those children to agriculture because you think that agriculture is very simple, or there's no physics there. There's a lot of mathematics. There's a lot of physics there. There's a lot of everything. A tractor cannot be built by someone who's not competitive. We need the intellectuals that are so good to be in agriculture so that it's sustainable. You go to Israel, you say, what did you study? I have a PhD in this, and they are growing food and they're sending it to Africa. I have a PhD in engineering and they're agriculturists. So let's agriculture to see that these students can do that. And the other thing that I want to address is that business does not start when you finish school. The children are supposed to do business while they are still at school. So in our courses, if you go to our Facebook page, Junior Entrepreneur of Africa, you see some girls that are delivering microgreens to a restaurant. and they're earning the money. That's where we are building the financial capability. My friend Tunde is talking about intra-investment. We can also create value from here. We export those. So those children, we connected them to a restaurant. It's called the Villagers Restaurant in Lusaka. It's in Leopards Hill, where students can go and supply and earn the money. Then we now talk about how do you invest money? How do you protect? And if your business is supposed to grow, now how are you bootstrapping as a group of girls? And we're talking about children that are growing mushrooms. Mushrooms are so high value. They're grown just in a room, and it takes 30 days to grow if it's oyster. Then they are going straight to the market where they learn how to write an invoice. Believe you me, some people that are coming from university, if you say just write an invoice, it's a huge challenge. They don't know what it is. How do you supply a shop? They do not know that. And it's coming out of our education is cram, pass, then get a job and so forth. It's not effective. We really need a project-based approach in terms of learning where people are doing it real. They are experiencing it before they go there. You'll find that children in China, they're learning about robotics, they're making watches and so forth. And they've made their homes mini industries where they can produce all those technological devices. Here in Africa, we have land, we have water, everything is there. If you go to the rural areas, people are hungry, but there's land, there's also availability of rivers and so forth. They are there. What's the missing link is the education that we are giving them to show them that you can build a London in the backyard of your house by producing food and getting it to the markets. Where you also spoke about technologies that are there. Let's teach the children the blockchain, where a farmer can actually track their produce. It goes to high value markets. They earn good living. It all starts from school, and that acts as a diffusion now to the community. Mommy, I've learned this. Do you know about carbon credits? Do you know we have a big farm, we can grow trees? Let's grow macadamia and we do the carbon sequestration and we earn the carbon credits. That is coming from the school. So let's change the thinking of an African child, of an African young person, so that in the future, our generations then are good to the earth. We always talk about we want to leave this earth is sustainable to our kids. But are we preparing the kids to be sustainable to the earth as well? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Brian. And because of the work I do, I always want to hear how are we encouraging and bringing in youth into these discussions. So regardless of whether I'm at a board where I'm talking about state issues that need to be developed for agriculture, we need to make sure young people are brought along. And that's something I'm very passionate about. And I'm really always excited when everybody does actually realize that they're thinking about that in the back of their mind, regardless of what plans we have. Because the reality is, whatever plans we may have, they won't happen in the future if our young people are not coming with us, because they're the ones that are going to have to take it forward and really make the change that we want to see in this continent. And I think issues such as sustainability and agriculture being one of the, the leading economic activities in our continent, if that can be in the front mind of our young people, then the continent has a very bright future. And so I always appreciate that. And so we're almost at our closing, and I would like to just get some, overview around what we, give us some thoughts, Tunde, around today's discussion, and just close off 2 minutes, 1 minute and a bit, just to give us your over closing for today.
Okay, my comment would be we need to start changing the narratives in Africa now. I think Brian was talking about the mindset. We all as a nation need to start changing our mindsets and start looking inward. We've been looking outward for years, but we should start looking inward. We can feed ourselves. We have all it takes to sustain ourselves. And like what Brian is doing and what you are doing, Nono, is to train the young ones, make that industry attractive, get the right equipment, let them see farmers. Brian was talking, I'm not sure we look that for seeing us now, do we look that poor? We don't look malnourished. So why should somebody think, and like Brian was saying, agriculture is made to look as if it's for the poor, a punishment. Government to say empowerment when they are looking for what we used to encourage people to say, okay, we empower them. So it's a vocation, it's a business, and we should think of feeding ourselves. We should stop looking outside. And for us here in Africa, let's start doing business with ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunde. And if we can have your closing, Brian, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. So as Africans, we need to understand that no one is coming for us. So there's an author in Zimbabwe who always writes about no one is coming for you. Really, really no one is coming for us. We are looking at investors coming from abroad and so forth. And we're always complaining. They've done this to us. They've taken our gold. They've taken our what? Where are we when they are taking all those things? What are we doing to stop them? What are we doing? Who is them? And who are you? What have you done? We are good at complaining and blaming other people for our things that we should really, really take responsibility for. We are Africans. We need to rise up. We need to be sharp. We need to really think and make sure that we practice the little that we have, we turn it into value. Look, Samsung as a company produces about over 230 billion of revenue a year. And a country that is gold, diamond, and everything, it produces 22 billion. I'm talking from the country where I'm coming from. Zimbabwe is 28 billion. Zambia is 22 billion. And we think that is them. Who are those? Let's take initiative. First, by feeding ourselves. We can't be complaining about food when we have the land. So, yeah, my thoughts are to Africans, let's rise up. Let's take charge. Let's stop thinking that someone is coming to make a machine, a tractor for us. Someone is coming to do seeds. We're complaining, writing a lot of essays about how bad the seeds that we get from other continents and so forth. Where are ours? Who is there? Where are our microbiologists? Where are our engineers? What are we really teaching them? What are they really doing in those after those courses? We have professors, we have everyone. Let's really, really take charge, and it starts from education. It starts from education. I submit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate your closing remark as well. And just to, I guess, sum up what today's discussion was all about, is that there is many and plenty opportunities in the agricultural sector on the continent. And it's just up to us. It really is up to us, the Africans, to take the opportunity to make things happen in our community, with our governments, with our young people, educating others around us, our community, linking and really finding those who are educated like us, who understand the sector, to also share with those that aren't aware, because we are the ones who are going to make this change for us. And I think that the other point you made, Tunde, around just changing our mindset and looking within ourselves, because we do have capacity. We are capable of making our own seeds, having our own tractors, and really changing this economy for ourselves. And so thank you very much for today's discussion. Thanks to the panelists, and thank you to those who are watching today's panel, which was on agriculture. And thanks to Power of Africa for this opportunity to share what we really value and are passionate about, agriculture. Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back. Today's discussions in both the Energy and Agriculture panel session are very deliberate and critical to the advancement of our continent. I hope you found the last two panel sessions as stimulating as I did. Thanks again to all our esteemed expert of panelists and speakers that have been so magnificent in sharing their insights with us at the Power of Africa Conference 2023. Today's closing panel session of the conference, which is also our last session of the Power of Africa 2023 conference, is the Media, Arts and Culture Day 2 panel, and our panelists will be discussing the exciting topic titled Promoting Africanism Through the Creatives and Media. This last session will be another banger of creative and powerful ideas, I certainly promise. Do not leave. I'll be back at the end of the session. Let's cross over to the session.
Welcome to the Power of Africa virtual conference that's just starting right now, 2023. The theme for this particular one is The Future is Africa. And I know that you believe that the future is Africa. My name is Benjamin. Welcome from Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a presenter and a radio host as well. And I'm so excited to have this encounter with you and amazing discussions that are going to come up from this platform. Now, this is the panel session on promoting Africanism through creative and media. We're basically asking, what is the future? And to bring us to this, through this discussion is the legendary actor, the great director, playwright, screenwriter, Selo Make Ncube from South Africa.
Hi, Benjamin. Thank you. And thank you for the introduction. And thank you to be on this platform. My name is Selo Make Ncube. There's a click sound there. I know, I'm always called Kankubi, but it's Ncube. There's a click. Yes, I'm an actor, a director, and a playwright. I started my acting, I think, at the age of 16, as an amateur, and then professionally, I started in 1981, and I've been acting since. And then later on, say again.
I wasn't born yet.
My wife was just being conceived. I started in 1981.
Awesome.
Awesomeness.
Yeah.
And yes, and it was. I think I also did throughout my career. I did The Lion King in London, and while I was doing The Lion King in London, I got the opportunity as well to do Othello with the Royal Shakespeare Company. And then while I was still in the UK, then I studied for my master's in screenwriting. So that's one aspect of me that has not been tested yet, of being a screenwriter and director for film and television. Though I have actually featured, quite extensively throughout my career. I also run a foundation after my name, the Sello Makeka Ncube Foundation, which basically focuses on promoting the performing arts and using the arts as using the arts for social advocacy, but also working on establishing a performing arts academy, and my dream, with the academy is actually just to, to train actors to be multilingual. One thing that we have to recognize is that in order to preserve our cultures, we have to, basically use them, even especially in the art space. I was highly inspired by your compatriot, Ngugi wa Thiong'o. I read his book, Decolonizing the Mind, and I think that decolonized me in my own way. I think that's I would say, that's the long and short of, of it all. And at the present moment as well, I do, incubations where I train young, performing artists and groom them, and start, doing shows with them.
Awesome.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're doing a lot, and we really celebrate you in Africa. My first encounter with you was on Generation. That was way back, but let's not get into that right now.
Okay, thank you.
His name is Manny King John. He's from Nigeria. This guy is a genius, and this guy is one of a kind, purpose-driven, goal-oriented, and literally an amazing guy that you need to meet. He went to make his partnering with Grand Cake, registering his entertainment imprint, Mo Barnes Global Entertainment, a music distribution and talent management company that provides and distributes music services, PR services, marketing, publicity, music. This guy has rubbed shoulders with, Pusha T, Dr. Dre, Rihanna, Dreams Baby, Beats by Kama, Victory, and the list goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than John from Nigeria.
Hello, everyone. I'm honored. I'm excited to be here on this panel, Power of Africa 2023. It's an honor. My name is Manny King John. I'm from Nigeria. I'm an Igbo boy. I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria. I like to always say that.
All right.
Where I'm from. I own Morband Global Entertainment, which is a distribution company, a music distribution company, a talent management company for artists of all genres. We don't like to limit ourselves to any genre. So if you have or an artist that wants to release music, it's our space that he or she should come to. And I'm also a member of the Grammy Recording Academy, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Grammy-recognized publication Grunge Cake. I shuffle back and forth from Lagos to Vegas. That's how my year goes, basically, because I have work to do in both the United States and in Nigeria. So I'm honored and I'm glad to be here with you guys at the
Awesome.
Power of Africa.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Manny King. I have two things to tell you. Number one is I can sing. And number two is that I ate jollof rice in Ghana, and they say that Nigeria has the original one. So I'm waiting to, test that and know how it goes.
Please, by all means, please come taste it, and you have a testimony to give.
All right. I have Victor Kaonga. Now, this is another amazing gentleman in Malawi. He's making waves. He's been on the International Christian Radio Network, TWR. He's a communication specialist, a broadcaster from Malawi, an amazing gentleman, written a lot of books. I had the pleasure of meeting the wife and eating in their own house. I that's kind of my thing right now. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Victor Kaonga. Victor, please just put your mic on for me, if you don't mind. I'm muting. Thank you. All right. It is refusing. Okay, just look at it again as I bring on this amazing lady. So you just try and work on your mic as I do this. Jazara Agemang. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but this lady is amazing. She's from Ghana. She's a fashion designer, public speaker, business consultant, serial entrepreneur, a multi-business owner, including fashion designer, non-profit grant writer. There's a lot of things that you can say about her. And then this is the most amazing thing about her, is that she says, teaching very specific topics to the youth. This is what she says: what it takes to have your own business is better than literally going and telling the youth, what job do you want? That's what she says. So I'm going to go ahead to Victor, and then Jazara is going to join us. Victor.
So thank you very much, Benjamin. Again, just introducing me. My name is Victor, and my middle name is Ndaga. Ndaga means thank you, and it's a local name because my first name is in English. I really wanted a local name, so I had to look for one for myself. So my full name is Victor Ndaga Kaonga. I'm married for 22 years, and we have 3 daughters and a son. I'm delighted to be part of this panel. Communication, issues of media have been part of my blood for many years. I've been working in especially broadcast industry for 23 years already. Right now, I'm working largely overseeing the work for TWR, that's Transworld Radio in Southern Africa. So I'm delighted to be part of this. I like introducing myself as a broadcaster, as a farmer, and an author. So I have a title of a book that sometimes Africans find offending because they say it's a bit uncultural, and the book is titled Holy Sexual Intercourse. So there are all these things. So how can you combine that? But anyway, I'm delighted to be part of this. Thank you so much.
All right, and I'm sorry for marketing you. It's right here. And from a listener to
you.
All right, so I'm yet to eat with Selo with my Victor's house. All right, so I have another lady with me, another amazing one, Jazara. Now, this is a fashion designer. I've told you all about her. If we can just have her as a facilitator, philanthropist, she believes if you speak to children differently, they will literally become everything they're supposed to. And because she's the only lady in this panel, we're going to favor her. How are you, Jazara, today? All right.
Good afternoon. This afternoon at the Power of Africa 2023 panel conversation. I am Jazara. Thank you for that.
All right, Jazara, I think I'm struggling just a bit to get your audio and your picture as well. So probably you can just fix that for me, and then we'll be so much good to go. So literally, this is the panel session on media, on arts, and on culture. And we are talking on a very interesting topic, promoting Pan-Africanism through the creatives and the media. And all of you are people that have been in that space. You have seen where, Africa was, where Africa is, and where Africa is actually supposed to be. And as the topic for this discussion is Africa is the future. So probably to just get a 1 minute understanding of where Africa is as it relates to all this. Selo, in your field, where is Africa?
We extremely interested. Thank you for the question, Benjamin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where we are at, we are in a very deep colonized state.
Wow.
That's my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because if you look at what South Africa has gone through, I think South Africa was the last to be liberated in the whole of Africa.
Yeah.
And basically, I think almost like African Americans, we have endured, almost 300 years of colonization, and then and when apartheid came in, it almost was colonization on steroids, because now that came with the complete dispossession of land, and also a deculturalization of Africans, in South Africa. You know, I mean, we are not completely and totally, deculturalized, you know, because we still have remnants of our African languages, and we still have our traditional ways of doing things, you know, but somehow it seems like, you know, when gaining freedom and independence or coming into the new dispensation led us to even migrate far away from ourselves instead of taking time to, you know, recalibrate and look at what is it that we have lost. We are almost like trying to aspire more to Westernization and the Eurocentric way of looking at things, you know. So that's basically where we are. And when you look at our history, you know, we have a very strong proponents of Pan-Africanism, you know, and one of the stalwarts of Pan-Africanism is the late Professor Robert Sobukwe. You know, I mean, the man was so powerful that they even had to actually design a law for him only. Excuse me. You know, in the South African law book, there was a Robert Sobukwe clause, and they feared him so much that they had to isolate him and you know, put him in a, you know, almost isolate him from everybody else because they were scared of the influence that he would have on Africa. You know, he was basically a contemporary of former President Nelson Mandela. You know, they were both in the youth league of the ANC, you know, but I think when the ANC was almost being more accommodative, Robert Sobukwe felt very strongly and he broke away from the ANC and started the Pan-Africanist Congress.
Awesome.
But, you know,
awesome. Just before you go into that, I want to bring because I want him to probably tell us just a bit of how Africa was, you know, and his perspective, because I like what you brought, the aspect that you've brought of Africa before colonization, because the narrative in most of the African countries, it all begins with colonization. It's like, you know, there was something before colonization, and that's what we're talking about today. And so I really like what Solo you're just bringing into this conversation. Victor, there's just a generation that is rising, and we feel that, you know, what is African is second class, and it's not, is inferior. Just take it away, sir.
Well, it's an interesting, actually, heritage that we already have. When I look at the African continent, and more so maybe some parts of Africa, one thing that impresses me is the fact that I think historically, right from way ages past, Africa has been a producer, a great generator of content. And as such, we have a great heritage culturally in all aspects of media, arts, and culture. It is what we have that we possibly haven't valued. But now we are realizing it's so important that, there's a kind of a renaissance, a reawakening of the value of what is already, you know, stored in Africa. We are a huge library. This is why I think we're attracting a lot of people from outside Africa getting interested. They are not interested in what we have been generating historically, our stories, our art, you know, our images and the like. It's just that they're interested in the money that they can make out of that. But I'm glad that at this time, I think we're waking up. So yes, there's been colonization, but I think gradually we are getting out of that. And I like what young people are doing. Most of them, I think they're coming back, realizing there's value in Africa and we need to get hold of that and promote that. So that's my quick opinion of Africa as things are now.
All right, that's beautiful. Thank you. Money King, I think you're a better place to tell us the wealth of Africa, the advantage that we have. When you are looking at everything you do on a global perspective and you put your eyes down, there's what you see. and you see the advantages where Africa is missing it, where young people are missing it, where we are trying and where we're actually hitting it, and we should continue in that breath. What would you have to say about that?
Okay, first of all, I want to sound a disclaimer because I might make some statements that some people might term as politically incorrect, but I'm an African, and I would say and project the views of Africa. Here's the thing. So looking from outside, there's people who want to prey on the resources of Africa, like you've mentioned. They recognize that Africa is a wealthy continent, is a well of riches. So they want to prey on what Africa has to offer.
Yeah.
Looking at it from the outside, there's people like that. So my own opinion on that would be, we as Africans, first of all, you talk about Pan-Africanism, we need to recognize that we are one people.
Yeah.
And there's nobody that's going to come from outside that's going to try to make this thing work. Look at other should I say other races. There's some sort of common ground between them. But you see with the way what is taught in books, what is taught in schools, they try to tell us that our tradition, our culture all started from slave trade, from the Atlantic slave trade. But meanwhile, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Africa, before all of this, was the genesis of civilization as we know it. Even as we like to divide sub-Sahara from the northern part of Africa, that is Africa. Johnson, the education that we accept today as our education it wasn't created by Africans. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. It wasn't created by Africans. It was learned from these European people.
Yeah.
It's not even our parliament, our legislature, like our government system. It's not even an African-based. It wasn't created by African people. It was created by Europeans. So what I'm saying, we need to first of all recognize as Africans that nobody from outside is going to do this for us. Africa is a wealthy nation. We have resources. We have what it takes to be a world power, even in the financial and international market. We have all it takes. And these are the things that people from the outside are looking at. That's why sometimes they tend to want to exploit, because we don't know the value and we don't see it as something that should be valued.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion on that.
Well, I really like what you're saying. I mean, that's literally eye-opening. Selo, probably just coming to you again. How important is the creative industry in the propagation of a developed Africa? I know you've seen it all, been there. How important is our movies, our music, everything that we do in propagation of development in Africa?
The seed of revolution is often in creativity. And and previous revolutions basically have established that, and in fact, previous revolutions were established, in literature, in the performance, in the performing artists, for instance, I'm a huge fan of Fela Kuti, and Fela's music is revolutionary. And I think one of the terrible things that has happened to us as Africans, we only just thought that revolting just meant revolting against colonization and the white man. You know what I mean? And we never, put that revolution in a context of saying, as we revolt against colonial rule, we should also be going back and re-establishing or restoring the roots of who we are as a human, as a people, and even look at the government system. That if ever we have to be, if ever we have to have our own governing systems, that we should be creative or even take from the governing systems that we had throughout history. I mean, the richness of Africa goes way back, even beyond the year over 10,000 years. You
Yes.
know, Pythagoras came to study maths in Africa. You know, we were the very first to establish, you know, pyramids, and that is, what is it, mathematical, you know, measurements that were made, you know, that were employed in creating all that. So knowledge also comes from Africa. And also on top of that, we have natural resources that the whole of Europe and the West come to Africa to come and extract. At the moment, I think we are basically like just being failed by our leaders, but those who led us and those who took power from the white men and never came back and say, let's sit down and talk. How do we restore ourselves? But the creative arts is a very strong tool. Look at what makes America great. America is made great by its movies, by the music, you know, that they use as a way to infiltrate the whole world. You know what I mean? When I grew up, we grew up, listening to the Teddy Pendergrasses, you know, the OJs, the Temptations, and all that. And that just shows the power of creativity, you know. And we have to recognize as Africans that we've got now to sit back and now start recreating and reimagining how we want our environment to be like.
Awesome.
Let me leave it. I will leave it there.
And then I'm going to bring in Victor. Victor, what is the importance of creating African content, you know, and young people just committing themselves to generate?
Okay, I think it's extremely important that we create or indeed sustain our own identity, of course, through various platforms as well as formats, because they add identity to us. They are part and parcel of our value. They also part and parcel of sustaining our worth. I mean, I'll give an example of sound in its three forms of music, sound effects, and the voices. Now, people make money out of these. A young man can make money out of using his voice, her voice. So a young man would make money out of using the sound effects, not the artificial sound effects that are coming out of, you know, instruments, the other equipment, but original sound effects that are very African. When you listen to a certain sound, you know this is African. It adds value. You get excited about it, connects with your spirit, the African soul. It relieves you. It gives you a moment of celebration. You connect with that and you feel good. So creating our original content as young people in Africa here, I think has lots more value than copying or just doing other things that we really want, you know, push the African, I would say, theme forward at all. So that's what I would say briefly over this. And I know, Stella, you were trying to raise something, yes. I think.
Oh yes. Now that we seems like we are, you know, we are left to our own means. But, you know, to agree, you know, I agree with you, Victor. You know, that, you know, there is just so much that we can create. And as you were speaking, I was reminded of, you know, for instance, take Bobby McFerrin. You know, what Bobby McFerrin did, you know, and especially what was it? There's this, the very first album of him that I saw was called Spontaneous Inventions, you know, and where he's like, you know, and just, you know, using his body as an instrument and his voice as an instrument, you know, and making music, you know, and that is something which, you know, today I was actually having a final callbacks for the incubations that I'm running in Soweto, and I got about 22 potentials, you know, and basically I was basically casting them on the basis of their voices, you know, and I'm going to be taking them into a whole journey of us, you know, learning how to use their bodies as instruments that they can use to, you know, in performance, be it acting, drama, and dance. And these are some of the things that we are very, you know, gifted in, basically, because as you grow when you grow as a Black child, you grow with song and dance as part of your upbringing. You know, when there is a wedding, there is song, there is dance, you know. So this whole thing, you know, it's not something that you even go and try and learn, you know, from school. It is in your DNA as you are growing up. And we have to go, you know, basically like look deep into enhancing that and now making, you know, professionalizing. But also one thing that I'm also concerned about is that we should be consider what kind of content are we making. And we, you know, Ngugi, I think in, you know, he wrote Decolonizing the Mind. And I think a sequel to Decolonizing the Mind was a collection of essays which he called Moving the Center. You know, and that is where we've got to be, you know, wake up to, that we've got to move from the center, you know, move the center and move from the Eurocentric center, from the Eurocentric to the Afrocentric, but also make sure that now we've got to try and restore a sense of pride and a sense of dignity in the kind of content that we create.
All right.
I shall leave it there.
Yeah, Mannequin, let me just come to you. How, especially just taking from what Selo is saying, how do we prioritize African content? How do we bring the young people in Africa to begin generating content that is literally prioritized, you know, having Africanism into their creative art, whatever it is, the content that they're displaying outside?
Okay, first of all, I think we need to educate the young people first. You know, most young people don't even know their roots. Most young people they've been washed by, you know, the Western world. They've been washed by the Eurocentric values. Most of them have forgotten what it's supposed to be, what it's like, what it should be as an African. It's like they've lost their identity. So I feel, first things first, we need to go back to the drawing boards and educate these Africans. You ask someone who was born in let's say 2000s of their history, or history that pertains to where they're from, the country they're from, what happened in this time, what happened, they don't know. They don't know because they were not taught. You know, they spent like all their lives listening, or, you know, they were being bombarded with these Western values. So they feel like, okay, I don't have to be, you know, I don't have to do certain things. Even I know most of you guys on this panel are way older than me, but you see an African speaking in a certain manner to people who are way older than them. What would you term that? They would say, you know, he's a human being. So all of those African values are being lost by the day. So first of all, we need to educate them on what it takes to be African. That's one. Then secondly, after we do that, then we need to show them the importance of portraying who you are as an African, being proud of who you are as an African, because it's important as well to own the African pride. Most people in America, you ask them, they would tell you that they're Black American. They even reject the term African American because they say, you know, I'm not African, I'm American. They renounce being African, but not knowing that the first man came from Africa. You know, everything spans from here. So I feel like we need to educate them and then make them proud of who they're supposed to be. So that's it.
All right. And then still on that, Mannequin, many of us, some of the challenges that we face, especially as young people, is we are not able to get funding. We don't have the money to go into the creative space. And I mean, it's good that there's recent development and all these apps so that we are able to really showcase what we have and who we are. But just help us to see how we can navigate, you know, the whole thing of funding for our content, the whole thing of money, you know, do we actually really need money for us to begin putting content out there? Just help us to navigate that space.
Okay, if I were to put it this way, for you to get to a certain pedigree, you need money. That's just a constant thing in this world we live in. Do you understand? You can say you want to push it with minimal funds, just but you can only get so far. And I don't want to say that it should be an issue, but I know for a fact that there's people out here who are looking for things to invest in. Do you understand? They have unlimited resources, but they're just looking for something that makes sense. If you have a clear structure from A to Z of how this is gonna go, and you pitch it to them, then I see no reason why anybody shouldn't get funding. You understand? Some artists that I've worked with, they don't even sign to record labels. They have independent sponsors who sponsor their entire career because they have a laid out plan from A to Z that works. You know, it's one thing to have the formula, and it's another thing to have a formula that works. So that's just what it is. You should have a clear plan of how it should be from start to finish, and then funding would be made available.
All right, I really like that. Please, if you can jog a few of us on that, it would be very good. Selam, I'm coming to you. Kindly unmute. Yeah.
There we go. We go.
I like it that you manage talent. So please just pick up from where Manny has left.
You know, actually, I wanted to say, Manny, just give me those contacts because I can talk to those people. Give me those contacts, you know, people who've got unlimited resources. Let me speak to them because I'm sitting here with projects, you know, that actually just needs, and I think they've got direction. You know, we can debate that on, you know, in the boardroom.
Definitely.
Thank you. You know, I think when as Manny was speaking, I was just realizing how my generation is actually going to be terribly judged by history.
Yeah.
Because the teachings that Manny is talking about, they are the teachings that my generation was responsible to making sure that it passes on that, you know, that education and that education of history. But you must, you know, bear in mind, and like I said, colonization has been very, very deep, you know, and to the extent that even people of my generation, when we look at ourselves, there was a lot of self-hate. And when we hate ourselves, I mean, you see, I mean, in South Africa now, you find a lot of Black children who are growing, you know, during, you know, like this past 30 years, they can't even speak an African language.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And all because their parents think that when you're sounding English, when you speak English properly, you know, it's actually a sign of intelligence. And it is not. You know, and one thing is, they you know, I foresee them, you know, getting into a point where they will actually not even identify as Africans.
Mm-hmm.
They will actually say they are Black South Africans. Because what is it that is going to be African about them, except their names, you know? And I foresee even, you know, a conversation between an African child in South Africa and a white child who basically go to school together and embrace the same Eurocentric culture. And then, and I can foresee an argument where the Black child would say, but no, as an African, you know, as an African, and the white kid would say, what is African about you except the color of your skin? You know, so, you know, and I think, you know, as we have failed, I would say many, you know, your generation should actually allow itself to have that conversation so that even the content that you guys will be creating is a content that is actually trying to reconscientize, you know, the African child and bring back that dignity. And the creative arts, like I said, the seed of revolution is in the arts. It's
Oh,
in
wow.
creativity.
Awesome.
And through arts, you actually can influence so much. You know,
Alright.
like I say, I mean, listening to Fela was informing my politics in an amazing way. You know, with teacher, don't teach me nonsense. You know, and what is it? ITT, International TIFTIF, ITT, you know what I'm, and with all those songs, he was actually, you know, sending, teaching, I mean, giving political lessons of how an African has got to look at himself. And
Awesome.
with the arts, we can do it so brilliantly. And
Yes.
people, they always say, people remember how you made them feel.
Yeah.
And if ever we work hard enough to instill and make Black people feel a sense of pride, man, I think that is half the war, half the battle won.
And that's very true. And I know in South Africa you're really deeply into culture, and you've not let that go with all the development that's happening over there. Victor, there's I want you to jump in on what these two gentlemen are saying.
These two gentlemen are saying.
And the other thing I want to ask you is, do you think that the media has played a critical role in promoting Africanism, or they have been on the other side?
I don't know if Victor is hearing you.
Okay.
I wonder if
Yes, I've heard you. Thank you. Well, just a couple of comments on what I've heard. I to begin with, I'm a strong believer in the fact that if you have a good idea, it will find funding. So our young people need to be encouraged that whatever idea they have, if it is really good, it will find funding. They should not be worried. Secondly, it's good to start with what you already have. What is it that is already in your hands as a young person to start with, to promote? I mean, these days there's all the opportunity for social media platforms. Even a simple blog, how many are our young people blogging? How many are young people having websites which are so easy to create, and then they can upload the content that they're generating, which is African? You know, sooner or later, you know, the promotion gets amplified. People pick that up and all that, because globally the challenge is that in Africa here, we've been consumers of, you know, products, you know, from the West. And of course, they have had all the strategic reasons for creating and, you know, pushing that content to Africa and all that, because it's part of their agenda. But the more we create our own agenda, but also upload it to the global spaces that are now available because of the, you know, the information technologies and things picking up, the better. You know, we'll be, you know, coming up with our own, you know, project and promoting that. You're asking a question about the media. I think the media, yes, has been part of a problem, but also is part of a solution. Because, I mean, truth be told, I think there are models now, African models, people who are doing a great job in really profiling Africa, profiling the content from within Africa, and these people are, you know, are being promoted on the various platforms of media. I'm excited. Let me just give one example from Malawi. It's a recent development. There is a new FM station, Club FM. So what I find interesting about this FM station is that it's focusing on actually reading out the stories, African stories, you know, on air. And as they are recording them, it means now we have those stories that could have been lost in audio format, you know, and they are broadcast. So they're actually preserving a culture. And one of the ideas that the managing director shared with me is that he said, you know what, we also want to start reading out the African novels, you know, those novels written by various Africans, just read that out on air. And Africans, being people that are very audio, you know, oriented, they will listen to that story. think about the Chinua Achebe story, things fall apart. If someone listens to it and then maybe someone will dramatize it and all that, this is a unique African product. So they're saying that way we'll preserve our heritage, we'll preserve our stories, those folk stories and the like. And their FM station is purely just there for stories. And I thought that is a very unique approach, you know, to promote something that is there. So while the media has been part of a problem, but I think there is this new development in Africa where the media is initiated by Africans, it's owned by Africans, the content that is there is developed by Africans, and we are increasingly becoming proud of that. And books that are published, you know, music, we have lots of, I mean, there's a move, even when it comes to the Christendom. You have lots of great and worship leaders now from Africa. The shift has been made. So let me leave it there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have
minutes with each and every. So I think I'm just going to go on to 30 seconds. I just want you to speak to Africa. I want you to speak to Africans. I want you to speak to a gentleman, a lady, a young man somewhere. If there's one thing that you would tell them in just 30 seconds, what would that be? Selo, we can go. Please unmute your mic for me. Kindly unmute your mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. You know, what I would say is that to every African child is that just remember one thing. We are undergoing a period of reconstructing ourselves. So don't be fooled by the glow that you're seeing, or the fanfare and the glamour that is outside. But just focus on making sure that you search for your roots and you exude that which is that which is your origin and which is Africanness. And there is still remnants of it at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, what I would say to every African, wherever you are on this globe, I would say we are no different from each other. We are all one people. We are all the same. And we should take pride in that. You understand? I'm no different from an Ethiopian or Ghanaian or South African. We're all one people. The Berlin conference or whatever, they divided us, made us look like we're different people, but we stem from the same soil. Just now, we should all come together and take charge, because this world would be a better place if Africa is on top. So Africans should unite. We're all the same. It doesn't matter whether you're from America or you live in Asia or you live in Europe. We're all the same people.
All right. Mr. Victor. All right, I seem to be having a problem.
Okay, yeah, so let me say that, first of all, identify yourself in your community. Who are you in that community? Build up on who you are in that community. The community around you will support you. And anything that has that community support easily gets scaled up. I strongly believe that the world will follow you in that community. Be proud of that community, scale it up, do the best you can. Find out what makes or gives you an advantage in that community and build on it in any way that you find, through the media, through the culture, through the art. Anything that your community is proud of, start with that one and be proud of that. Scale it up. Don't worry about promotion. Don't worry about funding. The funding will follow you. The promotion will follow you. The world has changed. It's looking for people like you. And you will be the future for Africa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you
I don't wanna. You guys have spoken well. The Council of Wise Men. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, Selo, so much for making time to just speak to Africa and the work that you're doing. Please keep on doing it and keep on moving, encouraging the young people. Manny King, we're so proud of you. You literally represent what we can achieve, what we can become, and the opportunities that are available to us. Victor, I mean, it goes without saying, thank you so much for championing, African content in the media, creating solutions for African people through the media space. We really appreciate you for that. And every one of you, thank you for just watching and, just hanging out with us as we discuss this. This is Power of Africa 2023. My name is Benjamin Walker. It has been amazing hanging out with you. See you.
Certainly agree with me that it was a fantastic panel session that we just had, and what a way to close day 2 of the Power of Africa Virtual Conference 2023. Remember, the future is Africa, and as we have witnessed over and over from the insightful topics of discussion and analysis of expert panelists and lineup of great speakers from across the continent, the conversations at this conference do not only focus on the challenging issues affecting the major sectors of our continent, but it also generated ideas on potential and practical solutions to help us position Africa as the future. The Power of Africa 2023 conference has been so impactful on me, and I'd like to know what you think. Feel free to share your experience on the Power of Africa social media pages on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. The handles will pop up on your screens, so just get typing. Our team would like to say thank you once again to all our esteemed speakers, session moderators, and performance entertainers for making this year's conference a grand success. We appreciate your support and passion to make Africa the future. Thank you. We at the Power of Africa would like to say thank you to all of you who registered for this conference and actually attended, to all who joined in to watch parties and shared the conference broadcast links for the last 2 days. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who tuned in from across various locations in Africa and the world at large. Thank you. Our expectation is that you have experienced a conscious awakening to the amazing and tremendous potential of this great continent called Africa. We hope that the information you have gathered here at this year's conference will equip you to actualize your dreams and that of truly developed Africa in your own community. To all our team at the Power of Africa, shout out to the conference convener, Joy Tongo, our senior project manager, Tolu Rock Martins, project assistant, Berna, as well as our social media unit. Thank you for putting in the smart and consistent work in making this year's virtual conference a reality. We anticipate a more progressive conference next year and would like to highlight that our team is open to sponsorship partners who will support the Power of Africa Conference 2024, both as a virtual and physical event. Interested parties can reach out to us through the Power of Africa social media pages for more information. Thank you. We would like you to know that this conference is on demand, which means you can always come back to our YouTube channel to relive these precious moments at the Power of Africa Conference 2023 and share it with all your other loved ones. My name remains Luatile Matlapeng from Botswana. It's been a pleasure to serve you at the Power of Africa Conference 2023. Your broadcast host, thank you. Watch out for the Power of Africa Conference 2024. Remember, the future is truly Africa.